Welcome to the Ember Series by Copenhagen Flames, the Renegade Cup monthly here.
Welcome back, everyone.
Welcome back, of course, to the second week this time around. My name is Daniel Vorborg, and I'm joined once again by none other than Lasse, also better known in the Rocket League community as Fuss. Welcome, and how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling good. Looking forward to the games this week. We have a lot of decider matches. Last week was just the initial games, and now we're moving into the decider matches, both for lower bracket and upper bracket. So that's really exciting.
Yeah, like last time we had all the initial games, as Lasse is alluding to, but now we'll have all the decider matches. So will this week just, inherently be better than last week then?
Yeah, it will. Inherently. It will definitely be better. Yeah, the stakes are higher. Teams are fighting for it. They know it's the last chance to actually progress in the tournament. So I definitely think that it's going to be more exciting, more, maybe not as many highlight reel goals because there's more pressure, but definitely higher level of Rocket League.
Yeah. We did see some sort of freestyle goals last week. Maybe we'll have less of those, but let's take a look at the overall schedule for the tournament so you guys can catch up on where we're at. As you can see, we are now in week 2, and as you can see, back in week 1, we had the group stages A to D and E to H coming in the initial matches, and then this time around, January 9th till 10th, we have the group stage A to D and E to H tomorrow, but that'll be the decider matches. Now we'll figure out who's going to make it into top 16, which of course will be what's going to be going on in week 3. And in week 4, we'll have the conclusion of it all, semifinals and the grand finals.
Yeah.
So we are right now in week 2. Again, it's going to be decider match. It's going to be very exciting.
Yeah.
In just a second, we're going to be looking at how the group standings are lining up. Last week we had no upsets, or we had one upset.
We had a single one, and that's actually the team we're gonna look at right this first game. I Got the Part was the only lower seeded teams beating a higher seeded team. They're coming in at seed 4. Seed 3,
right? Yeah.
Beating seed 2. So that was actually the only match whole last week where a lower seeded team beat a higher seeded team.
So most of the time last week we saw either first seeds taking on 4 seeds or third seeds taking on third seed. That means now we're going to have a lot of first seeds versus second seeds and third versus fourth. Do you think we'll see more upsets than this week?
Possibly, yeah. The skill gap has closed. So if you define an upset by the lower seed winning, then it's going to be much closer, I think, definitely.
That's also going to, we're going to go back to this, but that's going to be putting on more pressure onto our analysts and casters because we have a little bit of a prediction game going, but we'll talk more about that later. Let's to begin with take a look at the group standings from Group E to H that we had going last week, and you can see. You can just quickly, the format is GSL group stage, which means it's a small double elimination bracket, which means now we have the winners taking on the winners this week and the losers taking on the other losers. Winner of the winner match, a lot of winners in that sentence, they will be moving on to top 16.
Yeah.
The losers of the loser match, they'll be out of the tournament. And then the loser of the winners match versus the winner of the losers match. I hope you can keep track, ladies and gentlemen.
I couldn't.
They'll face you off for the final spot because 2 teams in each group will be proceeding on to the next stage. But here, these are the games that we'll be watching tomorrow. The teams will be watching tomorrow. So it's going to be interesting. But first, we're going to look at group stage A to D here, the standings, because those are the teams that we'll actually be seeing in action today.
Yep.
So we'll have Bim Bam Police going up against Swedish Muzikuk. We'll have Weed and Bros versus Team Echo Zulu, Team GFG versus Ark, and Schnosis versus I Got the Part. And of course, all the teams at 0 and 1 will also be facing off against each other. We won't be able to bring all of the games live on stream. So what we'll do, well, we can actually take a look at today's schedule even. But what we'll do is that we're going to be having the first 4 winners matches. We're going to be watching, like, every team that wins here will be going through to the top 16.
Yeah.
And then we'll pick out 2 out of the 4 decider matches for the last spots. The second place is in the group. But we will, of course, also keep you guys updated on all the results happening off stream.
For sure.
After every match, we'll keep you guys updated on the results that have been going on in those matches. So even if you are rooting for a team that might be in the losers bracket right now, we're sorry we can't be showing it all on stream. But again, we will keep you guys updated. Going into these games as well, you said it earlier. Do you think there's more pressure now? Like on these games, because of course in the winners matches you're not necessarily out.
No, you're not necessarily out, but well, I think it gives some pressure at least knowing that you only have to win 1 game to proceed to top 16. If you're in the winners bracket, if you're in the winners final right now, you only need to win 1 game and you're through. That's something you want. You want that early win. Just get on with it, move on as quickly as possible, because you know that you're gonna have a lot of more pressure if you lose it and you go to the decider matches where you're out if you lose that one. So you're definitely going to want the quick win.
Yep. And then on the other side of the coin, though, there are, of course, the teams that lost last week. They're now in a win or leave situation.
Yeah.
Because they will be out. Much more pressure on those teams.
Definitely. That's win or first win. Win or fall.
Yeah. That was a bit of a Danish expression coming through right there. And then, of course, we will also have the last 2 games today. That will be also, either you win it or you have to go home.
Yeah.
So that will also be high pressure situations right there. Let's take a look, though, at the first game of today. And one of the teams we can put up here on your screen is going to be the Schnosis.
Yeah.
One of the teams we had as a team to watch last week. One of the teams we've been talking about as the favorites. Can you tell us a bit more about these guys?
Yeah, well, we had them as a team to watch last week because it is the XXL squad. So it's Pondex from Denmark, Niels Koik from Netherlands, Breezy from UK. 3 very known guys. Breezy, not so much, but he's been on the Gfinity lead squad for Excel. So he's really pushing through now as an upcoming player and been doing it really well. And they're definitely the favorites going into this match as well. They're the first seed, but they're also the favorites of this matchup, I'd say. Because, also I Got the Part. They were the 3rd seed.
Yeah.
So this is one of those matches where it isn't the first versus the 2nd seed. It's actually versus the 3rd seed. So it's also going to be exciting if I Got the Part can show why they won that last game in last week.
Yeah, Schnosis, I believe they did take a 3-0 last week.
Yeah, they did.
Very convincing win. People were going to talk about maybe them, freestyling a bit back and forth, I believe.
Yeah, you say convincing. Yeah, it was convincing if you just look at the bottom score and it was 3-0. But, one of the things I mentioned was that I don't think it was looking that convincing. But that's if you go into the look at how the game was looking. But on the match scoreline 3-0, that is convincing overall.
Breezy also made a very convincing goal.
He did. That was a convincing goal. It was
it was very convincing the way it flew in between the post and into the goal. That's
what I was thinking.
Yeah, very convincing. On the other hand, though, I Got the Part. Do you have some information to share on those guys?
Yeah, it's upcoming UK team. But again, I want to stress out, they were the only team last week that won against the higher seed. That has to count for something. Oh. You have Clean, you have Recluse, you have Virus, all guys doing really well. I think they're gonna go into this with a feeling that they can take this. That's what I'm thinking right now. And I can't wait to get it on the road. To be honest, I want to see this game.
Yeah, they've shown they can make upsets. It'll be interesting to see if they can do it again. But before to get to your final prediction, last week we were tracking both us and also our beautiful casters, Switchblade J and Jar of Jam. So we've been keeping scores, so we can maybe throw that up on your screens at home so we can see who's in the lead. And Fuss, you are tied for first with Jar of Jam, 9 points each, and Switchblade J sitting just 1 point behind you guys with 8. The way the guys are getting points is that they predict the winner. If you predict the winner correctly, you get 1 point. Then you also predict the score, and if you also get the score correct, then you will be given another point. So I believe the total of points, we only tracked it from the second day last week. So total amount of points you could have gotten was 12. You ended up at 9. Are you satisfied with that?
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. You know, one of my predictions was actually an upset, which almost went through. And I'm satisfied with that. Yeah, it was 3-2. It was close one. I'm satisfied with that. If you just look at the numbers, of course, you could have gotten more than 9, but if you look,
could have gotten 12.
If you analyze it, I think I did really well. Yeah.
We did talk a little bit about, again, it was the favorites winning almost every single time, so maybe it was a bit easy for you guys.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Now it's a lot closer, so it should be harder.
We talked about the pressure being on for the players, but the same will be true for you and Jar of Jam, Switchblade J. We do have your predictions here for the first game as well, so we can see how much you guys agree.
Whew.
Well, Fuss, you have some belief.
I have some belief.
You said they can upset one game.
Yeah.
So you had 3-1. Why do you think I Got the Pot will take?
Well, like I said, I think they've shown some really nice play, and I think they're still going into this game with a feeling that they can take it, and that feeling that you haven't lost from the beginning, like you actually have a shot at this. I don't think they're gonna take it, but I think they're gonna go into the match with the feeling that they can take it, and I think that's what's gonna give them a single game. Then the Schnozzers are gonna wake up, they're gonna blast through and show why they were the XXL squad, why they were even on Excel in the first place. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking they can take one game, but no more.
Maybe it'll be interesting to see. I think maybe this is going to be one of the more one-sided games today in the prediction, at least from you guys. But let's send it over to Jar of Jam, and Switchblade J to hear why they think it'll be a 3-0.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's good to be back here this week for even more of the Ember Series action. And unfortunately, we've found a bit of a rift. It's the casters versus the desk here. But Jam, I think we're both in agreement that the truth of the matter is that the Schnoozers are just that good right now. They are one of the favorites for the Ember Series, one of potentially 3 teams that could make it all the way to the finals. Chances are they are one of 2 teams that will end up making it to the finals there, Jam. And the truth of the matter is that they are just that good versus I Got the Part, who, yeah, we've seen them around mostly under the Ember EC banner, but this isn't the same team. They're still kind of getting themselves together. They had a relatively confident victory last week, but against the Schnoozers, it's a whole other ball game here, Jam.
Yeah, well, versus the Schnoozers, I wouldn't put it past them. The Schnoozers really need to take this 3-0, and I will fisticuffs against the analyst desk over there just any time of the day. No, Schnoozers need to take this. Yes, I Got the Part, won their series against Left Right Goodnight, but they won't be able to take on Excel. And Excel's had some great results. Yes, they lost eventually in Neon Dream, but they lost against the eventual winners, The Method, and against Savage, who was the second team over there. They got beat by some strong teams, but they themselves are a strong team. I'm feeling like you saying top 2. I'm saying top 8 definitely. After that is a little bit more muddled because we have so many contenders in Ember Series that final bracket's just not big enough for all of them.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why I say they're top 2 is because they almost made it to top 2 in Neon Dream. I think you'll recall, Jam, is that I was casting that match and they were taking on Savage. It was an absolutely insane series for them where they just went the full distance on every single game. And I feel like that's really sort of like the Schnoozers that we'll be seeing throughout the course of the rest of the Ember Series. Like, they got so close within touching distance of that grand final spot and potentially even the victory in the finals of Neon Dream last month, that I feel like they're hungry for it again. They certainly proved that last week when they absolutely stomped out their competition. They faced off against the God Alliance B side, and they very easily defeated them. Let's not even dance around that fact. They were very, it was a very, very one-sided series for them. And I feel like it's going to be a very similar case for them. I think they, as you say, I think they'll probably make it into that, past that top 8, possibly into that top 4 margin before they get knocked back into the lower bracket of the playoffs next week. But I do believe that also they are going to go very, very close to the end of it.
Well, they are, first of all, they are also in a really good position on the points board, currently 13th, but there's a lot of movement to be had between the teams that won't be participating in the final Renegade Cup. So themselves, they are, especially at this point already in the tournament, and knowing that we both predict that they will be going to the further stage, I think they're pretty set in points to be able to qualify for the final tournament in February. And really, it's just the team themselves. They have puts on some quality results. They have finished, I do believe they have finished top 8 in every single one of the Renegade Cup monthly so far. It's just that by a little bit of unfortunate coincidence, the fact that they've changed the players around a little bit meant that some of the points that they've earned previously they won't be able to use. But even with that respectable 3,000 that they're currently sitting on, and however many points they'll pick up in the Ember Series, they will definitely should be able to pull up over there, and if not win the whole thing. There, as I've said, there's just too much contention. I might even extend my top 8 to a bigger margin of players, because that's just a little bit too much. I'm currently just right now, I'll try to figure out how many teams. I think, yep, about that, maybe even 12. Just quality all around. But today is a pretty sad day, Jay. Obviously, Desk already touched on that. Today we'll be having our first relegations from the tournament, the first team that will be leaving. Each group will only be able to have 2 teams that qualify for next round, and 2 teams will be leaving as well. One of the teams already, unfortunately, has had to be let go, was Here We Go. They won't be able to play today, and as a result, they automatically forfeit their game against Godlines in Group A.
Yeah, and as Daniel was putting out on the desk, we'll be bringing you all that information through the coming hours. Of course, we're on for a number of hours here on the Ember Series, so there's plenty of Rocket League action to happen. So strap in yourselves and get ready for all the results. As it stands right now, however, the Schnoozers are about ready to go ahead and take on the I Got the Part side. So let's just jump straight into that matchup here again. Best of 5 rules, jar of jam. We're pretty confident it's going to be the Schnoozers. Can they do it in a clean sweep fashion? Really, that's what's going to separate all these predictions apart from each other. So let's see whether we'll be able to top the analysts over on the desk. As kickoff is about ready to go on the part of the Schnoozers. They'll be on the blue side. I got the part over on orange. We are waiting on one player from the Schnoozers. We're missing Pondex, apparently. I'm not sure why that's the case, but they have decided to stick with the kickoff. I'm not sure why that's happened. They might end up getting a restart. But for now, they're going to play it out as if it is official. Playing in towards that orange half initially off the starting kickoff for the Schnoozers' favor.
Yeah, well, the Schnoozers maybe are a little bit too overconfident, thinking that they can defeat their opponents. I got to part 2 versus 3. But they would really need Pondex to really get something. And there, finally, Pondex is on the field. He doesn't spawn in the net exactly, but I think he's in a great position to stop that attack. And his save was crucial, as Virus was already getting in position. And stopping that ball was of utmost importance. Double taps from the wall. Recluse and the rest of I Got the Part have not come to the field to play games. They're pretty serious against their opponents.
Oh, and take a look at Pondex right now. He's completely lagged out inside that corner. I think he's having some internet problems here, Jam. Again, I'm not sure what the rules state on that front, but we'll continue to play it on here into this opening minute. So far, it is the Schnoozers with direct control. Breezy out here going to go for an initial shot on target towards the orange net. We'll get the first defensive pressure play going for the Schnoozers side. And yeah, Pondex has lost connection. I believe we are still going to play on, however, as Breezy going to get demoed out the backlines. Niels Cook has to solo defenders, carry it all the way through, go straight in off the backboard, try see if he can get a good shot on target, but won't be able to close it or out here for the Schnoozers side. So not quite the shots that they would have wanted right here. I think we are getting a reset. I'm not sure what's going on right now. I'm seeing some activity in the Discord, so I'm not 100% certain. As it stands right now, however, I Got the Part still trying their offensive pressure, and the Schnoozers are just not letting up.
Yeah, it's actually pretty fantastic how Schnoozers are able to defend. They're even taking some of the risks upfield, but I'm pretty sure the moment one of the goals will be scored, the game won't be able to be restarted, as that score will need to stand for one of the teams. Obviously, Schnoozers, They don't want to concede because that's it by that point. Oh, and I don't think they want to score either. I got the part right now. They're piling on the pressure. I can't exactly say that they're playing weak, allowing their opponents to just coast with it. And they really don't want to give Schnoozers any extra time to sort of gather themselves and go on the attack. But what I'm currently seeing from I Got the Part is pretty solid. Yes, they have been playing against the handicapped team of the Schnoozers for most part, but the setups that they're attempting to make in the front of the blue team's net are pretty solid.
And the defensive holds true for the Schnoozers. Pondex is back in. We're playing 3v3 once again. At the halfway marker, the Schnoozers have managed to defend off every single attacking force from the I Got the Part side. The ball goes back in towards the backboard. Breezy going to try and maintain his presence back here, but reclusively is going to get a good shot on target. Now back away with Pondex on the save. There's no one in the back of the net. And there we go. Finally, the third missing piece comes to fruition, and the Schnoozers draw first blood.
Jay, you wouldn't believe it. That was exactly the analogy I wanted to make as well. Just the third puzzle piece, that was Pondex setting up Breezy in the attack, and that was perfect. They had two of the players defending, but Breezy decided to stay up front, looking for boost, looking for any counter-attacking opportunities, and he got what he wanted with a perfect pass from Pondex. Look at that. Look at Clean, though. How well he goes and challenges the defense of Schnoozers. But I Got the Part still, I think, such a strong team. I'm surprised Breezy actually didn't get credit for a shot. That is, well, that is strange indeed, but they will be happy with that goal nonetheless. They have sustained the fire from I Got the Part for majority of this game. Now, though, they would like to get themselves on board as well.
Good 50-50 challenges coming in from the Schnoozers side as they maintain their control. Niels Cook in with a demo. Now going to try to if he can aerial dunk it down inside that net. Second touch, leave it over Pondex. And there it is. He gets the dunk and the shot directly open net for him. And that's a 2-0 start for the Schnoozers side, taking easy control of this first game, Jam.
Clean was left all alone in the defense with a demolition on Virus. I Got the Part's defense was completely lost against Schnoozers, who were in perfect spots to finish up that play off the backboard. You can now see how well Schnoozers work in the attack and that their setups are so much stronger than what I Got the Part can pull off. And while that looks pretty strong indeed, they just can't beat the XXL sound.
A little over a minute for I Got the Part to turn the score around, and some fantastic passes are coming through from the Schnoozers side. Watch this one more time from Niels Cook to Pondex. Directly placed to outplace Virus. You can't do anything about that in those positions, Jam. You just can't do anything.
Yes, you don't expect the pass to come that quickly. It was even a bouncing pass, and yet Pondex still reads it perfectly. As a result, I Got the Part, just no time to react. Breaching with another one. That is, by this point, is just humiliation by Schnoozers. From the kickoff, with the last remaining bits of boost, Breezy does not care. He dumps it on his opponents.
And that's why I picked Schnoozers to go 3-0, Jam.
I'm with you,
man, Breezy, they lost their points in the last two monthlies for the Renegade Cup, but Breezy's pickup has been so good, they virtually suffer no impact. XXL, the Schnoozers, just on a roll right here, as once again the ball's going to put directly off the crossbar. Can still try and find the position to try and take an offensive play. Actually, this might get over-rotated. Pondex just saves it. Just coming up clutch for his team. Just going to try and keep this at a 4-0. Just try and keep these opponents from not getting anything on the ball. They pinch it between the two defending players and finally get back over to the orange corner now. As Virus maintains pressure, gets it past the first man. Pondex there to disrupt it immediately. Going to leave it to Breezy. Reclusively will still put the shot on target at Breezy. We'll be able to take away, and the defensive just holds strong from the Schnoozers. That's all they need to do. 30 seconds remaining, and even then, they were able to get a goal, and I Got the Part. It would not be enough. It's almost game over at this point. It's all just a formality. 15 seconds left. Clean will try and take control away, try to get it to Reclusively, try to get some sort of shot on target. But again, the timer just continues to tick, and we all know it's coming. Game one going to the favor very easily as Schnoozers there, Jam, and they're really showing us what they are made of. They've still got a lot of talent in that roster. They've still got a lot they have to prove.
You could see how well Schnoozers played 2 versus 3. They held on strong in the defense. The moment the third player came in, it swung immediately to the side of Schnoozers. Pondex scored 2 goals, assisted 2 goals as well. He just basically all over the field, and just a moment ago his controller wasn't working, his game was crashing, and that can put you in such a nervous situation that I'm really pleased to see how well he came out of that and helped his team to get this convincing 4-0 lead. This was really the showcase of how well the Schnozer can play on both sides of the field. While I got the part, however well they started this game, it just couldn't hold up the candle to what Schnozers were able to pull off, sometimes even with only 2 players on the field.
Yeah, and unfortunately, just they had a lot of aggression on the I got the part side. You know, they got 8 shots total between those 3 players versus the 6 that the Schnoozers had on their blue side. So they were proving that they could get into the other half of the pitch and actually take a good challenge against the Schnoozers side. The problem was just that the defensive was so good that there's not a single shot that got into the back of that net, because either it was a little bit off target and by like the skin of their teeth they missed, or the Schnoozers just rotated in and defended it. And again, 2 players versus 3. That's a hell of a defensive to throw up against the I got the part side. So potential being shown, but it's still not looking good right here for game 2, Jam. Let's see whether they can try and turn this game around as they kick things off over in the blue half. Pondex taking first challenge. Breezy's got to take that back over to the corner, though, because overall it will be a fight that's won by I got the part, but they can't maintain that presence for long. It's back over to blue control. The Schnoozers pass between each other. Good shot in from Niels Cook, a little bit too far wide to the right-hand side. Pondex still centers it up. Niels Cook and Breezy double commit. That could be pretty dangerous for Virus, and yeah, he's going to shoot and score. Over commitment from the Schnoozers, getting a little bit over cocky, I think. The first to be on the board for I got the part.
You can see that the Schnozers didn't connect with 2 of their passes, and as a result, their rotation just was wasted. No touches on ball means that I got the part, who already are aimed to start a counterattack the other way, got an easy goal, and the Schnozers, perhaps overconfidence, perhaps just one tiny mistake. I'm pretty sure they have just enough talent just to do this.
No!
Breezy again. He has absolutely no shame to do that twice. Was it the same player as well? No, Virus is not there. This time it's clean. This has been cleanly done, even with a little bit of insult to injury, as that was almost an own goal.
And it was actually an own goal. Breezy didn't actually touch that ball. Clean tried to bicycle, hit it out of the way. So yeah, it was an own goal, and that's not the way you want things to go right there. Still trying to maintain that ball pressure and control, and they're doing all right with the ball control. Again, if that defensive could have come in very easily from Clean, but this didn't quite happen for him as Breezy puts another stellar shot in the back of the net for the Schnoozers side. Now they play around the blue corner. Pondex in with control. Challenged by Clean back over to the other side corner now. Breezy with another challenge, once again going off the backboard, trying to dunk it back in. Reclusi is going to be able to take it away, and unfortunately he does as well. This is starting to get a little bit dangerous towards that back line. Clean maintains control. Pondex back in. Bumps coming through the defensive line, but Pondex is still going to be enough momentum behind that ball to clear it into the orange half temporarily, though. It's Breezy that goes up. Niels Cook gets demoed out. They got one more player rotating back into the back lines. Pondex able to defend against Reclusi's shot and try and control the ball into a blue side offensive.
You can see that when I got to part, get the ball and try to start an attack on the other side of the field, they are setting up pretty well. You can see that they're not just losing the ball on the other side of the field. No, they have a little bit of aim, and even if they just get across on the other side of the field, it always reaches pretty far without Schnozer getting an opportunity to immediately put it back in. And it allows Gagatapar just to set up a little bit, but right now a little bit of overcrowding on one of the posts for I got the part, as the clears didn't go their way once again, and Ponix just styles in his phone.
There we go, back in the lead of the Schnoozers. Lost a little bit of control in the opening 20 seconds, but here at 3:17 on the clock, they have plenty of presence and control. Challenging towards the midfield, going to try and maintain control of the kickoff. It's Reclusi that gets control overall, back into the corner, trying to go for a zero angle shot. And Niels Cook just putting that out of discord, allowing Breezy to get the overall clear now back into the orange half. The ball will go with no one really in defense. They will rotate in eventually. The Schnoozers play a little bit more passively. It's then going to get another good shot back in from the midfield, and Pondex's part. Niels Cook maintains that control, and Pondex will just go for a very nice angle, redirecting it in the back lines. 3-1 on the board for Schnoozers.
You don't expect this. You don't expect a player to come in from behind from this situation and actually snag the ball past you. All the Virus needed to do was get a touch, but from his position, if he didn't miss it, if he would miss it, then it would be nothing. The ball would just sail past harmlessly. There's a shark in the water, and the name of that shark is Pondex. And to make matters worse, Breezy is still in the action. Oh, Virus, careful. Almost putting it in your net again. That'll put a big gravestone on the plans of I got the part. I really want to see I got the part more in the attack, because the ideas that they're having are pretty interesting and dangerous for their opponents. It's just that Schnoozers, with their plans and with their attempts at the goals, are having so much success in their opponents.
Offensive play coming through from I got the part. They're trying to see if they can step towards that box, but other than the shot that Virus took earlier on in the game, they have not had a goal. the opening 20 seconds. Despite having the same amount of shot opportunities again against the Schnoozers side, the defensive just continues to hold very, very well. One overcommitment mistake was all that cost them, and then they have offensive plays going so well for Breezy. The hat trick passed in by Pondex and just above the part of Clean. Again, a little off angle, and it goes a long way.
And Schnoozers were really precise with their clears previously. I got the part had to work just to save those. And finally, one from long shots from Schnoozers actually goes in. Shows how much control they have over their opponents. They're taking their chances on their side of the field and still getting the job done, even when they're not getting those, or at least getting the chances up front. But this just sets up and explains why we're praising Breezy so much, because he can do everything on the field, up close, from long range. He has the eye for the goal, he has the precision for it as well. And right now, I got the parts, don't have any answers for that.
Certainly a move that's been wide approved by the Rocket League community, replacing Marky with Breezy, and he's proved his worth time and time again over the course of these matches with the XL or Schnoozers side. But now getting a challenge up for Niels Cook's part of things, going to rotate in to back him up. Now challenge against Virus and Clean, wins it out against both players, knocks it into the corner, tries to pass over to Pondex, great redirections. And Virus is just going to be back in that back line to avoid disaster for I Got the Part temporarily. Now try and return it with a ball dribble of his own back into Reclusi's part, who's way out of position to take a shot. Clean a little bit high of his own right. Reclusi coming in with a redirect. That could be a great passing play that does work out this time. There we go. I Got the Part in with a second, just at a 60-second marker. The game is not over just yet.
This is a game of interesting angles. Previously, we've seen Ponix sneak from behind. This time, Reclusi sets up his teammate Clean in front of the net, but with a touch that had almost no power in it, but had just enough to bring the ball straight in front of the net, where Schnoozers, just their momentum carried there completely the other way. 2-goal difference, I feel it's still a little bit too much for Mountain to play for I Got the Part. Not against the Schnoozers, not again with the playstyle they're showing, getting so much time in the corners sometimes, that even are able to set up small passing plays as their opponents just run around but are not able to touch them.
So a 2-goal deficit for I Got the Part to try and overcome, and with all the ball control that Schnoozers have had, possession is going to work out really well for them. Virus will still pass down into Reclusi's angle, but it's going to bounce off the floor instead. Now, Reclusi's got to back off, give his opponents a little bit of breathing room, and that's not good. It's a good challenge from Niels Cook. May have already sealed the deal for the Schnoozers. One more goal trying to go on the back of the blue half of the court. Reclusi and Virus trying to get the clears out. Pondex going to challenge. Good shot, just blocked by Clean. But again, it's a defensive that does not work to the favour of I Got the Part, because they've got 7 seconds to score 2 goals with more pressure coming through. I think it's game over for them as the Schnoozers look to take game 2 and match point here in our series, Jam. It's been looking relatively confident, but I'm still seeing some signs of life from I Got the Part. You know, again, that offensive play is still looking really, really good. And that passing play in particular was a great example of how to recover a really bad situation, you know?
Yeah, and they're showing some of that promise in game number 1 as well, is just that they're playing against the Schnoozers. And against any other team, I think I Got the Part will be able to perform perfectly. And they actually have a pretty good chance at the bottom in the losers bracket as well to just get through the whole thing. As left, right, good night, they already beat them and got the lines B. Well, I'll say nothing for now. And obviously we've seen how well Schnoozers themselves played against Godlines B. So with the way that I Got the Part are performing for the first time on the stream, I'm loving what they're showing. Again, the only problem is who they're playing against. If you're playing against Breezy and Pondex, Niels Cook currently pretty quiet, but he's still an integral part of that team. They only be the Schnoozers without him. And I Got the Part. They wish they had maybe 3 more players on the field just to help them, because Breezy, Pondex, and Niels Cook are just all over I Got the Part.
I mean, you know, Niels Cook's still having, you know, participation. He was able to get a shot. He was able to get 2 pass plays back into the goals that actually got scored by his teammates. So it's not exactly like he's completely sided. You know, he's still doing work. It's just a case that Breezy is the hard carry right now for his team, just working wonders in the offensive and the midfield. And that's just proving great for the Schnoozers side. They're doing so fantastic, and they're just wiping the floor with their opponents. It is the expected result, though. You know, everyone kind of predicted that at best they'd take a 3-1. But, you know, obviously the majority rule said 3-0, and that's exactly what's happening for the Schnoozers side. As I Got the Part, try valiantly in one last attempt here to reverse sweep the entire series, but it's Pondex back off the backboard into Niels Cook. Second touch is directly on target. Not quite, actually. Back in, but the bicycle hit should go on target of its own right here for Niels Cook's side. Virus is going to rotate in and keep that ball away from the net. The Schnoozers still have the pressure to going, however. Into the corner, Breezy will try and put it, taken away by one. Virus with a follow-up to go tumbling down to the ground. Nielskook and Ponex challenge all the same back into the midfield. It's a bit more offensive pressure coming in from I Got The Part this time around the early game, and they're going to get the opening goal once again.
Schnoozers carried that aggressive playstyle with them from a previous game, but the moment that aggression succeeded, you can see that I Got The Part were immediately ready to start an attack of their own, and this steal straight from the nose of Breezy was how they can get back into the whole series. Clean and Reclusi have been passing to each other darn well, and the Schnoozers, well, so far the answer has been just score more goals than their opponents. I Got The Parts will be pretty happy with the first lead that they got over there.
Wow. How long can they keep it for, though? Remember game 2 and how they got that early 22nd goal, and then the Schnoozers took easy control once again. It's back into Nielscook's side as he goes back off the backboard, looking to dunk it directly in front, but Recluse actually reads it out. Opponent's going to get out-faked by Virus, however, and a demo in on Nielscook could leave that one wide open for Breezy. Nice pass play back into Pondex's position, but cannot get the shot that he wanted. Virus there blocks it at the box line. Keeping control again for the I Got The Part. Schnoozers struggled to get their opening goal of their own right, trying to equalize this whole situation. It has been a minute gone by so far. We've got some offensive pressure going, and Nielscook going to get it right off the post. Oh, it's too wide. A little bit unfortunate for him there, but the angle of his car just not quite right.
You can see how crucial the passing plays are for Schnoozers, how well it allows them to bring the ball on the other side of the field. Sometimes you also need to go a little bit individual opponents, so even Clean backed off of that one out of the respect for his opponent. Ponex just wants to use the whole potential of his Batmobile and fight some crime on the way, it seems. But what they're doing right now on the field, Schnoozers, is just great. And sometimes you just need to demolish
what?
Or two.
That was perfectly on target, but Clean still rotates in for a defense. Schnoozers getting a bit complacent, I feel like. They certainly felt that they had that goal in. I certainly did, and they rested for a moment. That allows the defensive to come through the clears, and the offensive play now coming back in for I Got The Part as Virus makes his play into the corner. Reclusi's there to back him up as he challenges on the likes of Nielscook. Clean to follow through, going to get it off the backboard for a third play to come in from his third man back. But Virus is forced to back off, back over to Clean, who passes into the midfield. Reclusi is ready to receive, but Virus is playing keepaways. It looks like that's how they're going to play this whole thing out, but Nielscook once again goes off the backboard of the orange side. Breezy in off the backboard once again. Going to leave it the mid-center player, Ponex, who tries to dunk it down. Nielscook going to get forced to back off alongside Breezy as we tick past the halfway marker of game 3. I Got The Part of maintain their pressure and maintain their control of this one, Jam. And so far, the Schnoozers have been unable to respond it, at least that's for the moment. And Ponex still not going to find one there.
Schnoozers, they had a bunch of chances, but they weren't able to use pretty much any of them, and I Got The Part just hold on strong. They're keeping the game in the midfield, really not getting up front themselves, but also not allowing Schnoozers to take the control of the ball for long periods of time, which basically reduces the chances the Schnoozers can get on the net of I Got The Part. This game might be just waited out. This is exactly how I Got The Part might get that one game. Since Schnoozers aren't able to set up as well, this was not the best touch by Nielscook, even with Breezy going away.
He's going to try and back off as a result. In fact, the entire Schnoozers side are just going to back off instead. Ball out to that corner. Virus with a good setup for his teammates. Trying to challenge, but Ponex just beats into the ball and puts it off to the side instead. So Reclusi goes once again off the backboard. Double commit from Breezy and Nielscook. The cracks are really starting to show for the Schnoozers. However, Ponex gets in a pass. Nielscook misses. That's crucial. Breezy demoed out as well. Leaves no one there to back up Ponex. He gets a weak shot on target, and Virus and Reclusi return. Breezy respawning in time to get it back over to Ponex in towards the corner. One last shot attempt here before we tick past the minute marker, and it's not going to go well for the Schnoozers side. And other than that opening goal, we've not seen a single one come in from either side. It's been a real struggle for the blue side as Clean tries to double touch it back off the crossbar. It will go not quite in the back of the blue net.
For Schnoozers, to need to be all out attack for the last 60 seconds. No.
What?
Yes, but also no. Out of all goals that we could have had for a tie, it's this one that we see. Clean doesn't exactly live up to his name. I make those misses. He had absolutely no business missing something like that. Schnoozers, they don't deserve that goal. They worked hard previously, but that's not the goal. And Clean is out. Clean is completely out. Is he all right? Oh, seemingly he's all right, but he needed a moment just to recuperate from that one.
I needed a moment to recuperate from that one. That was a goal that Schnoozers had absolutely no right winning, as you say, and they're going to get another good challenge on Nielscook's side. Fortunately for the I Got The Part side, they are not going to be on target. That means the Snoozers gonna have to work a little bit harder to get that I completely lost my train of thought, but either way, they're going to score that second regardless. 2-1 on the board. Snoozers back in the lead.
Wow, how quickly can it change? 60 seconds that the Schnozer had, and they used them perfectly. That one free goal, all right, but here, Breezy set up the shot perfectly, and with Pondex challenging the goalie in the net, allows Schnozer to go ahead, and I got the part. They weren't able to even get into the attack proper. All they had 4 shots that are named against 10 of the Schnozers, and right now they need to act quick.
6 seconds remaining. Reclusi into clean, dunks it down. Pondex, last chance for Virus, and Reclusi's going to miss it out entirely. Last chance for I Got The Part. It's going to get returned by the Snoozers to the orange half. Virus trying to keep it up. Bit of an overcommitment coming through, but Breezy just looking to kill it on the floor. And it ends in heartbreak for I Got The Part as the Snoozers turn back around game 3 for a 3-0 sweep. Oh, that did get very close though from I Got The Part. The Snoozers, they were working hard for that final game.
Yeah, I could see where the desk saw a potential of a 3-1 because I Got The Part looked like they would just kill off this game, not allow Schnozzers to get many chances up front, and they were absolutely okay with them not getting any chances themselves. But the desk didn't see that one miss by Clean, and from there, Schnozzers just saw their opportunity. Their aggression didn't even die down. Actually, I think they doubled down on what they were showing on the other side of the field. And as a result, out of those 10 shots, a second one came in, and the Schnozzers finish up it in, not exactly in style, but pretty confident fashion in first 2 games. This one almost slipped away from them. But you and me, Jay, we didn't expect anything less from the Schnozzers. They had to win this series 3-0, 3-1, 3-0 in our case. We'll take those points. Thank you very much.
That of course means that now you're in the lead when it comes to our prediction leaderboard. You look really happy about that one as well.
Chuffed.
But to break all that down and more, of course, in the regards of this match, the Snoozers just took us back over to the desk with Daniel and Fuzz.
Okay, let's break this down game by game because I think you did predict a 3-1. And
I did predict
this was
3-1.
as close to being a 3-1 without being a 3-1 as I think it could be. But of course, no points for being all.
I'm gonna call it was
close.
a series of unfortunate events in that last game. I don't exactly know what went wrong there, but
let's start with game 1 though.
Yeah.
Because again, like the Schnozzers were heavy favorites.
Yeah.
But there were definitely chances for an upset here. Start with game 1. Pondex having some internet
I don't know what happened to
issues.
Pondex there. Some issues. He started off in the game, then immediately went out, then came back, still lagged out. I don't know what that was, but that was a chance for
We got the part.
Yeah, we got the part that they should have taken, and they didn't take it.
We talked a little bit about here, like watching the game. We talked a little about how big of an advantage is it to be one man up, and like and also coming from the Schnoz perspective, they probably weren't trying to score, but they were just trying to defend, waiting for their teammate to come back. How big of a disadvantage is it to be down for a minute or so?
You can't say it's not a big disadvantage, but the thing is that it's easier to defend your goal than it is to score. So in a 2v3 situation, something happens, you're only 2 guys versus 3 guys. It's easier to just defend your goal, focus on defending, try and not overextend, overcommit, double commit. Just defend your goal and you should be good. So it's not a huge difference as long as you keep your goal
as long as you don't have to score any goals. Yeah. Then heading into game 2, We Got The Part did actually get the lead in the beginning, but and also in the first game. Then of course Ponies came back, and I think it was a 4-0 or something like that. So very convincing from them as soon as they got their third player in. Game 2, I Got The Part got ahead, but then as it went through, like, do you have any comments on the play? Of course, the Schnozzers did end up closing it out fairly convincing again.
Yeah.
How did you see that game go?
Well, I think they showed a bit of what I talked about. They came in with that, we can actually do this. We can take this. They got the lead, and then Schnozzers just power through with the experience and their team plays, and just beating them on all factors of the field.
Also a couple of maybe a bit unfortunate events. Also, there was an own goal because it hits the bar and then has a weird bounce onto one of the players from I Got The Part.
I Got The Part. They didn't manage to clear those dangerous situations in time. They took too much time, which you don't have against Schnozzers. They're gonna push that so fast. and they took their time with some hits that they shouldn't have. They should have just focused on getting it away from their own goal, not making it a dangerous situation. But there was some insecurity in their hits that made them wait too long. So they got some unfortunate hits, and it turned into an own goal, which, you know, it's not exactly like he shot it into his own goal, but it was a failed clear that went into his own goal.
Yeah. And then game 3, they were leading 1-0 up till about 30 seconds left in the game, and just before even the equalizer.
They had, I think that was the same guy that had the minor inconvenient thing happening later on, but he almost did an insane double tap. That would have been the goal of the day so far. That would have been an amazing goal. That was a beautiful setup for a backboard double tap. Unfortunately, it's just over the post, and he doesn't get it. And then I think it was clean. He whiffed the ball in the defense, and it turned into a goal. That was very unfortunate ending. And it means my prediction didn't go through. But did you see how close it was? Did you see if that goal had went in, if that whiff didn't come in, that it would have gone through?
If and if.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it was a close, but it didn't end up going your way. It was even close. Like, I got the part where even close to scoring right in the end. They kept the ball in the air for a while, even after the time had expired.
A clinch of an ending in that game.
Overall, fairly close in at least the last one. But one play I think we have to highlight is Breezy, because I think he ended up scoring. I mean, some of the goals maybe ended up being fairly easy, or maybe like whiffs or an own goal that also gets contributed to him. But overall, give us a couple of words on his performance this series.
Well, he was just everywhere. Like he has shown himself to be an amazing offensive player, and he keeps on showing it. He's fast. He's there where you need him. He will get those goals if you give him the ball in the right position. So he's just consistent in getting those goals, and that really showed this series. He was everywhere, getting a big part of the Schnozzers' goals.
That was it for the first game of the day, but let's take a look at the schedule for the rest of the day, because we do have more matches coming your way. We did, of course, just see the Schnozzers taking the win against I Got the Part, but next up we'll have Weedem Bros taking on Team Echo Zulu. Third game of the day is going to be Team GFG versus ARC, and then we have Bim Bam Police versus Swedish Musikok. And then in the last 2 games we'll have decider games. It says to be decided versus to be decided, because we'll have 2 teams on 1-on-1 facing off for the final spot in their groups for the top 16 team. I was about to say the top 6 team, but it is 16 teams.
Teams.
Yeah, but let's take a look at some of the players we're going to see heading into the action. Weedem Bros is a team that we also looked at last week, I believe.
They were actually the team to watch.
One of the team to watch.
Yeah, it's right there. You have Tater from Norway, Bipik from Denmark, and Flakes from the Netherlands. Right now I want to mention Flakes. This guy, he's popping off right now. He, I believe he just got partnered on Twitch. And people are calling calling it the record for fastest partnership.
4 streams, I believe.
4 streams? Yeah, 4 streams, has less than 1,000 followers, and he got partnered. Like, I won't say I'm jealous, but I'm really jealous. And no, I'm not. But that's amazingly done. He's just popping off left and right, and apparently having some really, really successful streams. So yeah, they are a team to watch. I believe that they can still go far in this tournament. I believe they can win this match. And you have them winning their part of the qualifier a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, in the first qualifier.
Yeah, and you know, knowing the guys, and I know at least Tater and BP really well. They're playing well. They're hyped for tonight, and I think they're gonna take it.
Yeah, of course, just to reiterate, just going back also to our first game, Schnozzers are through to top 16 now.
Yes.
That is, of course, what we're playing for. Also, the winner of this series will be making it through top 16, so a lot on the line for this one. Weedem Bros taking on Team Echo Zulu.
Yeah.
A little bit about them.
Team Echo Zulu, this is the first match we're gonna watch where it's the first seed versus the second seed.
Yeah.
Weedem Bros first seed, Team Echo Zulu coming in on the second seed. You have Taz, you have Mithane, you have Impact, 2 guys from Netherlands and 1 Belgian player. They've also done really well. I played against Taz earlier in ranked. He played really, really well. Gotta say that. Gotta give that to him.
Warmed up for tonight.
He seems warmed up. He was playing really well. We lost, and yeah. So. Team Echo Zulu last week, they won convincingly 3-0 over Decent, the team called Decent, and I believe they have something to show us tonight.
Let's we can take a look at the predictions and see just how much you expect them to show us here in this game. Doesn't seem like you believe they'll show us too much, though, as you have a 3-1 prediction for Weed and Bros. Why do you think Weed and Bros will take this series over Echo Zulu?
Well, I mentioned Flakes just before, and I'm gonna mention him again. He is playing really, really well at the moment, as is Tater, as is BPig, but I have faith in Flakes that he's gonna be the breezy of this game. He's gonna be the guy to get the goals. He's gonna be the offensive guy, making sure that Weed and Bros is just gonna be an offensive powerhouse against Team Echo Zulu, and I think that that's gonna give them the win.
Yeah, predictions come in for Jar of Jam and Swissblade J of an upset.
Yeah, we disagree here.
Finally.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, last time you guys disagreed, that was game 1 on day 1. Yeah. That was the last time you guys disagreed on the winner of the match.
And that was my...
And you were wrong back then as well, so let's...
Yeah, I went out on the limb there and counted on the upset, but that's what they're doing now.
Yeah, they're counting on the upset.
Yeah, I know.
So let's send it over to our casters and tell us why Fuss is so damn wrong.
I don't know. I think we both are on the same wavelength with something here today, because this is the second time we both predicted the exact same thing going down. Of course, it is only 2 matches out of 2, but regardless, yeah, you're wrong, mate. Sorry, Fuzz. This is. I feel like Echo Zulu have the edge, very slightly the edge above their opponents today, just because of the fact that they are more experienced overall as a team. They have been together for a little bit of time. They have been in and around the bubble scene, taken a couple of different weekly titles, and had a very good run over the course of several different other tournaments. Versus Weed and Bros, who still have a couple of unknown elements. You know, Flakes is pretty good, but he's the only really known element for me. But I still think that they're about on the same sort of level overall, Jam.
Yeah, well, this was the hardest game for me to call today. I was thinking 3-2 to Weed and Bros, 3-2 to Team Echo Zulu. I knew it was going to be tight. And selecting that team to win, it might be even a coin cost in the end. But do I agree with you, Jay, on the fact that Team Echo Zulu has that upper hand just because they were playing together for longer. Flakes is the star player on Weed and Bros side. BP is a pretty good player in his own right as well. But Tater maybe a little bit more unknown. Still, I would prefer Team Echo Zulu to win this whole thing, but it's gonna be really, really close.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really close. You know, certainly when I was predicting this one, I was like, this is going to be, I think, on the knife's edge. I think it could very easily flick to Weed and Bros. You know, I still think it's going to be a 3-2 series, but I've got to edge out Team Echo Zulu just off the basis of stats alone. As you can see, Weed and Bros are coming in with a vengeance in this early part of the game. 2 shots on target. They got very, very close to the line, and they maintain that control on the Weed and Bros players. Flakes now going off the backboard. Impact's going to have to take that away, but a fantastic start from Weed and Bros will almost get a goal in on the Echo Zulu side. They've still got pressure going. Tater sets up his teammates, just pushed out the way by Mitayan, and BP coming through to keep that ball on the orange back line.
The pure aggression from Weed and Bros are catching Team Echo Zulu completely unprepared. They are struggling to get themselves in right position and instead are forced to clump together just to make any possible saves that they can muster. Weed and Bros can just get the first goal, especially if Flakes does just something like this quick dribble. One player beat the second one right there. And you can see that Weed and Bros continue to challenge Team Echo Zulu on any attempts at touches that they are possibly making, not allowing Team Echo Zulu to progress any further than the midline.
Oh, but look at that defensive, a bit shaky on the part of Weed and Bros. Got close towards that line. If the third player had come through from Echo Zulu, that could have been on target. Still going to pass back in. Impact to Mitayan. A little bit wide of the left-hand side, so no chance for Echo Zulu to score there first. There's BB to take control. Mitayan actually going to get a shot past them all. There we go. A very, very slight overcommitment. Going to get punished by the Echo Zulu side as they draw the first goal.
It works for Team Echo Zulu. Mitayan sees his opportunity coming his way, and as Weed and Bros, everyone is thinking about the attack at that point. Nobody's thinking that maybe there might be a challenge. Nobody is close enough, really, from Team Echo Zulu. But perfect vision on the field from Mitayan and Weed and Bros. There wasn't even an over-aggression. They were still in their own half, but a little bit of lapse of judgment, and they concede first, despite having such a great start to this game.
Echo Zulu can maintain that pressure as well. Try to keep that one going on towards the box. This is getting a little bit too much of a close shave, Jam. I'm sure you know a lot about close shaves today, but the Weed and Bros side are letting this ball get a little bit close towards their box. And I'm not really a big fan, to be honest. You know, the clears aren't 100% confident from them. They are getting a lot of pressure going when they get into that orange half. But again, just It's a little bit too close for my liking as Echo Zulu maintain their pressure off the backboard. Taz is going to miss out his chance. Mitayan will still be in the backlines to get the defense against Tater, who passes back in. Good shots going a little bit too high from the Denbro side. And Echo Zulu maintain their lead at halftime.
But I like the setups from Widom Bros. And you're right, Team Echo Zulu's defense is not feeling confident with their approaches to the ball. It's only by sheer fact that they are keeping all their players pretty close and not overcommitting hard allows them to keep that lead of their own, but they are also not making their defensive clears work as perfectly. And really right now, I'm preferring the playstyle of Widom Bros to what Team Echo Zulu is showing despite that one goal.
There's still a goal in the lead. You can compare playstyles all you want. No, anything that matters is that big number at the top of your screens here. It's still 1-0 favor to Echo Zulu. So they play in towards that blue half. Tad's going to keep it just at the midfield line. Miten's going to push it over towards that corner. Very light touch on the ball, so not a very good shot and not a very good amount of pressure and momentum behind it. Widom Bros doing well just to work away from how Team Echo Zulu are playing this out. Impact's going to take that ball over towards the corner where Taz will be able to receive it. And BP will pass back into the center where Tater and Flakes are ready to receive. Back into the corner. Smitten controlling it past two of the midfield players of Widom Bros. BP back over from the corner of the other side of the field. Flakes also there to receive it, but he's going to get beaten by Impact, who puts the ball again dangerously close towards that box. But not from Echo Zulu can follow up. Maybe Taz can follow up here with a play of his own, but in the end it's BP in position to defend.
You can see that both teams are really not allowing each other to make any moves. Plays mostly set in the midfield, and as both of them are crossing the ball to the other side of the field, clears are coming in pretty well. Another attempt by passive with Widom Bros. They were getting better chances previously, but I'm still liking the way they're trying to set up in front of Team Echo Zulu's net just to try to catch their defenders off guard.
Again, getting close on the part of the shot there. Tater was about able to defend it, but again, it was at the line for Widom Bros. Team Echo Zulu maintaining their pressure going. Back off the backboard, second touch from Impact goes down and away from the box, but no second player there to support it. Echo Zulu not looking great on the team players of their own right. Redirecting individual shots are very, very good. And Taz will find a fantastic one off the crossbar, bouncing back into the blue net. It's 2-0 for Echo Zulu.
And unfortunately for Tater, he was in a perfect position to just jump at it, but didn't have enough speed to get on the end of it. Team Echo Zulu finally pressured down Widom Bros, as really it was the Danish team, it was the Dutch team who was in control of the game in the latter halves of it. And they finally figure out what to do with it. They've scored a perfect setup for a goal. And even if their passing plays were not perfect previously, this was pretty darn great.
7 seconds remaining for Widom Bros to return. And they will have it put it back over to their own half of the pitch, which should be a clear that's good enough for Echo Zulu to take game number 1. But it was not without its tribulation there, Jam. A very, very close affair. I said it was going to be on the edge of a knife. Now, that's exactly how it went down. Again, it was 1-0 for, I think, about half of that game. And then only 2-0 came through on those last 20 seconds. So Echo Zulu had to work for that second goal, and Widom Bros, vice versa, to get even one goal on the board. Unfortunately, they just couldn't quite get the job done.
Yeah, this was a slow game in terms of shot, but definitely not a slow game in terms of play on the field. And while it did get bogged down in the later half, and again, Team Echo Zulu was pretty happy with that since they were in the lead, it's still the beginning of the game was all Widom Bros. I was just expecting for them to score anytime. But knowing that the shot count was this close, 5 on the side of Team Echo Zulu to 4 to Widom Bros, this shows how close this still continues on being. Team Echo Zulu haven't run away with this one at all. And really, that's 3-2 that both of us predicted. It just comes down to the fact that we had to pick one of those teams. So expect game 2 for Widom Bros to come back swinging harder than they did in game number 1 and tie the game just there in game 2.
Now, well, of course, it is only game 1 of the best of 5, so let's see whether the boys over on Widom Bros, or whether the bros over on Widom Bros can actually turn this whole thing around. Of course, they still have a chance. You know, you were saying you like the playstyle a little bit more in that last game, and honestly, it is getting close towards the marker. Just I think the defensive overall is holding a little bit more stronger for the Echo Zulu side, and they're getting closer towards that marker than Widom Bros are. So, ball back into the corner to start things off. Widom Bros are going to try to take an offensive style early on in game 2. It's going to get returned by Impact, who controls the ball past 1, not past the second. And Mitten's going to get forced out of the way. Tater now with his own ball control. Can he get it past Taz? Yes, he can. Outfakes him. That's beautifully done to start things off for the loose side of the court.
Tater, the player, I didn't expect much from him today, but that little, just that delay touch Works
Lovely.
wonders against the defense of Team Echo Zulu as he dribbles the first goal from Weedham Bros. They didn't need some super aggressive playstyle. No, just a little bit of individual magic, but it works perfectly. Now Team Echo Zulu playing from behind might not be their strongest card on the field, as Weedham Bros previously... I love their playstyle at the beginning of the game. They were definitely the strongest team on the field. And Team Echo Zulu obviously got those 2 goals going. Weedham Bros now can show what they're really made of.
Ball in towards that midfield. It's Flake's going to try and challenge, set up Tater for another good shot. He could outfake them. Flake's going to go once again back off the backboard into the second touch. BP comes through with a dunk down. A nice 3-man play from Weedham Bros to get himself the 2-0 on the board in the opening 60 seconds, getting as far as Echo Zulu did in that entire game.
Wow, Flakes and Tater seemingly pulled defenders from Team Echo Zulu on themselves, and the way that it crossed, they almost felt like they stole the ball from each other, but that touch from Flakes setting up BP perfectly in front of the net means that Team Echo Zulu weren't ready for the little onslaught that Weedham Bros brought on the other side of the field. Now we're seeing Weedham Bros really becoming from boys into bros right here in game number 2.
And that ball's going to go careening over to the blue half. As Echo Zulu try their best to try and find a good offensive play. Again, they're getting close to the marker, but not quite getting past it. And this time around, they haven't had as many shots on target as they did in their first game. So that's great for Weedham Bros. They have to defend only a little bit, but Impact gets it close to the marker one more time. Just defended by Tater and BP as they get that quick shot away and a clear coming through, but they cannot follow up, or cannot defend the follow-up coming in from Taz. He shoots to the midfield line, gets it directly in the back of the net. It's a 1-goal lead for Weedham Bros.
Team Echo Zulu's first play worked well in separating Weedham Bros' defense, so for the second approach by Team Echo Zulu, Weedham Bros were just a little bit too spread to do it well, and unfortunate touch from BP meant that Team Echo Zulu found themselves the first goal, and they have shot back pretty well. If they continue that control for the rest of the game, they can come back with the tie for this one, as their setups have gotten stronger.
How close they're getting into the box this time again, Echo Zulu. They've always had those offensive styles so far in this series. Let's see if they can keep it going. Tater, however, gets control of the ball for a moment. Almost got it past Taz, but instead it's going to get returned back away by one of his teammates in the defensive lines, in the back line in particular. Now Impact going to follow through here to the front line. Tries to see if he can get it off the backboard. He will be successful into mid-end. Good punch back off. That's it. Down. Second player to come through is Taz. No. Impact over to the right-hand side. Couldn't quite recover from his position, so it's just Taz to maintain that ball control. Backboard one more time. Impact back into the center. Followed up by mid-end. And BP comes in with a fantastic save to keep things at the 1-goal differential that Weedham Bros really want to hold on to.
They're pulling the defense of Weedham Bros apart, and look at how they continue going on for more and more chances. If Team Echo Zulu add up just a little bit acceleration and cut their rotation short just a tad, the second goal would come as quickly as they would have wanted, since Weedham Bros just too many shots for their liking.
I imagine to hold on to it just by the skin of their teeth, though. Again, it's a little bit too close of a shave for my liking, as once again it's Mitayan off the backboard, follow up by another. It's not going to happen for them as it does get returned back by Flakes. Now BP into the mid-center, going to try and find his opportunities off this clearance, and he comes forward and challenges Impact, and now Taz returns over to the blue half. Flakes going to put that out of discourse, but Impact still maintains control. Into the corner, the ball will be played. Flakes there for a touch, gets it past 2 of the offending players, but Taz back towards that midfield is going to maintain control of the ball. 16 points of boost can only set it up that BP will be able to steal it away over the Flakes, trying to get that redirect in. That ball is very, very dangerous in mid-turn, and Taz going to double commit towards it, leave it to Impact, who misses his clear entirely. It's a chance for Tater, but Taz going to beat him to the ball. Flakes to come through with a shot that's too far wide of the right-hand side. So no chance for Weedham Bros until BP goes ahead and does that. Finding the passing play, it's 3-1 now on the board for the blue side of the court.
I was feeling that the Weedham Bros made a little bit of a mistake pulling out from the attack that quickly, but they were playing the patient game, the waiting game, making sure that they return back on the other side of the field with just enough boost and enough positioning to score that one, just as Team Echo Zulu make one tiny mistake in their defense, allowing Weedham Bros to weave their way into a shooting position and eventually the goal as well. Team Echo Zulu, right now it's going against them. Weedham Bros are surviving with 3 goals on 5 shots, whereas Team Echo Zulu are trying to put as many on the target, and they're finding their second one. Perfectly played Team Echo Zulu for the second time in this game. Overload the defense of Weedham Bros.
And that's what you need to see more out of Echo Zulu. The team play has not been 100% there, Jam, but that passing play from Mid-Turn to Impact to the net is exactly what we need to see more over the last 57 seconds of this game if they want to maintain that match point. Nice kickoff from Taz as well. Impact to follow through, controls the ball, nicely done, but BP comes in at the very last second to deny it out the line. Good save back in. Now Taz to recover and put it close towards the net. Mid-Turn coming for an interception against Flakes' position, but BP takes it up the mid-center. Impact denies it at the midfield. Tater challenged by Taz. BP going for the 100 boost. They're going to leave it up to Flakes. Good pinch from Taz as well, going directly over to the other side of the pitch, basically. It's Impact. 30 seconds left, manages to control it. Mid-Turn misses out his chance. Taz going to get outflanked by Flakes, potentially. Nope. Back into the mid-center. Again, Tater going to put a shot on target and no one's there to defend it. Flake steals it at the very, very last line. It's 4-2 now. Back on the board for Weed Bros.
Team Echo Zulu got lost in the midfield just a little bit. Their attempts at advancing to the side of Weed Bros got stopped. And the moment they got tied in the midfield trying to stop these passes just to cut off any clears from Weed Bros find an opportunity to push it through. And when the players up front past the offside line, they're able to strike well as Team Echo Zulu are located just too far away from their own net, which will result in them losing this game number 2. And I'm pretty happy with the fact that Weed Bros have shot back in this game. They look strong and they find their opportunity, however few there were. That's even the 5th one. As Flakes decides to add a 2nd one for himself on the board. Weed Bros have got this game in their bags, 0 seconds, despite Team Echo Zulu outshooting them. It is not the quantity, it is the quality.
Yeah, and this game was certainly a case in point for that right there. Weed Bros holding a defense down very, very well. And as you say, so many shots being put on the backboard by Echo Zulu. It just took a very long time for them to get anything done. Honestly, in that second game, I think a lot was lacking in the Echo Zulu team play again. And brought up when they got that first passing play off the backboard. But it really sort of stood out in this game above game number 1. The fact that Weed Bros playing much better as a unit more than anything else, in my opinion, Jam. You know, they're getting those clears together as a team, managing to find some good passing plays and good recovery plays as well as a team. It's looking relatively good, you know, and as I say, I'm very glad that Weed Bros were able to strike right back against Echo Zulu and bring this back to a very, very tied-up series. So we'll have to see whether they can do the same in game number 3. As it stands, however, it's 1-1 on the board in anyone's matchup so far, Jam.
Unfortunately, now Weed Bros look a tad too strong for my prediction, for both of us prediction, Jay. And it's making me just a tad too nervous.
No, I'm going to disagree with you on that one.
All right, we're good.
I'm going to disagree with you on that one, honestly.
Okay,
I feel
my
like...
pulse is okay. My hands are not shaking. Really? Not shaking? Yeah, I guess not shaking. But Team Echo Zulu have played a standard playstyle where they just try to put as many shots on target to get as many defenders out of the position, and the third player just strikes it. You see it a lot in the high-level play, but it's just that game number 2, it wasn't working as well for them, and that amount of shots was met with Weed Bros and then exceeded, again, with the quality on the other side of the field in terms of goals, not exactly in terms of shot. So for Weed Bros, it's a perfect show that they had in game number 2, show exactly how well you can convert those rare chances into good-looking goals on board.
A good start right here from Echo Zulu to try and turn us around. And again, I'm not quite in agreement with you that Weed Bros look a bit strong for my prediction. I say I expected this to be as down to the wire as is possible. You know, as you say, it's a very difficult match to predict. So I'm still on board. I'm still on board with the idea that Echo Zulu can turn it around. I do think that Weed Bros have a good chance of taking match point right here, though. They try and play off their defensive. It's Echo Zulu in with the initial fast-paced aggression and shots on target, 2 of which will be defended by BP and Co. The impact over the Taz going to put it up for Mid-Turn. Good passing play, but he's beaten to the ball by Tater, so cannot get the shot that he wanted. Now they're going to have to back off as Tater takes the brunt of the offensive play over the Flakes. Good shot on target. Impact just going to be able to save. Nice defense holding in from Weed Bros, but vice versa for the Echo Zulu side as they return over to their half of the pitch and keep things at a 0-0 game in the first 60 seconds.
Just barely, Jay, because Impact was backing off slowly. He wasn't in a good position. That a touch that he made on the ball almost went into the net. Weed Bros just pushed through Team Echo Zulu's mid-line and had the perfect opportunity. They had so much more space on it as well, just to get it through. Right now, with double commits coming in, Team Echo Zulu might find themselves in a little bit of a tougher situation than previously, as Weed Bros are looking to take the reins of the game number 3.
Morning for Taz, pushed away by Flakes. Is followed up by another player in Mid-Turn. Taz on the other side going to leave Impact to try and take the brunt of the offensive play, but BP's again going to beat into the ball, and Weedem Bros have had a handle on their defensive so far. The clears are coming in thick and fast, and Echo Zulu struggling to keep pace with them in the blue half of the court. They will be able to return relatively easily, Matean in particular with a nice save clear. Flake's going to be able to get it past him and past Impact. Potentially against Taz. No, Taz pushes it back over towards the midfield. Impact going to keep it away from Tater for the moment. But that plays more into Flakes' hands. He leaves it for Tater, who goes up high. Tries to dribble it all the way back in. Leave it with a B peak, but Impact with a nice save will force Weedem Bros to back off for the moment and just try and concede to the defense.
No, their defense needs to work all the wonders, especially with so many dribbles going against them. Taylor's trying another one. Flakes is great at this one. He's one of the world's best 1v1 players right now. Yes, he's not participating in Manfield 9, but hey, it's still good, and the plays he can pull off on his own are great. Oh, Chaz waits out and then doesn't go for it. I think he outplayed himself on that one.
Oh, Flakes with an intercept as well, and it all started off the fact that there was no one in the mid-center to back up the initial setup from Impact. That's a problem. That's what I was talking about. The team play from Echo Zulu is not there. Weedem Bros able to quickly counter-attack, clear back in, and let Flakes take a very nice shot against Impact himself and get the first on the board for Weedem Bros just as we tick past the halftime marker here. They are looking extremely solid. The Echo Zulu need to change up something relatively quickly here if they want to try and take control of this series. Playing towards that midfield, play out towards that corner where Taz is lurking. BP goes on the other side, going to try and challenge onto Mitayan. Good challenge. Keeps it inside that mid-center for Weedem Bros to work off of. Impact going to chip it over, leave it for Mitayan, a pass over the Taz, but that's going to be a dangerous ball that Flakes will try and take control of. It will bounce off the crease, go a little bit farther to the left-hand side. Tater, once again, after battled into BP side of things, Impact's got to put that out of the way, otherwise that would have been a second goal for Weedem Bros and Echo Zulu. This time, they're the ones that are holding face by only a threat.
You could see how much there is to work for them. Team Echo Zulu constantly gets stuck in the midfield, start weakly passing the ball in between each other, and that allows a perfect opportunity for Weedem Bros to come in and start attack of their own, as Team Echo Zulu try to save each other with coming in, double committing on balls. Not exactly the playstyle they want to show right now, especially against a team of such strength as Weedem Bros.
Ball in once again, Impact's going to clear it out. It's a pretty open net, but it's over to the left-hand side, so BP's got plenty of chances and plenty of time to rotate back into the Bluey defense. Alongside Flakes, who will clear it out on the other side of the field. Followed through with a second bump on Impact. That could be dangerous. Everyone's going to miss it out, but Mitayan's going to get back forward as Tater's not going to commit towards it. Now Taz returning over to the corner, but he's got to find a setup. They have to find a play into the back of that net relatively quickly, and this time Echo Zulu's just accuracy is starting to hurt them by quite the amount here, Jam. 1-0 at 55 seconds. Time is ticking away for Echo Zulu. Weedem Bros may end up winning this on a 1-goal deficit. It's still tapped back into the center. Mitayan outplayed by Tater. Impact coming through. Mitayan with a follow-through, but he pushes it a little bit too far out of position, leaving no chance for Echo Zulu as they return over to the defense one more time. Tater challenges into the center, and they're just wasting time for Weedem Bros.
For Team Echo Zulu, it doesn't rain, it doesn't pour, and all that control that they had in the game number 1 right now, it is gone. They are not able to set up those plays. They're looking seemingly weaker in the ways that are trying to even get any attacks going. And when Flays can just do something like this, you're just put the controller down and walk out of the room. Team Echo Zulu had a chance to still bring it back. 1-goal difference is just one quick goal and that's it. You're back on even terms. With this one though, seemingly that the game number 3 has escaped from Team Echo Zulu as they themselves weren't able to create anything on the other side of the field, while Weedem Bros struggling for chances themselves. Once again, convert those rare possibilities into a win for themselves. A 2-0 win, but I'd say Weedem Bros still looked a tad more solid. No, make no mistakes, Jay, though. I'm not jumping off the Team Echo Zulu train. I'm still on board, and that train is still rushing towards its target. But right now, Weedem Bros are on the match point. And if Team Echo Zulu don't change a lot of things quickly, this might be their last game in the winner side of the bracket.
It might well be, honestly. Do you know what? I'm not nearly as convinced as I was earlier on in the series, Dan. Like, this could actually be a full-blown 3-1 for Weedem Bros right now. They are looking extremely good. Echo Zulu, again, it's just something missing from their team play more than anything else. You know, they had plenty of great opportunities in that game to try and turn it around, to try and get a goal back in, to try and get an equal scoreline, but they just whiffed it every single time because players were not in the right positions at the right time. And also, on the other side of the court, Flakes has really been popping off right now. Putting some insane shots on the backboard. So many chances that he had at that net were taken, and most of the time he got them in. So, well played on his part. He's applying even more pressure to the Echo Zulu side, who off the kickoff were looking a little bit more timid. Mitayan going to lead it for Taz to try and get the opening shot on net. It's not going to be allowed in this case, as BP gets it past Mitayan and past Impact for the moment, but Impact controls the ball overall back off the backboard, passing to the center. Taz is a little bit too premature towards it. Mitayan to try and recover, but no, Tater puts it out to the orange side corner, and again, that could have been a fantastic team play from Echo Zulu to take easy control of this one, but in the end, it's just not to be, as Taz goes towards the box one more time. It's BP there to defend it. Mitayan to follow through, one more chance. Off the backboard, dunks it in. No, he's off angle.
The biggest difference I see between two of those teams is how easily Widom Bros can create something out of nothing, improvise a play. When things go slightly awry, like the pass doesn't go your way, you're caught in an awkward position, Widom Bros can create something out of it. Team Echo gets absolutely lost. They don't know who should be going for it. They sort of each other sneak towards that ball, but never really take a proper shot. And that's what's hurting them right now. Widom Bros can take those opportunities so much better and can create goals out of them, and the result, win games or even series.
Ball in for Impact, taking control. Second flick touch denied by BP. And they're just reading every single play from the Echo Zulu side. Now Tater with a man amount of ball control, past most of the defenders, but not past them as they all rotate back into the line, form up in a triangle, and get ready for any more players on the Widom Bros side, because they've got all the pressure going in towards this backboard. Ball out in towards that box once again. It's Taz to get it over to Mitayan. BP to try and follow through his Impact with the backboard. Second touch into the third man play. There we go. Taz drawing the first goal for Echo Zulu. It took them a very long time to get that team play together, but finally it comes to fruition for the lead.
For Team Echo Zulu, support for the first shot finally came back in, and Widom Bros also gave Team Echo Zulu so much space to play with it. Came down to two of the players from Widom Bros actually committing on that shot on the wall. Or from Team Echo Zulu to score this one is paramount. Previously, really, it wasn't going their way. No goals in the previous game whatsoever. And now, finally, after almost 7 minutes of not scoring, they're back on the board with great fashion. But now they'll have to hold on against Widom Bros. No shots in this game just yet. But you know how well they can play and how well they can convert those few dry chances that they're getting.
Back into the offensive pressure of Widom Bros, though. They're looking to try and get some dry chances of their own right. And in particular, look at BP back off the backboard, followed up by Tater's going to keep that in the orange half. Flake's got a nice wide open opportunity. He's going to get it almost past all of them with a little help from Mitayan. He tried to clear that away from his position, but if Flakes were a little bit faster, a bit more boost, he may have been able to slip that past the entire Echo Zulu line. Mitayan challenging Flakes off the backboard into Taz's position, who finds a fantastic shot. A midfield challenge gone awry for Widom Bros as 2-0 is taken by Echo Zulu, looking much better in this game at the halftime marker.
A perfect read from Taz as well. Tater, while going back, the last marker on the defense for Widom Bros. And as they, as you said, make a tiny mistake in the midfield, Flakes wanted to have a great clear. He had a great clear. The only problem went completely on the other wrong side of the field. Team Echo Zulu, that one goal gave them confidence. And right now, their aggression is not only on par with what Widom Bros were showing previously, but also exceeding that. They're finding those small gaps in defense and using them to fullest.
Mitayan once again in towards the shot. Flake's going to be able to take that save away. Taz, oh, a great challenge just denied by BP. He's back far enough. Could have been a great redirect inside the back of that net, though. A nice 3-0 for Echo Zulu to reinstate their dominance here in this matchup. As it stands, still 2-0, 2 goals in the lead, 1 minute and 50 to go, with great redirects coming through across the board. Demo's even out for Taz. They're trying to bring a whole new level of the game plan out for the Echo Zulu side. So the ball goes into that midfield, out to the center where Flakes are going to take control past Mitayan. Can he control it past the next round of the defense? Impact. No, Impact's going to take control of that ball before anything else. And Mitayan missing out on his touch. Allow BP to take a good touch. Impact in, Taz out. Because Flakes is going to get that clear back over to the midfield. Still, they've got pressure going. Echo Zulu looking much more aggressive in this one, but a return from Flakes. This could be on target, just defended by Taz. As Widom Bros struggle to get one back on their board.
And that's their first shot for the whole game. Widom Bros have been absolutely starved for any opportunities. Those passing plays that they were quickly pulling out on the field, absolutely gone. T-Back has learned how to stop him pretty early. And even their star player, Flakes, we praised him before. This game, he is quiet as a mouse. And Rhythm Bros really need their star player to show up right now.
You say quiet as a mouse. Despite that, he's on top of the points board. 3 saves, but no shots coming in for him. Rhythm Bros only had the 1 official from BP. They've had only a tiny amount of aggression on that backboard. As Mitten comes in with another good save, going to disallow another good shot on target. Impact coming through as well. Flakes trying to deny it and keep it inside that orange half. But 30 seconds remain as Echo Zulu get another good opportunity. Denied by BP at the midfield play. Over to Flakes once again, back off the backboard. It's Impact the follow through from Tater, bounces it inside the corner. Once again, 15 seconds remaining here for Echo Zulu as Rhythm Bros struggle in their own half as Taz gets another good shot on target. That one's going in. 3-0 at 9 seconds. This looks like it's going to be a Game 5 series jam between Rhythm Bros and Echo Zulu.
We knew we couldn't separate them, and they go down to the last game. And what a swing it was, really.
I told you.
Well, I agreed with you, Jay. That's the thing. We both thought this will be going close. And Rhythm Bros, while they really got the controls of the whole series for a while, Team Ekazulu snapped back. And really, they put Rhythm Bros on a diet. Even Rhythm Bros, with all their power, with all of their conversion rates, they can do much with only 2 shots, 3 shots actually. One of them didn't register, and that was a pretty good shot on its own. But Team Ekazulu bring the series back. And now it's what was that? There was an old-timey movie, like in the time of silent movies still, where 2 trains collide with each other. On one side, it's Team Echo Zulu's train. On the other side, it's Rhythm Bros. And Jay, please don't look at me like that, like you don't know what I'm talking about.
I actually don't know what you're talking about, mate.
He doesn't know what I'm talking about. Look it up. It's one of the first silent movies. They basically took 2 trains and collided them together. Pretty great spectacle. And right now, it's Team Echo Zulu's train versus Rhythm Bros. And boy, there will be a lot of steam in the final game. I love what Team Echo Zulu's shown here, though. They did not give Rhythm Bros even a breathing chance. But now, after those 60 seconds of a break, I'm expecting Rhythm Bros to at least try and bounce back, just exactly like they did after game number 1.
Well, I mean, you know, I might not know what film you're talking about, but I certainly get the analogy right there. 2 freight trains coming in head first on a single lane track. Like, pretty much is an apt description for how this one's going, because it's Game 5 right here between Rhythm Bros and Echo Zulu. We expected this to be, but who is going to take it? Will it be Echo Zulu? Or will it be Rhythm Bros to move forward into the top 16? It's kickoff for game number 5. As my voice cracks in excitement, it's Taz to get the first shot on target, and Flakes just comes through with a very, very good save, and now allowing a chance for an offensive play. Going for the flip reset, that Taz will be able to take control back towards the midfield. Now boosting his way into the blue half of the court, out of the corner. Back in, setting up for someone like Impact to take control. It actually will be Taz that comes, Mitten that comes forward. And the Impact going to play towards the midfield. Taz going once again back over into the left-hand side. Tater denying. Dropping it down for the moment, but not going all the way forward for Echo Zulu. Good challenge from Impact as, again, they keep that pressure rolling. This is what gave them that last game here, Jam. They can keep this going. They should be able to get a goal in, and from there it starts to get very awkward, but Demo's coming through. Tater's going to try and force the issue out as he demos out that midfield play. BP will pass back down to Tater, tries to see if he can get a shot towards the net. He goes towards the corner instead. They got pressure with one more chop coming in from Flakes. No, a bit too far forward. Still BP to recover. Mite had to save.
Team Echo Zulu have tried to put a lot of pressure on Rhythm Bros, and as another shot comes in. But I feel like they once again get stuck in the tar that is the midfield. And Rhythm Bros can use that so much better. The confidence is a little bit lost for Team Echo Zulu with no goals on board. And seemingly Rhythm Bros are using that situation just a little bit better than their opponents.
Taz passing the Impact, going off the backboard, back into Taz. Good dunk down, and Tater is just going to take control at the very last second. That looked like a very, very good team play coming in from Echo Zulu, and now the pieces are starting to fall into place here, Jam. I criticised the team play, that seems to be rectified. I criticised the aggression, that's also been rectified. Echo Zulu looking like they're going to challenge Rhythm Bros with the full frontal of their forces. As BP controls the ball back in, Mitten going to challenge over to the midfield. Impact going off towards the corner, going to try and follow it through with no boost, however, can only go so far, and Flakes is going to be allowed his breathing room to take control. Taz will get off the sidewall, meanwhile pass it to Mitten, who passes back to Taz, is a bit out of position again, also low on boost. They pick up the small pads in the middle of the field. Can't go for those hundreds. They haven't respawned just yet. As it stands, however, it's still zeroed out as we approach that half-time marker. Been a bit of a game of ping pong though. You know, Echo Zulu haven't had all the offensive pressure so far this game. There's been some chances for Weenem Bros. As Flake shot to take a shot is denied by one player back towards the back line. Mitaeng going to challenge on Tater's setup and puts it over to the blue half of the pitch.
This is a game of one single mistake. After that, it's just all floodgates open. And both of the teams are playing pretty defensively just to not allow that one to come in. And even with those wide rotations by Weenem Bros, they still have enough time to come back home and then start something of their own. If Tater can get this, Tater can get this! No, he doesn't get a freak accident. No, he does it all by himself. Strong control, perfect flick past Taz, and then just continued past Impact. Staying low on the ground, allowing him to get to rebound. As Impact goes for just a tad too hard. One goal might be the difference for the whole thing.
What a shot that was! And Tater going to continue to push this over to the orange half, I should say. Flake's going to get his chance. A new bit of life has been revitalized for Weenem Bros as Flakes controls it in the air. It might be a 2-goal differential to separate Weenem Bros from Echo Zulu. They're 2-0 up here at 2 minutes on the clock. Jam, the whole complexion of this fifth game has entirely turned around.
And yeah, did I say 1-goal game will be the difference? No, I also said the floodgates will be open. And Weenem Bros are showing what they've practiced previously, those perfect dribbling plays. They're adapted them. And this here, 2 of the best as Team Echo Zulu's defense is beaten. And now I'm not feeling that well for Dutch boys. Still, they most likely will be winning in the losers final. But this one might not be theirs to take. Weenem Bros alive. Well, not sick at all. We thought they would be dying. Nope, not a chance. Especially Tater coming in this strong as well. Perfect chance for Weenem Bros to everyone to step up to the plate and let their name ring out in the stadium.
So, who turned the switch on for Weenem Bros? Because this is just... It's the desk. Fuzz has got control of this just so he can get his prediction in, yeah? It's all a big conspiracy. The 3-0 is still the matter of the fact. And it's all in control of Weenem Bros with such a difficult scoreline to overcome all the pressure coming in towards the orange box and the orange backboard. Impact and Co are having a serious ball trying to get this out of their own half of the pitch as Flakes continues to pepper it alongside BP and Tater. Only 60 seconds remain on the clock. Finally a clear for Mitaeng and a goal chance going to be denied by Flakes. Impact going to try and wrap around, try and get this one back set up again in front of the player towards the mid-center. Taz out, Impact with a bump is going to get missed out by one. Taz, oh, great passing play, rebounding off a defender and getting the first on the ball for Echo Zulu, but it's step 1 out of 3 and very little time to make the comeback.
When a perfect rotation from Taz as well. He had a chance to either go straight for that shot pass or bomb up some of the defenders. Didn't even have to do that. He just finds himself an opportunity off a great rotation, showing that he can stay in the attack and find themselves a couple of opportunities. Best thing Team Echo Zulu could have done so far. This was the worst thing I suppose they could have done so far. Another double commit. They are right now still in control of the ball, but seemingly wasting their chances, limiting their opportunities in the attack.
Taz back in, Impact going to come through, but Flake's able to defend it just there at the line. 30 seconds left as he returns over to the orange half. Mitaeng's got to get a good amount of control right here. Gets past BP. Tater's going to rotate in. Can he outfake him? No, he cannot. Tater suppresses him over to the left-hand side. It goes wide of the marker, and 15 seconds remain. Echo Zulu got to maintain some sort of control. Taz off the wall. Passes over to Mitaeng, going for the aerial. Shot down. BP denies it. It's a little bit high. One more man to commit in a form of Impact. Gets close towards the marker, but Tater with one last clear. I think he may have just done the job and sealed the deal for Weenem Bros. What a game that was, that kept so tight right down to the last second, and Echo Zulu this close to bringing that whole thing back, but in the end, Jam, it was not to be. It's a 3-2 series for Weenem Bros.
Well, we picked wrong, but really, who could blame us? This series had all the markings of a Game 5 written immediately. It was only one question, the flip of a coin almost, who would win this? Team Echo Zulu got their team plays going, but for my liking, they changed way too much in between great setups on the other side of the field and those uncertain touches that really led them nowhere. and seeming almost like a lack of communication prohibited them from controlling the ball much better. As for Whedon Bros, seemingly every single player stepped up on that team at one point or the other to bring Whedon Bros not only to the game number 5, but also in the next round. They are the winners of this group. We'll be moving forward. Team Echo Zulu, though, with the way that they've performed against such a strong team, themselves being a strong team, I pretty much have no questions about who will be moving on the bottom side of the bracket. Decent versus Shizou, one of those teams will be the opponent for the Team Echo Zulu in the loser's side. But wow, what a game, Jay! What a game!
That was an incredible game and an incredible series, and Whedon Bros have rightfully earned their spot in the top 16. For now, though, it's back over to the desk, where they'll explain exactly why they earned their spot in the top 16.
Whedon Bros hit it into top 16. Job Jam said it was so close that it might as well be like a flip of a coin. But of course, Fuss, you had it locked down.
Completely disagree. I had that predicted very carefully from the very start.
Very carefully, missed it by one game though.
Missed it by one game, yeah, but that's all right. I predicted the winner, and that's the most important one.
Okay, if you look at this series, it was of course extremely close.
It was a great game.
Back and forth. You were in a lot of anguish over here on the desk as well.
I was shouting a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, like you are very invested in these games, even though you don't really have you have a stake in terms of predictions.
Oh yeah.
So,
well, I've talked about it earlier. I love watching these games. I love seeing these Rocket League teams that you don't normally see every day in the RLCS and in the RLRS and the other tournaments. I love seeing these teams that you don't see every day going at it and just getting some lesser known players, some bubble players on the stream. I love it and I love watching it.
That's of course one of the beautiful things with this Renegade Cup monthly. If you look at a bit on this game that we just had, the series that we just had, what do you think was the difference? What made Whedon Bros win in the end?
Like I said, I mentioned Flakes. I think he was playing super well. All of the guys on Whedon Bros was, but Flakes, he was one of the people that you just know on the field that he's there. He's there for whatever you're gonna give him. He took all the offensive chances. He scored on a lot of them. He was just an all-out pain for the other team to deal with because he was just fast. He was seeing the opportunities as they arised, and in Rocket League it really matters. Milliseconds matter. Milliseconds matter in this game. If you can spot an opportunity millisecond before the opponent, you have the upper hand. And I think Flakes did a really good job at getting this. And then you have a guy like Tater. He came in and got some really clutch goals, like basically just being a rock on the team. No big outbursts of extreme mechanical ability, but no mistakes either. He was just a rock. And you have BP also just genuinely a great player, and he was, they just had a great team play, I think.
Yeah, we saw a lot of great passing plays from Tater coming in.
Definitely.
Also a great prediction with a block where he pressured the opponents and ended up getting a goal. If you look at Team Echo Zulu, though, they're gonna have to play a final match to decide their destiny.
They're not out of the woods yet.
They can, of course, still make it in top 16, but they could also be out of the tournament altogether. How do you see their chances as a team? They're against Whedon Bros, a very strong team, but Team Echo Zulu, are they going to be favorites moving into the last one?
Definitely. The level of play we saw from them this game, it could have been anyone's game. It was a really close game, really great game. If they play like this in the next game as well, they're gonna have a good shot at getting the last top 16 spot in this group.
Let's take a look at today's schedule. We did already have 2 games, and we do also have a couple of the teams now that we'll be watching later. We did, of course, see the Schnozzers moving into top 16 as they beat I Got the Part. We're going to be watching I Got the Part later on again, because they do still have the opportunity. Whedon Bros then moving into top 16 after beating Team Echo Zulu 3-2. Then in the next game, we're going to have Team GFG versus ARC, also 2 teams still in the upper bracket. Then Bim Bam Police versus Swedish Musikak, also 2 teams in the upper bracket. But then we have the decider games. The first one is going to be I Got the Part, as we just watched. They're going to take on God Alliance as they God Alliance B, I must say, because we have 2 God Alliance in this one. And we're actually being told that we're pronouncing that wrong, so I'm going to go with different pronunciations throughout the day, and we'll have to see what's right.
Let me hear it.
Godallians.
Godallians.
Yeah, that might be
a nice
one. Or God Alliance.
God Alliance. God Alliance.
We'll have to figure it out. If anyone in chat knows, then then please do educate us.
Then give us a Google text-to-speech thing
Yes,
so we can get
please.
it. Yeah.
And then the last one, we're going to be watching Glacier Esports, but and they're going to be taking on the loser of this next match that we're going to be having, Team GFG versus ARC. Can you tell us a little bit more about GFG?
I actually mentioned this game last week as a game I really wanted to watch because I think I made a mistake last week saying 2 teams from Spain. That's not what I meant. I meant you have GFG from Italy, 2 guys from Italy, 1 guy from UK, Polar from UK, and then you have team ARC from Spain. Yeah. So that's 3 Spanish players. So it's going to be interesting seeing like a Southern Europe matchup. You have Polar, he's from UK, but the rest of the guys, Southern Europe matchup, that's going to be exciting. Going Forward Gaming, really a team that's done well, and they are coming into this game as the first seed, the upper seed. They were the first seed of their group, and you have ARC as the second seed. But I think that it's going to be a game that is going to be almost just as close as the game we just saw.
Okay.
Almost just as close, but I still think that GFG is going to have the upper hand.
Yeah. We can take a look at the predictions then to see what exactly you do think is going to be pretty close. 3-2 to Team GFG, and it seems like Jar Jam and Switchblade J expect it to be a close one as well, but they have ARC as the winners. I love these decider matches because finally we have a bit of a disagreement
it's more
between our
exciting
experts here. But Team GFG, why do you think they're going to edge out this series? What makes them the favorites in your eyes?
I think the fact that they have some players who has maybe a slight bit more top level experience in Rocket League. You have some players there, GCR who played in RLCS League play some seasons ago, and you have Stake, also a guy who's known as a bubble player and has really had some nice results over the year, had some nice teammates, mostly staying in the Spanish sphere of Rocket League. And then you have Mark by 8. I believe he is the last guy on the roster playing today, and he's just an overall great player who's also really positioned himself on the bubble scene as a player to watch. Oh. So I think they have that slight bit of more experience, more top level experience than GFG, than ARC.
Yeah. Also, just for you guys at home, we did just have the yellow sticks up. Maybe we can even get them up again. Yes, there we go. Thank you very much. Production on point. We have these yellow. Let me see if I can get it. Yeah, here. We have these yellow, and that means that Fuss on the day so far has 2 points correct in his predictions. Same for Jar Jam and Switchblade J. And again, you get 1 point if you predict the winner correctly, and then another point if you correct the score. So you correctly predicted both the winners so far, but not the exact score. But Jar Jam and Switchblade J had the wrong prediction for winner last time, but in the first match they did have the correct score as well. We're going to keep on trying that, and then we're going to add it together with last week's points at the end of the stream, and then we can see who is the superior expert. But to get the ball rolling on this series, we'll send it on over to Switchblade J and Jar Jam.
I'm not sure. I think Jam may have copied my homework, guys. Like this is getting a little bit ridiculous. Like you're holding your hands up like you have no idea what I'm talking about. But I think you know something that I don't, mate.
No, actually, specifically today, we didn't cooperate on any of our predictions. You specifically said that you don't want to reveal your predictions, and I didn't even listen to them. But my reasoning for picking ARG versus the GFG is simply the fact that I believe that those Spanish players, they're playing without Clayx today, but even last week, Clayx was substituting for Stake. This time, Stake is on the field with GCR and Mark by 8, and it's still up in the air to the question of whether the Clayx is a better player or Stake is a better player, but together with their whole team, Daniana, the last player on that squad, they form up one of the strongest country teams in the whole tournament, and I feel like just their sheer power can get them through. Also, perhaps that they needed a little bit of a switch, a little bit of mix-up to shake them up just a little bit, because despite their quality, I wouldn't exactly say that their series against the Glacier Esports were the strongest one. Game number 1, 6-0. We thought it was over right there, but then game number 2 went to overtime, and only by 1 goal, the single goal of the whole game, ARG took this. Third game, 2-0. Eventual winners of the series, but game 2 and game number 3 almost completely dead for ARG. Things weren't working out for them.
Yeah, and it's this Spanish style that melds so well between all the Spanish players that actually ARG can bring small intricacies that you can't predict because they have a 5-man roster essentially. Like they can swap those subs and in and out whenever they want to, and they've done that over the course of the last couple of weeks. And obviously, we mentioned ClayX last week. This week, Stakes back in the roster, and he's going to be a main stable part. Both players are really, really good, and they meld well between each other because the Spanish scene sort of stays in its own little subsection of Rocket League, and that's fantastic for the country because it means that they potentially have a very, very good shot at making some serious upset runs. And we have seen that in the past as well. You know, one of the things that our good friend Digital Bacon always says is never count out Spanish squads. Never ever do it, and that's why I went with ARG on this one. I still think that it's a clash of styles though, because you've got also on the other side a mostly Italian roster in the form of WLF side. GFG also have their own style of Rocket League that they're going to bring to the forefront. I still think it's going to be a close series. I think we all think it's going to be a close series, Jam. So I think we should look forward to it in the best sort of manner of form.
Yes, this is another series, obviously, that we predict 5 games, and it might once again slip away from us. But while I've seen Team GFG a lot on fields, still seemingly that pure raw power of ARG should be the helping thing against the going forward gaming, who themselves didn't do that well against esports. But still, it's 2 of the teams that I'm predicting to come out of their own group. The only question is which one will go right here through the winner side of the bracket, and which one will have to go for the bottom one. GCR, Markbait, and Stake. Well, let's see which one of the Spaniards is on the field today. The ones that are just fire and fury, or maybe taking a bag by Siesta.
Let's find out. Well, Siesta to start things off in the first 5 seconds there, Jam. Nice start from GFG off the kickoff. CKS to set up Polar, and what a fantastic shot to kick off. Again, we're only 5 seconds into the match.
Oh, Polar, I think, is already in his queue for an Italian passport. Especially with the Brexit looming in, he would like to get a little bit of Europe here and there. And I'm pretty sure CKS and Linda will absolutely have them. As ARG really don't start this match with the best one, a little bit of double commit to start that one off. And even right there, look at the perfect opportunity they found with a demolition to help them. But Team GFG try to dictate their playstyle to their opponents.
Very nicely done. CKS involved in both of the goals so far to the favor of GFG, as they have taken a relatively easy control of this one. I mean, we talked about the unpredictable nature of ARG. GFG have come right out of the gate, and they are striking back in an unpredictable fashion. Like, it seems that their opponents were not ready for this aggressive style that they brought to the forefront. They're leaving some major gaps in the defense. Still rotate back into the midfield, however. Mark Bayer in particular has got ball control, trying to get it past Polar, back up the backboard. Going to try and set it up for his teammate. Passes back in, but GCR is a little bit too far forward. Fortunately, Stake rotating just in time to gain control and get the first goal on the board for ARG.
And they set up a little bit of smoke and mirrors for Mark Bay. It's seemingly setting up GCR, but that pass wasn't meant to be for him. No, it was for Stake, who was already coming in on that one. If that wouldn't work out for ARG, perfect opportunity for GFG to start a counterattack, but they finish it in style. Stake, the player who was missing last week, coming in strong for his team. Well, he needs to prove, well, he's playing on the field today instead of playoffs.
Still a 2-1 lead for GFG here as we take past the first 60 seconds, a very action-packed 60 seconds with 3 goals scored in that time. As ARG maintain presence over the ball and control over the ball into that box. It's GCR that bounces it off the wall, followed up by Stake, I believe that was behind him. Aiming for a shot, followed up by GCR's position. Now Stake's going to come forward and try to take a shot right back down off the backboard. Second touch redirect's not going to happen. GCR in position, but Mark Bayet is going to be the man of challenge alongside the wall. Actually outfakes Polar, who misses the ball entirely. CKS has got to combine with Lindo to put that a little bit dangerous. But no one from ARG is going to be in a position to try and execute against it. Now Lindo with his shot opportunity, that will be denied by GCR. Polar's going to miss out entirely on the ball. CKS is still pushing towards the box. That's actually a shot on target. The Stake will be far back enough to defend, fortunately.
ARG know well how to balance. There's a shot on target. CKS, just as ARG rotate back in the defense, try to set up for another counterattack, especially with Lindo missing completely. But then the defense of ARG gets outplayed by a tic-tac-toe of Team GFG, and yet another goal comes in after a brilliant setup. CKS still part of every single goal by Team GFG. He's working on wonders on the field for Italian and one Englishman team.
Very awkward position being taken by ARG as well. The defensive is once again crumbling to pieces as GFG get the initial start off the kickoff. GCR trying to set up something for the ARG side as the aggression just seems to be looking more like timid than anything else. Stake will come in for a shot again, set up from that corner, but Polo's going to be there to defend it. Lindo to follow through and try and keep it away from ARG control. And GFG, right now, they're the dominant form right here. Again, I was not expecting this to come out from a team like this, like these guys, especially against ARG. You know, we're talking about the Spanish style and how aggressive it is and how unpredictable it can be. But right now, they're getting outread and outplayed by the GFG side as it goes back over towards that corner. CKS coming in, try and clear it alongside Polar, back over into the orange side corner, pushed away by Mark by 8, all the same. Now Lindo going in for a shot opportunity that will be defended by GCR. So ARG not going to be allowing a fourth goal to go through on the GFG side. Still going to be backing towards their own half as Lindo's going to get a shot, and that probably is just going to get defended by GCR, just barely getting back in time.
Yeah, right now, seemingly that the aggressive playstyle of ARG is hurting them. Team of 3 forwards, but no defenders. Really, I'm pretty sure they can defend well, but just not working out for them. Maybe that's that mentality. But they can play pretty well in the attack, switch between aggression when it's needed, or passiveness where they see that they are beat to the ball. Yet in the defense, that decision-making just doesn't come into play, and they get beat time after time by their opponents who are coming into this strong, and they're really breaking our prediction for a game now.
Very much so. I mean, it is only game number 1, so this could be the feeler game for ARG, but regardless, they're getting pounded by their opponents in the blue half of the pitch. The CKS challenges on Stake. GCR also off the sidewall, going to challenge onto Lindo. Polar that comes through and puts it over to the corner. And Stake will get over to Mark by 8, who follows through with a reset up towards GCR. Good shot on target. It's going to be defended by Polar once again. Stake to come through and put it over towards the corner. Now follow through with a mid-center setup that Lindo will be able to take away just by the skin of his teeth. Mark by 8 still puts it into the center where GCR's there to receive. Lindo and CKS combining to try and get that clear back out, and they should be successful in doing so. Mark Bay with another good challenge, but Polar's going to try and put that out of Discord. Mark Bay back in the center with Stake will take a shot, and Lindo's going to be putting it a bit high. GCR also a little bit too high of his own right, and they cannot get that all-important second on the board for ARG.
ARG we're trying to keep the ball on the side of Team GFG, but even with Mark by 8 sort of hovering in midfield, waiting for the ball, had no boost, Square wasn't able to come in. A double demolition that works out wonders for ARG as they find themselves a big gap. Well, it works out if you demolish one goalkeeper and then just put it definitely past the other one. Aggression works out for ARG finally, but those 40 seconds need to be ultra aggression, complete another gun-ho, and really for the most of this game, it has been working out for his Spanish side.
It's much better stuff coming in from ARG. They just have to replicate for the next 35 seconds, and then CKS does something absolutely godlike, bumping the defense out of the way and controlling the ball right inside the danger box, but can't quite follow through with a goal, and neither can Lindo. The GCR goes up as the Stake pops it high, pops it off the backboard. Lindo reads that. GCR trying to follow through, and Mark by 8 will try and recover it back off the corner into the center. GCR's going to be back in the midfield and try and control it. As Mark by 8 demos out Polar, sets up Stake for a chance, but Polar's going to respawn back in the exact same position. GCR with a chance, he takes the shots. We're back in at 3-3. ARG equalizing at the very last few seconds.
No, Stake gets himself an angle that wasn't really pressing as they didn't have much on either, but then they rotate in and pretty much slide a knife through butter. They're sliding through and strike Team GFG. Just as we thought that Team GFG might be running away with this one, no, you didn't expect the Spanish Inquisition, Jay, and that is very important. First game overtime, we are set for yet another Game 5 thriller for this series.
Well, I mean, it's a little bit early to call it a Game 5 thriller because we are only into game number 1, but this has certainly been a thriller regardless. As ARG try and strike back and turn the tables against GFG, who have had control all game long up until this point. The Stake and Mark by 8 play around the backboard. Mark by 8 going to go off the ceiling, go for a direct shot that no one's in the net to defend. They can't get back in time, and there we go. ARG, oh, how the turns have tabled a 4-3 now on their board as they take game 1.
The turns have tabled, you say, Jay. I do agree. That was a brilliant one, and what a brilliant showing from ARG as well to bring us to a 3-1 to a straight streak of 3 goals, and then Mark by 8 shocking the defensive Team GFG as they weren't expecting a shot. CKS moved into the advanced position. Last defender from Team GFG just wasn't expecting the pace that Mark was able to put on that shot, and as a result, game number 1 went from an upset for us to a pretty well played one for the ARG, and of course our predictions. The way they've been playing though, I'm still questioning the fact that they have waited for so long to take control of this game, because at the very beginning it wasn't looking like ARG were even awake for the starting game of the series.
Yeah, it took a very long time for them to get back into the matchup itself, and obviously GFG had full control up until that point, so I'm not sure whether this is just a flash in the pan, quick recovery from them in that last 30 seconds of game 1, or whether that will continue into game 2 and subsequently game 3. For now, though, however, ARG have managed to gain control of that first game. I think they could be happy with that, considering the situation that they were in throughout most of game number 1. It's always the case of whether they can replicate in game number 2, ideally turn the whole thing around in game number 2 and completely avoid any sign of misplay or any sign of weakness on their part. Because as you said, that they were looking very, very weak throughout about 4.5 minutes of that game. So let's see whether they can go for 4.5 minutes of strength in game number 2 as we look to get set for the kickoff here. ARG still in the orange side, GFG still in the blue. The Stake will take on Poland and start things off. Is GCR beaten to the ball by Lindo to try and get that first shot on target. CKS going for the redirect that will get pushed out the way by Mark by 8. And now he follows through towards the mid-center. Demos out Polar, sets up Stake, comes in with a second, but Stake's a little bit inaccurate. Still sets up towards the mid-center for the second man to come right through. And GCR and Mark by 8 completely kerfuffled in the whole chaos. Could not get the shot that would have set up ARG for a very nice opening goal.
Oh, if only they had the opportunity, because Team GFG respawned on the same corner, robbing them of extra boost they could have gotten it for their defense. But ARG's second attempt was delayed just a little bit. Still, a plan was there, and those little passes that they're making, only a post the fourth player from GFG can stop that attack.
GFG will now try and return fire. Had a good shot opportunity right there. CKS going to go for a 0 angle, scored. Redirect to come through towards the box by Polar. Lindo up high, going to put it off the backboard, look for a double touch, but GCR is going to come through and clear that one back of the backboard. It's GFG that take a little bit more offensive control than ARG so far in this one. GCR going to go once again off the backboard and try and return it over as the counter-attack comes through from the ARG side. Take good challenge, actually. Bounce it off his car 2 or 3 times to maintain presence in that blue corner. Now followed through a mark by 8. GCR comes back in for a secondary return. Stake bouncing off the corner, but cannot get his second touch back in at the mid-center. So we play on continuing for GCR, marked by 8. Lindo just going to be able to defend the shot coming in from GCR's side of things. CKS going to put that back over to the midfield now, try and return for the GFG side as they look for that opening goal.
ARG was weak in game number 1, mostly because those 2 goals that they conceded pretty quickly. You can see that things weren't working out for them. But as the game went longer, they took control of it and finally went into the overtime. Here, they are looking aggressive right from the start. They've learned all the mistakes from a previous game, and right now their attack's looking as dangerous as they were looking in game number 1. 0 angles, no goals, but the hard attacks all around.
Oh!
Damn it! Team GFG tried for 1. Was this close, and then Lindo just repeats the same performance on the other side of the field, just like ARG thought they were clear out of this. Not to be. Team GFG for the second game in a row strike first, but this time the ball is on the field. The ARG should be able to respond to this in a pretty good fashion.
Well, look at the challenge coming in from Stake, marked by 8 to come through. Demos out from GCR is going to put that ball out to the right-hand side, but you saw how close to the marker they got, playing a little bit of a game of pool with the ceiling right there. I thought that was off the crossbar, but no. ARG thought so too, and in the end, have to rectify it here off the kickoff, and they did get a lot of offensive pressure, but no goals to come through. Now CKS got another chance. Lindo up close will demo out 1. Stake's going to have to put that out to the midfield, but it puts it in the control of Polar. GCR just beats him to the ball. Keeps that ball control back in, but a return coming in from GFG will put it out towards the orange side midfield. Now Lindo controls it into the corner. Shot up, centered up for CKS. Redirect to come through. It's a little bit wide. Flip in from Mark by 8, trying to outfake Polar as he controls the ball back in. He misses his chance. Lindo to come through. Polar over to the right-hand side. CKS to follow through once again over from the corner side, but he misses his ball in the second touches. Now Mark Bates allowed a little bit of control, but not much. GFG going to try and pressure ARG in a similar sort of fashion to ARG were pressuring GFG earlier on in this game, but it's not going to quite work out for that second goal here, Jam.
It's hard for Team GFG to push through the ARG, especially when ARG's rotations are perfect. They actually have the chances to go straight to the midfield, and snatch the boost from Team GFG, allowing them to really stay in that defense for a pretty long time. Here's an opener though, only Lindo in the net. You could see GCR already hunting him.
Nice!
And that will be an easy opportunity from ARG as they finally found themselves a counter-attacking opportunity. And with 2 versus 1, it was an easy put right there.
That's exactly by the book. That's why I love players like that, because you can see them from a mile off and you just have to execute. Just bump that last defender, let your teammate get the shot, and there you go. You're back in at 1-1 here, Jam. ARG take control of the ball for the kickoff, try and center it up towards another good shot. GCR going to be forcing a double commit there from the GFG side. Not going to be enough to exploit and try and get a good shot on target. Stake back in over on the other side. Mark Blair's going to try and control it away to GCR side of things, but CK still going to be able to intercept and get ball control of his own right. Back into the blue half, it will still go as GCR is going to get beaten by Polar, and him and Lindo control the ball back in, send it up shot for CKS to try and take it. He will go wide of the mark. Polar cannot recover either, as ARG's accuracy will be hurt by quite the amount, but vice versa, all the same for ARG. They get close towards that marker. It's a little bit too far wide from the shot coming in at the corner side. GCR to the mid-center with CKS challenges. Lindo all the same. Mark Bayer over to GCR, over to Stake with his chance, but Polar's going to be able to take it away from them. 30 seconds left. Jam will be on for another overtime, but a good shot coming in from Stakes a little bit high. Lindo will push it out for safety's sake. Mark Bayer to try and recover CKS to return to Lindo. Good shot off the backboard. Second touch is going to be denied by Lindo to come through from Polar. Double touch chance taken away by GCR. Keeping this on track, it seems, Jam. 15 seconds left. A lot of offensive pressure coming in from GFG, but they can't quite seem to get the job done.
That final minute was ARG's, and you could see how well they were playing up front. Those passes they were setting up, brilliant. It just wasn't enough to push him through, and as Team GFG had their 2 minutes of fame, is that it was almost on target, but yet we have the second overtime in a row, and this is how close both these squads are. ARG with their really, the way they've been playing, the way they're keeping control of the ball, or sometimes just keeping it away from their opponents, is really the deciding factor. Even in the lower half, they're sometimes playing that a little bit of Toreador, keeping the ball away from themselves, but also away from the opponents, not allowing Team GFG to take a foothold in the orange half.
ARG now takes some foothold in the blue half. Polar, TCR read that. It was like, you know, this guy's way too far forward. You can sort of see it from his angle as well.
Yeah.
He slowed down to take a couple seconds to actually read the situation and put it high enough that Polar just could not jump up and get the save. So there you go, 2-1 on the board. It's ARG in with a victory. A 2-0 now on their board. It's another match point for the favorite, well, in our opinion, the favorites here, Jam. But it's looking a lot more dominant than I was expecting. I was expecting it to go back and forth games. Now GFG have to go for the full reverse sweep if they want to try and take the series away.
Yeah, it's still looking great for GFG in terms that they're keeping ARG down to a 1-goal game. Twice in the overtime means that is, especially in the overtime after a reset, it's an opportunity for any of the teams to take control back for themselves without that horrible need of having to concede a goal, or the great thing of scoring a goal. That last goal by GCR, though, so much patience by him and recognizing the chance. I'm pretty sure he heard the adage of don't shoot till you see the whites of their eyes. And he's so Polar, and he executed. Very well done. I'll take a 3-0, Jay. Really, at the end of the day, I'll take a 3-0 as well, because right now, ARG...
Hey, we predicted the winners, right?
The winners, I mean, job done. But one more game, and we'll have to wait just a little bit longer as we need to remake the servers. I also see ARG having a little bit of connection issue here and there. Maybe that a new stadium would help them out even more, as if they need any more help. But for Team EFG, they have a pretty great plan. It's just that really those opportunities that ARG can get on the other side, I feel just with a one counterattack out of nowhere, are working for them pretty well. Well, GFG themselves, they have a lot of passing plays themselves. It's just that to break down the defense, that is also the offensive ARG, it's a hard task for any team in the Ember Series.
Yeah, that offense has been looking so good right now, and arguably you can say that for their opponents as well. Like, both sides have been relatively good at maintaining that pressure, but it's also very good on the defensive clears coming through, because both teams are also playing a bit more of a game of ping pong more than anything else. Like, you know, they are getting some good clears back and forth and getting offensive plays back and forth. that is keeping this relatively close. You know, there's a reason why these matches have been down to the wire. It's because both teams have had plenty of chances on their boards. So let's see whether they can turn those chances to gold right here. Again, it is match point for ARG to make it into the top 16, move forward to the next stage, to the playoff stage of the Ember Series. It's ball out to the favor of GFG to start things off as they try and play some passive pressure in the offense. They keep this ball inside the box, trying to see if they can get a good shot in just by bumping the defensives out of the way. Polar comes through against State, tries to keep that ball inside the orange corner, will be successful. It's Lindo back off the backboard into CKS's position. Is going to be pushed away by Polar. Puts it up for one player. State going to be demoed out, but all three players going back for boost. CKS is just going to try and maintain that presence. Goes for the back corner boost. Can't quite make it work. But Lindo comes out of nowhere and no one's able to defend that. It's first blood drawn by GFG.
Wow, that should have been clear for ARG. Despite the sloppiness in their defense, this should have been the top for Stake, but he misreads it just a little bit off the target, while as Linda was straight aimed for it and faster than his opponent as well. Team GFG work out that initial pressure into a goal after making sure that the ARG are almost unable to defend properly. Their clears weren't working, and as a result, the team of GFG just invited themselves into the net of ARG.
Ball out of mark by 8. Polar taking the ball away. CKS to Polar. Nice read. Nice opportunities off the backboard. State's going to be able to just get back in time and put it out of discourse, because that was certainly an opportunity that GFG would not have hesitated to take. Smart by 8 comes through into the midfield. Gets it past 1, 2. Demo out. Tries to go for the zero angle, but can't quite make it work. It will go wide one more time as Stake as a demo on Polar. The CKS maintains control. Stake into the mid-center. Mark by 8 to try and dunk it back down. GCR in with a second chance as Polar takes it over to the midfield. GCR denies it. Tries to get it past CKS with a chance to right clear in front. Oh my god, GCR! No momentum behind that ball, but he doesn't need any. There we go. 1-1 ARG right back in contention.
Oh, just those little extra touches that he could have added to that ball made sure that it didn't go the way of CKS. No, it went the way of JCR and Lindo in the net, but no time to reverse himself. No half flip would have helped him in that position. And ARG are back into this one. Just one small opportunity is all that they need to break down Team GFG. They'll be pretty happy with what they got on the other side of the field.
Now much coming through from Mark by 8 again, trying to wear that defensive thin. Although that being said, breakaway chance for CKS, almost found it in from the blue corner. GCR able to get back in time and put it out of play, but that certainly was a dangerous move from ARG to commit that far forward. Ball in from Stake, Lindo challenging, ball into the corner, and CKS trying to get off the sidewalls. GCR and Mark by 8 take control. Lindo challenges, puts that ball once again back out of play. No chance for the ARG side as of the moment. State will get it back down to GCR. Once again, it's Polar to take it over to that midfield. Fed away by a teammate. Follow through shot coming in as he tries to maintain that pressure going into the orange half as we hit the half-time marker, 2 minutes and 30, and we're 1-1 on this here board. Passing from CKS to Polar's going to go way too far wide, so no chance on that one. Good shot still coming through from ARG as they continue to try to get this pressure off the backboard. Second chance coming through. Demos in. It's not quite a good enough touch, however, from the third man in the offensive play.
But it's so important for ARG's playstyle right now. If that was a great finisher, they would have beaten the whole defense of Team GFG. 2 players still returning back, and with the last goalie completely demolished, it was an open net for ARG. How do you play against the offense that is so aggressive and also so brutal when it comes to just removing your goalies? Team GFG are keeping themselves alive, but only by hair. Against ARG, it's proving to be a monumental task.
Still all evened up as we approach the final minute of the game. ARG not letting this go so easily as GCR gets it back off their backboard. It's Polo and CKS to try and double commit towards the defense. Now Polo will follow through, but Stake challenges successfully. It's marked by 8, missing his chance. Going to leave it for Stake, but Lindo's going to beat him to the ball. It's a very dangerous ball of his own right, but GCR again disrupts it. Keeps it out of play for GFG's offensive side. Now Mark by 8 with no boost, still going to get a shot on target. Fortunately, it is weak enough for everyone to be able to adjust there from the GFG side. So no second goal from ARG so far in this one. But again, it's going to come down to the wire here for this third game. And 60 seconds remaining. Lindo shots defended by Mark by 8. GCR follows through CKS with a lot of ball control. But Mark by 8 again, great on the defensive. Lindo with a chance, however. Stake still back in the back lines. going to maintain that presence in the defense.
Oh, Team GFG just tried to put everything in that little box. Any opportunity, even with demolitions coming in, but their numbers dwindled in the end. And the ARG held on onto that one. Now it's their chance. Previously, we saw Team GFG getting their a little bit of moment of control, but then ARG took it at the very end, where it's the most important one. But right now, they're trying to go for it one more time in game number 3.
Ball back over to that orange half. GFG again going to try and look for their chances, but Mark Bayet controls the ball back in. Good shot. That one's very, very far gone. The Polar manages to beat everybody else with the ball. Good shot coming in from Stake though. CKS going to put that one away as it does go off the crossbar and does not go in the back of the net. Looking like we're on for another overtime here, Jam. But GCR still sets up Mark Bayet. It puts it out to the midfield and not towards the box itself. Stake able to get one last defense, trying to see if they can kill the ball on the floor, go to overtime. And there we go. That's 3 overtimes in a row in these 3 games here, Jam. Neither GFG or ARG want to give up the ghost when it comes to this one, as they fight for their spot in the top 16.
Holy moly. Really, ARG and Team GFG played such a strange game, but such a close game as well. Shot count improved by the end of this game, but still majority of the time, balls spent in the midfield, but not really in the ping pong situation, just that the both teams were so adept at playing the ball forward, not really taking much control on the other side of the field, that we just saw volleyball from one side of the field to the other, but a quality kind of a volleyball. And now one of these teams need to find it in the overtime. Obviously ARG sitting on a comfortable position. The team for Team GFG, that might be that little bit of a clincher. They might also, if you really wanted to get one back over the ARG, and with attacks coming in fast, Team GFG defense just not there. GCR, difference maker in previous overtime, difference maker in this one as well. You could see GFG just ran out of potential players, while ARG playing wide, still getting in the right position to continue threatening and eventually getting the work done.
I think Lindo may have bumped one of his teammates out of play, which may have hindered that defensive on the GFG side by just a little bit. And I think that's what cost them overall, because he did bump one of those players. I thought it might have been an attacking player, and if that was an attacking player, they might have dismounted the offensive play for ARG, but probably not to happen, I don't think, in this case. But there you go. A surprising 3-0, you know, we all expected this to go to full 5 games, but ARG's unpredictable and aggressive nature managed to turn things around from game 1, and since then, it was just all their side, all day, every day, Jam.
Well, I might disagree with you there just a little bit, Jay, because the nature of the series, 3 overtimes in a row, meant that GFG had a pretty big say into this one. But I would agree that that swing that ARG took in game number 1 when they brought a 3-1 to a quite an unlikely 4-3 in the overtime, meant that really at least got a control of it and still kept going with it. Another, I would call it a close series one way or the other. Despite the scoreline of being 3-0, you look at individual games and you can immediately see that Team GFG fought tooth and nail against their Spanish opponents. Well, it just wasn't their day. It is the power of the Spaniards that gets them through to the next round. But in the losers brackets, it's still Team GFG all the way.
Well, GFG will have to face off in that losers bracket later on during the show. I don't know if we've got them on stream per se, but we'll find out later. For now, though, it's back over to the desk because they're going to break down that relatively one-sided series.
Relatively one-sided series.
Relatively
3-0.
Yeah, 3-0.
But 3 overtimes.
3 overtimes. So that is relatively close.
Yeah, I mean, you can make the argument for one or the other.
Yeah.
It is as close as it can be in a 3-0 series.
That's true. That's
I
very
will
true.
say that.
Yeah.
But if we talk about these games, well, we do have one correction first, I guess.
We do have one correction that is actually quite necessary because I have been misquoted.
I'm not sure if it's that necessary, to be honest.
It is necessary. We actually, everyone predicted the same, but some things got mixed up. I apparently was quoted as having predicted GFG as the winner, but I actually also said ARG as the winner 3-2. I have proof on Discord, but it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna get a point like the rest of the guys.
Yeah. I like that you go, it doesn't matter, but I will take the point. It doesn't matter, but the point is lying.
As long as you fix this right now and we don't talk about it again.
First, we'll be receiving 1 point because we do have the Discord message for 3-2 to ARG. So you guys did all predict a very close series. It did end up being very close.
Yeah.
In the end, 3 overtimes. What is it that makes ARG coming out of this series victorious?
Yeah, well, now it's gonna sound funny because all this stuff that I wanted to say about ARG, apparently I said that about GFG when we were talking about it earlier because I got confused looking at the screen. I thought I had said something different. I mixed up the players. It got mixed up. But the things I said about GFG that I actually meant for ARG is that they had the experience. They had the top level experience a bit more than GFG had. They had GCR who's been playing in RLCS league play. And I think you could see that even though it was a close game, you could see that they had the pressure most of the time. They had the passing plays that were working better for them. I won't say that GFG was struggling, but they were just always that step behind, and that showed off.
Yeah. So coming into these like clutch overtime situations, experience you think is what pulled it out in the end for ARC?
Yeah, because also in Rocket League, a very important thing is keeping up the pressure. Even in overtime, don't let your nerves get to you. Keep it up, keep up the pressure, keep pressuring. Don't think about if the overtime is going to be 20 minutes long or it's going to be 2 minutes long. Just keep the pressure at all times. Don't stop fighting, don't slow down. And I think that's what ARG did.
GFG then, of course, ARC moving into top 16. Will be joining some of the teams that we saw winning early on. Yeah, Snowsers and also Weedem Bros.
Yeah.
We do also have the group standings here for you from Group A to D, which are the matches we're seeing here on live on stream today. We did also have a game being played in the deciders. Team Echo Sulu, if you see over in Group B, Weedem Bros made it through 2-0, beating Team Echo Sulu.
Yeah.
Then Echo Sulu was beaten down to lower bracket where they had to face Decent, and they took the win. So that means that Team Echo Sulu is also going to be joining the rest of the teams in the top 16. Same goes down in Group D.
Yeah.
I got the part did play a decider. I'm not.
Yeah, but that was against Left Right Good Night that fortunately had to forfeit the tournament. They couldn't play today. That's why it says that they don't have that they only have 1 loss.
Yeah.
But I guess a forfeit counts as a loss as well, so it should actually be 2 there. But they forfeited, so in the end it's the same. I got the part and the Schnosers, they're both through to top 16.
Yeah, and that leaves us with over in Group C. We're gonna have Team GFG now. They're gonna be taking on Glacier Esports. Over in one of the last deciders, and then of course we have if we can pull up today's schedule, we can see what's going to happen next. Is we're going to be seeing Bim Bam Police taking on Swedish Muzzy, and they will be playing later. The loser, of course, will be playing later on, and they're going to be taking on God Alliance, as you can see down in Game 6 later on today. But let's start out with the Bim Bam Police versus Swedish Muzzy.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about those teams.
Yeah, again, one of the, I believe, if we're not mistaken right now, if I remember correctly, I have predicted Swedish Muzzy as the winner of this game. So that's actually, if we are defining an upset as a lower seed beating a higher seed, then Swedish Muzzy, if they win over Bim Bam Police, it's going to be an upset. And I am predicting the upset for this game. I know Swedish Muzzy very well. Nix is one of my very good friends. He's a great player. Also, Meaty, I've played with and against him a lot of times. Muck is the only guy on this roster from UK that I don't know that much about. I believe that if Meaty and Nix are playing with him, he must be good. I haven't myself played with him a lot, but I have faith that they have picked him because he's a great player. So Nix and Meaty, both from Sweden. They have Muck from UK. I believe they are going to take this.
You say that you know Nix and Meaty very well as players. You've played with them, against them. Can you tell us a little bit about their playstyle then, or their strengths, weaknesses? Do you have anything to elaborate on those
Nix,
guys?
He is probably one of the people that I play the most with right now when I'm just sitting at home playing. He is a mechanically very, very capable player. He's the kind of player that will very, very rarely make a misplay on something mechanical, something that he can control himself. When he gets the ball, you can 99% of the time be sure that he's gonna do something good with it. He's gonna get it either to a pass or he's gonna just straight up get a goal with it. He's a very mechanically gifted player. Meaty also, I know him as a fast player that might not have the exact mechanical prowess that Nix has, but he's the fast player, also the kind of the rock that we were talking about on some of the other teams. He's the kind of the rock of the team that will just make sure that the defense and the overall composure of the team is kept in place. Whereas Nyx, he's going out on a limb, taking a mechanical chance, where Medius is more of a rock.
Yeah, okay. Then Bim Bam Police, the first seed in the group.
Yeah, they're actually the first seed of the group. Yeah.
Do you have any information or any wisdom to share about those players?
Not as much as with these guys as with the other team. I don't know these guys as much, but as we saw last week, they played really well. They also took their first win. So of course they are staying in the winners bracket. And here you have Vano, Bram de Swaggart, and Lethal Kale. All three very, very great players. I believe that Jarv Jam and Switchblade, they were also talking about it last week, that they did not see them going into the game without getting at least okay, maybe I'm mixing some. Yeah, I think I'm mixing some stuff up now. They have been playing great. That's what I'm gonna say about that.
They defended their first seed.
They did. Yeah, I was about to mix it up with another game there. That wasn't that, but they've been playing really great. We saw that last week. I think they're gonna do the same, but I still think that Swedish Muzzy is gonna take it.
Well, let's bring up the prediction then. If you remember correctly, if you really did predict Swedish, otherwise, of course, you just go back and say you have Discord proof and everything. You know.
I mixed it up. Nah.
Yeah, but we do still have again the yellow. Points.
Yeah.
So far you guys do have 4 points each.
Yeah, that is actually pretty nice.
Out of a total of 6 possible so far. So we're kind of keeping up with the score, but now we're gonna have something changing up, because you have a 3-1 prediction to the Swedish Muzzicocks.
And this time it's correct. This time I'm not gonna backtrack and say I got misquoted. This time it's correct.
This time it's correct. But Jar of Jam and Switchblade J have 3-1 to Bim Bam Police, the first seed. They do expect that first seed to hold up. You already giving your reason why you think the Swedish Muzzicocks are the favorites heading into this one, but we're going to send it over to Jarv Jam and Switchblade J to explain why they have Bim Bam Police as the favorites in this one.
Well, thanks again, gentlemen. The simple truth is that we know who Bim Bam Police are. We can't say we know who their opponents are, unfortunately. Knowledge and stuff, but you know, whatever. The truth of the matter is that like Bim Bam Police are also consisted of teams who have made it relatively far in previous relegated monthlies. You know, Lethal Kale is one of those names that jumps out on the field initially for me, Jam, as just one of those squads that you know, as one of those players that can do really, really well. I still think there's potential for them to lose a game though, and the main reason why I believe that there's potential for them to lose a game is because their first series in their group did not look confident. Like it looked like there was a lot of potential for them to lose against Here We Go. Now I'm not sure whether that match was a flash in the pan performance for Here We Go or just a lapse in form for Bim Bam Police. Certainly it looked like it may have been a lapse in form, if not a pretty consistent problem for this squad. But I can't see them losing against the Swedish Muzzicocks side.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen Swedish Muzzicocks, although I've heard the desk previously talk about them, and even in between in the Discord, we were surprised to learn about the win that Swedish Muzzicocks got against Godlines. Godlines, the A squad, a pretty solid team of their own. But with the Bim Bam Police, really, it's hard to not give them the win, even against the sort of unknown element that is Swedish Muzzicocks. You mentioned Lethal Kale. He was playing with Bolo. Bolo's currently sitting 6th in the qualifying points, and I've heard that they might come back together. They've disbanded for a while, but really for such an occasion as the finals, the $20,000 tournament, they might as well be coming back as the Bolo squad, or perhaps Bim Bam Police can hit it pretty hard. With Brander Swaggart, he's playing for Gamefist over in the Benelux Kaiser League and other various tournaments. You might have heard Gamefist's name previously in the variety of European tournaments here and there. And Vano, I mean, he's at a high level. He is still the player who gets preferred by Teda, Junior Calyx, Ghostfire. They're previously playing with him in various tournaments. So that squad is a solid one. But you mentioned the little bit of a digression over there that they were having against Here We Go. That 8-4 loss, that was, I think, one of the biggest scores we had last week. So if they once again fall apart as heavily as they did in those series, Swedish Muzzicocks can steal one game, maybe even steal 2. But it's still a big question mark over the side of Swedish Muzzicocks.
Yeah, I think also this will be a very nice pace setter for their opponents. I still think this will be a very nice pace setter for Bim Bam Police, because obviously we didn't see them perform in the most confident of fashions last week when we saw them play. So if they have a similar performance here, then it does sort of like put the rest of their tournament lives into contention for me. At the same time, if they actually manage to smash this out of the water, then I can see that maybe it was just a flash in the pan performance. Maybe it was just a bit of an awkward sort of state of affairs. But we'll find out. We'll find out how that one goes as we go through the matchup. Right now, we are just having some lobby problems, so we're just going to get that sorted in a couple of moments' time. But yeah, you know, I can see sort of where Fuzz is coming from with that 3-1 prediction to Swedish Muzzikok. I just can't see myself agreeing with it all the way, to be honest. I can see maybe a 3-2 victory for Swedish Muzzikok if they get a little bit lucky, and if they get a little bit you know, if they get the Bim Bam Police that we saw last week, then maybe I could see that being maybe about 20% chance.
A pretty small chance, but I think Nix, Meaty, and Mug will take it, since we here are really not considering them to be the 100% favorites, but neither really is Bim Bam Police. That one game, I think is pretty fair to give to Swedish Muzzikok. But and if we just go back to the game that Bim Bam Police had against Here We Go in the first round, Here We Go, unfortunately, not participating in the tournament anymore as they had to forfeit. I would actually put them as the second strongest team in this group, or perhaps it would have been a really big choice between Swedish Muzzikok, Godlines, and Here We Go. Still, it's Bim Bam Police had their up and down in those series. Almost seemed like two of the strongest teams. DI and Pioneer was playing for Here We Go together with Econ, for previously obviously spotted on the AS Monaco side, who is now disbanded. And unfortunately, their points are forfeit in the whole qualification board. There is a lot of spots still to be taken, but as Desk has already spoken, as we have already mentioned, we already had our first losses. We already lost our first team, but already we had our first qualifiers. There's still spots to be taken tomorrow as well, since we'll be doing the groups E through groups H, and there are some tasty games going on. Just looking at this, I mean, every single winner's finals is stacked. Briggs Bus Drivers, Belchadam 21, Sawit Childish, Gambimbam, to be honiest in the shippers. How can you possibly separate those? And wow, and yet we'll be having them all tomorrow.
I think that's going to be where the prediction game gets really fun.
Oh.
I feel like we might be disagreeing on a couple of different points here and there, but we'll have to find out tomorrow. Of course, make sure you tune back in at 7 o'clock CET as standard for those matches from Group E through H as we close out the group stage on tomorrow's broadcast. But zoning back in on this matchup here for the Bim Bam Police side, I want to talk about the future for this squad as a squad. You know, obviously they formed up. They were in a couple of previous Renegade monthlies, but they obviously they forfeit all their points. You know, Lethal KO is not going to, as far as my knowledge, is not going to be part of Bolo. I don't think he can be part of Bolo because he's participating with this team. So therefore, I think that those points are also now null and void. But is there a future for this team to do some damage in the bubble scene? Is there a potential for this team to do some work, or what's up?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure with those three players they haven't been together for a long period of time, but seemingly they've got themselves a pretty good squad going. Wouldn't exactly call him perhaps the strongest one, but you can expect him going through into the next round with relative ease, I would say. Again, our prediction are 3-1, and even that one little drop will be just enough. Just three solid players, never spotted before, still have a lot to work together as a team, but knowing at what high level they're playing, they have some force behind them. It's only a question whether they will stick after this, because we already even saw teams that are succeeding in the Renegade Cup fall apart for one reason or the other. We already had changes. For example, Bilchadam's team, if I'm not mistaken, was it Bilbo or was it Chiri who announced that he will be leaving the squad, the X squad of Epsilon? Chiri, and they decided to stick together. And I think it's for the best. They're currently sitting at the top of the qualification board. They were already qualified for next round, but I like the fact that they have participated in every single one so far, every single one of the Renegade Cup monthlies, that is. And are still continuing to play them. This one, they're not just coasting on their position in the board. They actually want to prove on the field also why they're deserving to be in the finals.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, for that squad, obviously they've been through a lot of turmoil in the past, so they've had a little bit of a few problems overall. Fortunately, they are sticking together for the rest of this one. So we're not going to see those players sort of disband for the finals. That would be absolutely tragic for us to lose one of those teams. But we obviously know that hasn't always been the case for every single team overall. You know, again, that's part of the reason why this Bim Bam squad formed overall. You know, is because things weren't working out for their respective squads. You know, and obviously those points are now got to get brought back somehow. Maybe they have to win the entire thing, I think, in order to get this whole thing together, you know?
Yeah, but as we mentioned previously, they had to go through some fierce competitions because out of those teams that I do consider to be some of the strongest to be contenders for the first spot here, at least 4 of them haven't even gotten any points, and it's just a hard fight for anyone right now on the field, including the Bim Bam Police. Actually, I wasn't putting them that high up, but they need to be the bus drivers with the relating wave and distance. Challenge Gambimbam, Ted Akara, and Junior Briggs, Frizz Saxon, and Didritzer will be on the field. And I'm pretty sure our Danish desk will be cheering out for at least 2/3 of them. Of course, ARG, we just saw them fire in the hearts of Spaniards, and the Shippers with Chakran Oslan and Arju Chakran playing with that team since Reason Gaming won't be participating in this one. They'll be forfeiting the whole thing. And I believe Reason Gaming, as of right now, aren't even the squad anymore.
Yeah, so the landscape is shifting, I think, is the point to make right there, Jam. There's still a lot of what's the word? I'm not sure what the word is, to be honest. There's still a lot of I don't even know. I don't even know what the words are, Jam.
It's okay, Jay. Just to take a break. Take a moment to read a dictionary or thesaurus, maybe. And we'll be right back for this one. But we mentioned this last week, actually, and it's a pretty good point to make. Despite all of these teams being here in various weird configurations, Renegade Cup is the perfect place to show yourself and also to make a name for yourself on the bubble scene, showing that you can then next qualification season for RLRS, you'll be amongst the contenders. I'm pretty sure the Renegade Cup results will be used in seeding for the RLRS qualifiers. It will be just a great way to show yourself that people might not have heard about you, but this is the perfect moment to show. It's a big tournament as well. Obviously, every single week something is usually happening, but this is the biggest one of them so far. And if you can show yourself here, make a name for yourself, you can even get a chance of being picked by an organization or the other. We already had a couple of changes during the whole tournament. And since we've seen some of the teams being picked up by organization, specifically the last chance, I do believe was, I'm on the North American side of things for whatever reason. Apparently, Prime Noah was picked up by Comrade Gaming EU, and that's pretty a blast from the past. Just like Shazoo, team that has been around since 2015, Comrade Gaming has also created their squads back when Rocket League has just started, and now they finally have resurrected the whole squad. They weren't any big names on Comrade Gaming back in the day, but still interesting to see that how the organization coming back in this one. And really, apparently, Prime Noah, I absolutely love the way they showed Noah Cynical Candor. Their game was, if not perfect, then really solid against their opponents. And I would love to see what they can show up. Unfortunately, they're currently in the losers bracket in Group G. But against Boomer, I'd say they have a pretty good chance to at least go forward. Unfortunately, then they'll have to play either against Savage or Childish Gambimbam. And that's a pretty tough task.
Yeah, I'm hoping we see a little bit more. I'm hoping we see a little bit more from those guys, obviously, even the Comrades side. I think we'll probably end up seeing them tomorrow, probably. So let's see if we can focus on that tomorrow. Let's focus on this one right back now, because I think our lobby issues are sorted. Yeah, the lobby is up. So now we're just waiting for Bim Bam Police and Swedish Magic Cock to join our game. So as soon as that happens, we can just basically get started here, Jam. Yeah, I think everyone's about ready to go. So let's do this. Bim Bam Police in the blue side, Swedish Magic Cock in the orange. Sorry for the delays and sorry for our stumbling about our words as we try and fill for an unnecessary 10 minutes of technical problems. So let's go into this one. 5 games to play out, a spot in the top 16 to go for the loser, however, I believe is... No, it's not, Crash. So this is still one more winners match, so we're not quite out of those woods just yet. So the loser will still have another chance to fight on later on down the line, but still a top 16 spot in play for the Bim Bam Police side as they try and kick things off in the orange half. A lot of pressure coming through. Lethal Kale challenging. Vanna's going to be there on the back line to try and hold down the mid control. Vanna that's going to put that one back over to the mid-center where Meaty is ready to receive on the part of Swedish Muzzycock. No boost, going to have to leave it to his teammate, but a nice open net that they couldn't have been able to score against, unfortunately. The ball returns back over to Swedish Muzzycock's side of things. It goes off the crossbar. Vanna with a dunk down. No one in the net to save it. And there we go. Bim Bam Police starting their way to the opening match.
That's a little bit too open for liking of Swedish Muzzycock, as they can't challenge Bim Bam Police quickly enough. Ball just evades them completely. And a simple pass off the backboard sets up, with the help of Lethal Kale, sets up Vanna in front. As Bim Bam Police just waltz themselves into the defense of Swedish Muzzycock. They weren't looking as strong from the beginning of the game, and Bim Bam Police just work out exactly how they can walk in and take that first opening goal.
It's an opening goal for Bim Bam Police, as expected, I would say. See if they can try and control it back over on the Swedish Muzzycock side. They have had some good offensive plays already in this opening 60 seconds. They're going to try and set up a one right here, but unfortunately they are going to get beaten to the ball by Bim Bam Police, so they have to keep their pressure going. Redirect back off the crossbar, off the backboard, I should say. As Vano comes in, Lethal Kale going to once again put it off the backboard one more time. As Brown back into the mid-center, where Vano's going to be a little bit off target, cannot quite get to the ball in time, so he'll get beaten by the defensive of Swedish Muzzycock. As Mug goes forward, puts it over to the blue half once again. Will control it there towards the corner and now try to set things up for Swedish Muzzycock players. But only a mid-center ball is not going to be taken by a shooting player.
Swedish Muzzycock need to throw a much bigger spanner in the works of Bim Bam Police to be able to have a chance on the other side of the field. And right now they're trying to make up something that actually their attacks are looking pretty strong. The goal for them is working out in the end as they just keep lobbing the ball through on the side of Bim Bam Police, as the Dames themselves are struggling to get back into the net. So much easier to attack than it is to defend. The Swedish Muzzycock tied this up pretty quickly, despite this being really their first proper chance of the game.
There we go, back in at even, so not quite the far gone conclusion, although that being said, that just happened. Nix in with a second goal for Swedish Muzzycock, quickly taking control. Okay, I did not expect that to happen. I'm not sure if you can call that a kickoff goal or just good play, but it certainly felt like right time, right place for him and Mug.
Bob and weave. Bob and weave was the strategy for Nix, and really that reaction to go straight for the ball. He picked the right angle, and also the kickoff also obviously favored him. Cheat up from Bim Bam Police really didn't pay them any favors. Swedish Muzzycock would love that, because really with their positioning, with our predictions, I remind you that both myself and Jay said that it will be 3-1 in favor of Bim Bam Police. Fuss said it will be 3-1 in favor of Swedish Muzzycock. And well, right now with that little disadvantage in predictions Swedish Muzzycock have, they were pretty happy that we were able to shock Bim Bam Police as quickly. That was that spanner in the works, and it worked out pretty well.
The ball off that backboard, it will be Bim Bam Police on the backline defensive, but they're going to quickly turn it into an offensive as Meaty has to control the ball in. Nice dribble play, pass one and the second. Okay, no boost to pass back in, however, still chance to be taken, but Lethal Care will beat the offensive play to the ball. Still Swedish Muzzycock in that blue half is Meaty. That will also get beaten out by Lethal Care. Next has got to come through, but Vanna's going to get a nice chance on target, and he just beats the last defender all the same. 2-2 on the board. Bim Bam Police, they may have conceded the lead temporarily, but it's only a temporary situation.
And script play by them, since they work out so well with their passes, finding someone up front, making sure that Swedish Muzzycock can't even get to intercept that pass or block the shot. Well, we'll see the passes being pretty much all the difference all the day through. And Bim Bam Police once again proved that rule that you need to be moving the ball on the field in a pretty brisk pace to beat your opponents. It's working out for Bim Bam Police as they tie the game.
Mug trying to get a shot on target as Swedish Muzzycock try and get aggressive. Shot coming in from Mug. No one's in the back line. Lethal Care will get there, but fortunately it's wide anyway. Ball try to play back into that midfield control. It's Vano challenging Nix. Will get it past Nix. Now follow it off the sideboard. Try and aerial his way back in. Flips once. Still managed to get the zero angle shot. Now Brown's going to come forward with a shot of his own right, but Meaty will take that away. Mug also back in the same towards the corner, missing out his one shot. A demo in on Meaty will take out his back line, back up, I should say. As Lethal Kale will clear over, try and bump that last player back out of the play, but nothing going to come through for Bim Bam Police. They're still going to maintain that pressure, but no goal to try and break the deadlock.
Yeah, that bump was a pretty great idea of a play, but instead he just loses him a little bit. Still, you could see that Bim Bam Police control this well, and with the shots coming in, it was a little bit too overextension by Meaty. Driving forward from the net just a tad, and yet still not having the chance. He recognized that he missed that opportunity. He went forward a tad too early, even went back with a flip, but at that point it was a tad too late. Vano seeing the opportunity, using it perfect.
Ramdas Wagad, nicely done, and now Lethal Kale, nicely done. One missed touch was all that cost them there. Watch this again, Vano with a challenge, and Mug missed entirely, went around it. Oh no, the Irish-born blood just can't quite get it locked up here.
Sometimes you want the ball really hard, so hard that you indeed completely whiff it altogether. Well, it's an exchange of kickoff goals. Swedish Musikak had their own. Now there's Response and Bim Bam Police. Well, just like we've seen previously.
Ooh.
Oh, that was... Huh? That was a lot of confusion over there. Ball going all over the place. And yet that's still a goal. Oh, that's Meaty. It's all Meaty with his positioning. He arrived in that position yesterday, Jay. Did you know that? He still get his chance work.
Just like that, we're back in at 1. There's not a chance there for Swedish Musikak, however. 50 seconds left. Ball control for Meaty. Bam's going to try and deny it. Nix will come forward. Mug will try and feed back into the mid-center where Meaty is ready to receive. Pass back towards Mug. Is going to be taken away by Bram. And followed through onto Vano's part. They're both going to try and swing around each other and pitch the ball out of contention, but it goes over to the blue half regardless for Nix's quick clear. Lacking in the boost numbers, but 30 seconds remain. He'll miss out his one touch. Meaty going to get a touch back into the box. But Vano's going to have to put right back out of the box. Mug still in with a shot. Lethal Kale defends it and now follows all the way around the other side of the corner. The time is ticking for Swedish Musikak. They have a lot of pressure. Finally, a clear away. Mug to try and intercept Bram. Bram's going to push that ball out of contention. Pass back in from Mug to Meaty. Cleared away by defensive again. 9 seconds remaining as it goes on the backboard. Vano's going to have to push it out of position. But Nixon with a great shot and no one's in the back line. Rotating in to try and get back in time, but no one reaches the ball. 4-4. Swedish Musikak back in the game.
Just perfect for Nix. He was just a moment ago. He was on the other side of the field, picking boost, rotating back. But the speed that he took to get to that ball nets him the perfect opportunity in the right place at the right time. And the kickoff goal, and the kickoff was almost deadly on the other side of the field. But Jay will we have it? Because it's still not done. Wait for it.
Wait. Oh, okay. Okay.
And breathe.
And breathe. Okay, well, that certainly got tense for Swedish Musikak, but not to be in this case. No buzzer beat. And no, this is Rocket League, even though technically it's not. This is Rocket League, but whatever. Ball back in off the backboard as Nix goes for a very wide shot. Vanna's got to put that off target. That was very, very close. They're getting a bit too close for my liking again for the Bim Bam Police side, but they are going to be able to hold down the defense mostly here. Meaty coming forward, good shot to Lethal Kill, will just put out a target. Now Mug to follow through, good chip over towards the right-hand side. Van just uses the post to chip it away, taking it back to push it forward. Meaty still going with a shot, that's a bit high, but Nix will come through with a shot that's just pushed up with the last line of defense. Bim Bam Police holding it down. What a save, what a save, what a save. Chat the same one for 4 seconds, but not for long by Nix. 5-4, Swedish Musikak finally put the cap on game 1.
The moment the chat gets disabled, that's when Swedish Musikak get their chance. Toxicity level dropped, but the pressure's there. Bim Bam Police were able to pull out their players out of anywhere, just sleeves, hats, but eventually they had to run out of potential players to get in the way of Swedish Musikak shots. Bim Bam Police were playing thin for about 20 seconds. Well, Swedish Musikak teach them the lesson. 1 game, and now it's time for 3 for Bim Bam Police. But what a roller coaster. It was swinging both ways. But I have to get it for Swedish Musikak for really taking the game back from Bim Bam Police and making sure that they finish it in style. Completely outshot, 16 shots. Bim Bam Police had to work hard with those 7 saves. And Nick Smog and Meaty, well, seemingly there's a new team on the radars. And against Bim Bam Police, a strong squad in its own right. Well, we're seeing two teams emerge here over at the Ember Series and Renegade Cup Monthly.
Well, I mean, it's not over just yet, Jam. A game's a game at the end of the day, and we were saying that the Swedish Muzzycock side should be able to take at least one game away from Bim Bam Police, but now this is where things really heat up, obviously. Bim Bam Police will have a full best of 5 that they can play out for here, Jam, so let's not count them out of it just yet. It's not like they're completely on the map. They made a bit of a blip. Let's see whether the Swedish Muzzycock side can readjust to what Bim Bam Police are going to bring to the table here in Game 2. Obviously, they've had their chance to feel out how this Swedish side, mostly Swedish side, I should say more than anything else, is going to be playing for. As they play the ball over to the orange half to start things off, but Bram in with an instant demo, going to try and take out one of the backline defenders. Actually, I think it was one of the offenders just taking him out of the equation, but Mug will come through and return the favor. Bit of revenge on towards Bram's side of things. He'll respawn, take the first shot, not quite. He's going to get to Mug first, performance by Vanna, who's going to pin it over to the orange corner. Next with a chance, but also challenged again by Vanu all the same. Lethal Kel and Bram in with chances. Bram's going to try to take a shot on target, and Meaty will be able to defend. Mug also back out here as Bram passes over to Vanu. Meaty still gets his chance on one. Mug follows through. No one's in the back, but Bram just rotates in time to put that out to the blue corner.
Swedish Muzzycock were pushing the ball pretty well, finally pushing it past Bim Bam Police. But if the ball lacked just a little bit of pace to make sure that they went to the net. On the other side, though, Bim Bam Police were trying pretty well with just rolling the ball in front of net, in front of net, in front of net. Swedish Muzzycock. It wasn't working well for them on that attempt. But they're sort of showing their cards pretty early in the game as to how they will progress further in this match number 2.
Oh, Vanna with a great chance, as is Lethal Kale's chance whiffed, but not going to happen for both players. Lethal Kale will come back on the defensive side and try and hold it down for Bim Bam Police as they get close to the line. But Swedish Muzzycock again, they had a ton of pressure on the backboard that will work out for Mug. Meaty from the backboard to his teammate, and Swedish Muzzycock draw the first goal once again.
And
I keep making that mistake. I don't even know why. That's like what match versus goal. Come now.
Calm down, Jay. But Mug, fantastic. That touch was counterintuitive. He put it where nobody from defensive Bim Bam Police was, and what a perfect place that was. Bottom right corner, and with a touch that was backwards, negative, and yet still he got just enough on it in the vision just to create it as well. Swedish Muzzycock start the game number 2 well in their favor as well as Bim Bam Police. Something is really not Bim Bamming on their side. Bram Dragon, Lethal Kill, Vano. Yes, they scored 5 goals in the previous game. Right now, have they used all their chances in the previous one? It's just not clicking for them in game number 2.
Damaris coming through from Vano, going to try and see if he can out-aggress the Swedish Muzzycock side. Bram comes in, the ball out to the corner, second touch, ooh, just pinched off the crossbar. Second player to come through, Lethal Gal's got a nice open net. No one can reposition in time for Swedish Muzzycock as they equalize on the Bim Bam Police side.
Oh, your heart skips and nicks. 100 boost in his tank, but he overshoots it just a little bit just because he needs to react to that ball bouncing up high. Put himself in a horrible position, even with the attempt to return back to the ground and block the shot. Lethal Kale still gets it on target, and Bim Bam Police find themselves an opportunity after a series of mistakes by Swedish Muzzycock in their own side.
All out from Bram and Lethal Kale back in the backline defenses. Still Nix passes into Meaty. He's received those passes so well before, but Nix couldn't quite bump out of play this time. As Mug tries to play back out to the right-hand side. Instead, Bram's going to get past in. Vanna's going to take a shot, and what an angle to find. A hair too late from the last line of defense of Swedish Muzzycock, and their opposing force is back in the lead.
Oh, with the last millimeters of reach, Vanna dodges straight into the ball and gets the ball away from the last defender. Swedish Muzzycock got hit by a quick attack. Wasn't even really a counterattack, but a 1-2-3 from Bim Bam Police made sure that the ball went swiftly from their end to the other and resulted in a brilliant goal by Bam Bam.
Oh, nice defensive from Bram. Meanwhile, coming through, Meaty's going to look for his double touch back in the backboard. Oh, Lethal Kel rotates in time. Mid-center rotations are not what you often want to see, but that worked out perfectly for the Bim Bam Police side as they hold on to their lead, just about looking to extend it as it goes off the back. More the defense from Swedish Muzzycock does come to fruition, and Meaty actually might get a very long shot. The Lethal Kel has to come through and defend. And this is getting very close to each team's net right here, Jam. This could be a very high-scoring game if they can work on that accuracy and get it on target, because that's the thing that's hurting these teams the most, both Bim Bam and Swedish. As the Swedish side takes the ball back over to the blue half of the court, is Vanu taking it over on the counter-attack. The Knicks and Mo are going to combine with a demo and a clear to put it back over on the blue backboard.
Yeah, I can see that both of the teams disabled breaks on their cards and just exchanging quick counterattack after quick counterattack, with the defenses barely making it in time to make a save and then start something of their own again. Oof, there's a miss from Knicks. There are a couple already in Swedish Musikog's defense. This time Bim Bam Police wasn't in place to use that, but the next time it might once again cost them a goal or even a game.
Knicks going to get beaten to the ball by Lethal Kale, and Vanu follows through towards the corner. 60 seconds remain. Bim Bam Police only need to keep this up and they will be in with an equal series. As Bram comes forward, puts it over to the blue half, into the blue corner. Blue box. Turned over to the orange side now as Meaty follows through. Mug going to pass back into the mid-center. Nick's going to get a good chance. No one's in the back of the net! Bim Bam Police, what happened there? 2-2, right back in to contention for Swedish Musikog.
Wow, and Swedish Musikog recognized their chance. Bim Bam Police are not clear for that rebound or anywhere near that rebound. So it's a perfect opportunity for Knicks to use that chance. Though straight off of the kickoff, it's looking dire, and still no breaks from both of the teams. They're playing risky. High risk and high reward for both of them. Swedish Musikog, are we going to have a second overtime here? Without aggression, you predicted a lot of goals, and here's the third one. Lethal Kale absolutely beams it. Not just beams it, beams it. I like a laser beam straight in the top right corner of his chance.
Such a difficult angle to hit as well, because obviously he was coming in, the ball was going to go high, but he just pushed it low enough to the point where it would bounce off that crossbar and go past the line. So there we go, 3-2. Bim Bam Police at the last 20-second mark are going to take the lead away from Swedish Musikog, and they just have to hold on for a little bit of time. We've seen how close Swedish can get this ball, however. And 10 seconds remain. Nick's going to follow through. Meat is going to come forward, cleared away by Vano, and now it's all going to rest in the backline defensive as Lethal Kale follows it over to the corner. Mug away. Bram forward, shot on target, and Meaty and Knicks are just going to be able to keep high enough. Back off the corner, Meaty's just going to keep that ball up, and Mug's going to be able to take control. Lethal Kale bumps one player out of the way on the defense, and Knicks somehow able to keep this alive. 100 Boo's going to fit it into the center, where his teammates are going to be one pinched off the ceiling. Meaty's got control, but it goes to the corner instead. Mug with one last chance, back in the Knicks, no bloody way! Lethal Kale keeping control, but Knicks keeps it alive. This is the longest buzz I think I've ever seen in my entire time casting professional Rocket League, as Swedish Musikog just will not die. Finally, the ball will touch the floor, but again, they came within inches of pulling a This Is Rocket League.
Someone, I do believe, yeah, that was Mayday in the Ember Series Discord that said we needed a fuzz cam during the games. I think we need J-cam as well. Jay almost went off the edge of his seat watching this, and I was right there with him. The game of Keep Yappy started pretty well, although it's a hard game to play. You all of a sudden need to completely change the way you're thinking about your rotations, about how you pick up boost just to keep that thing alive. And Swedish Musikog brought it up to here. They were up in front of the net with the chance at scoring. Wow, this has been the highlight of today so far, Jay.
Oh, yes.
Great. And the Bam Police get their wins, so at least the predictions are still alive. Swedish Musikog just weren't able to get as many chances in the previous game, and scoreline obviously has also died down just a little bit. But the Bam Police and Swedish Musikog still like to play sort of without stops, without any limiters, and the exchange of the attack still continues on the field.
And I have to say, Jam, in the last game you were saying Swedish Musikog putting themselves back on putting themselves on the map as it stands. I'm starting to lean more towards agreeing with you on that one. I have to admit, I wasn't 100% convinced after game one, but after game two, the dexterity to keep that ball in play for as long as they did, it's just absolutely insane there from the boys over on the orange half of the pitch. As Nix controls to kick things off, it's Vanny to challenge him in the midfield and try and get the ball centered up. Meaty over towards the corner. It's Brown that puts it over to the midfield once again. Mug and Nix back in, shots away. Lethal Kale going to push this over to the orange half once again. Meaty Back in, Bram and Lethal Chaos passing between each other. Vanna's going to come and get a little bit of the attention. Try and dribble it away from Nyx, leaving the ball out in no man's land, but won't be able to follow through. Instead, moting it off the crossbar, but his teammate just puts it over to the side rather than putting it down center and into the back of the net. Now Vanna's going to get his chance to return. Flip reset against Mug. He's going to be able to defend it 'cause it's way too far away from the net, and they return back and forth like a game of ping pong in the early part of game 3, Jam.
Well, that's not just your regular style of ping pong. No, this is a quick one, and what a opportunity for Bimba Police to open up the scoring with last player Swedish Musica coming in and stealing the ball from their noses. This is a game of advanced ping pong, Jay. The way that they're playing, it's really professional. Speed, still fantastic. Play still great. That backboard shot, like upside down attempt with a bicycle hit. Bimba Police are trying it all, but so does Swedish Musica. The way that they can bring the ball out to their own half is brilliant. And right now, well, they're putting themselves on the map, but so do the Bimba.
That was something else right there. Oh, good angle from Nyx all the same. Good shots coming in across the board here from both Bim Bam Police and Swedish Muzzikok. As Bim Bam clear it back down, Lethal KO going for a light shot over to the right-hand side. Bram's going to take out one of the midfield defenders, and Meat is going to be able to take control of his own right, trying to see if they can get that clear. It's Lethal KO to return, and now Bram passes back to Lethal in the mid-center. Vanu obviously receiving all the same. Lethal tries to dribble it all the way back off the backboard. Vanna's got to go ahead and rotate back as Nyx has all the control he needs. Challenged by Bram, again go to the midfield. Vanna's got his great chance on net. A weak shot that Meaty will be able to get in and account for. Ball goes back off the backboard, and the defensive from Swedish Muzzikok holds true. As both teams have had great opportunities and great chances, but the defensives are holding face from both sides. Meaty with a major mistake though, and Bram has no problems punishing him. The first is on the board for Bim Bam Police.
And Jay spoke just a tad too soon, because the moment the defense was praised, and really so far Swedish Muzzikok had been holding up perfectly. Indeed it is. Well, you get one each single tournament, so that's perfectly fine, Jay. But so far, until that very moment, perfect, almost spotless defense for Swedish Muzzikok. Now playing from behind, and in this overtime-heavy series, they know how to score against. And again, they are really capable of bringing the ball to their side of the field with quick movements, finding themselves in the air way before the Bim Bam Police get there, allowing themselves to, if not score, then to at least get the ball in such a dangerous position that Bim Bam Police had to really gather up all the resources to stop.
And with a bump, Nick's going to try and challenge for it. Lethal KO with a shot on target. Meaty's just going to get high enough and push that further away. That's Vanu's trying to get in control, but he completely whiffed any sort of touch on the ball. I guess Meaty pushed him out of the way. It's sort of that challenge on the wall, but I'm not 100% sure what happened there. Regardless, still going to need pressure going as Brown passes to Vanu, and Vanu uses his opponent as a ping-pong piece. 2-0 now. Bim Bam Police in with a 2-goal lead.
Well, a little bit of a paddle action, I suppose. Nyx in a horrible spot, really, to be there. Only added more pace on the shot. But the Bim Bam Police outplayed Swedish Muzzikok in the air. Right now, they can equally outplayed here. Vanu, though, opportunity for them to go up for it. Still works out in the end. I was looking at Vanu, but I should have been looking for a lethal kill as he came into that situation with all the boost that he had. Since Swedish Muzzikok once again put themselves in the scoreable position of a third goal.
Yeah, nice position from Lethal Cal to find the angle on that ball. He saw that bouncing off the side wall and coming back into the center. So he knew that was a nice open net for him. He knew that the defensive could not rotate back in time from Swedish Muzzikok. And now you can see that the opponents of Bim Bam Police are starting to look a little bit worse for wear. The defensive is starting to crumble. The clears are not quite as good as they want it to be. I'm not going to count them out just yet, but it's 1 minute and 30 seconds to score 3 goals. It's not impossible. But it is relatively difficult as Meaty tries to get that difficulty lighten up a little bit. In fact, a 3-man play might be able to go just about in. No, Meaty follows up regardless. Bram with a great defense, but it was not enough to defend against Swedish Muzzikok.
Yeah, Swedish Muzzikok really came into this one. Only needed to set up one great play up front, and they're back into this one. This was their piece de resistance. Bim Bam Police just couldn't. They even threw 2 players at that ball in the end, and that was their death. And Swedish Muzzikok just had enough players positioned in all the right places around the net to get any rebound their way.
So, 1 goal down, 2 more for Swedish Muzzikok to find. Bumps coming in from Mug will try and push Bram out of the way, but in the end, Vanna's going to be there before any of the other players on the offensive side, able to take control. Nyx will still try and get a pass back into the center, which Bram's going to be able to defend against. Back over the Mug position, but Lethal KO is going to beat him to the board, now allow Vano a little bit of room to breathe. And it's Nyx this time that beats them to the ball. Now Mug passes into Meaty, pushed out the way by another defender from the Bim Bam Police side. Meaty pumped all the way to the other side, but Lethal KO is going to get close towards the mark. Not quite on target for that net. We'll still try and challenge for ball control as Nyx moves away. It's Mug with his own control, dribbling the ball back towards the backboard. It's Bram that pushes it over. Nyx to follow through. Good challenge on Vano's side, so he keeps it over in the midfield with no momentum behind it, and Lethal KO is going to get a great shot on target. No one's saving that. 4-1 on the board. Bim Bam Police looking to take this game.
Meaty held on to, or rather the Mug held on to single one of them chasing it. And perhaps Swedish Musica would have been better off giving the ball to someone else on that attack. As a result, Bim Bam Police just weighed out. They didn't take any risks up front. They knew that that 2-goal lead could have been immediately cut down to a 1-goal lead, and then it'll be trouble. But with a solid 3-goal cushion, it's Bim Bam's game through and through. Might even add another one. There's the 5th one, as Van adds a 2nd one for himself, and Bim Bam Police have completely out-Bim Bam their opponents.
Yeah, this 3rd game, looking very, very easy from Bim Bam Police. And at this point, 4 goals is very difficult to overcome. In 15 seconds, you need a kickoff for every single one. So, yeah, I'm going to call it impossible here, Jam. You know, I've had those words broken in the past, but I have confidence in this time. They might score a goal, but no comeback will be on today. But their own goal are going to get returned. But again, it's mathematically impossible here. This is Bim Bam Police taking match point.
They're just screwing with all the people who have already marked the score down, and then you'll have to cross it over and say, no, not 5-1, 5-2.
Like you?
Another goal for Nyx. He really didn't deserve that credit to his name for this one. Swedish Musikak just lost that a little bit of pace. They're still trying to move the ball around the field, and a lot of credit given to them for that. But it's just that on the other side of the field, a lot of mistakes marked this game number 3. It was a whiff here, a poor decision there. And by the time these mistakes sort of piled up into a loss that they really had absolutely no chance of getting back on their own half. So game number 3, Swedish Musikak will just like to forget about this one, not getting the chances, making so many errors that led to so many goals from the side of Bim Bam Police. Now it's their chance to bounce back, get that game number 4. The Bim Bam Police would really like to get that done and get that 3-1 and move on to the next week, because they are already on match point, and if game 3 is anything to go by, they're in a pretty driving seat for the series.
Just to remind anyone who's joined us midway through this series, this is for a spot in the top 16. Bim Bam Police will knock Swedish Musikak into the lower finals of their group in Group A. So not quite over for Swedish Musikak if they lose this next game. For Bim Bam Police, this will be their chance to make it through and take a very confident top 16 place. Again, this will be fantastic for them to start getting those points in the Renegade Cup. But for Swedish Musikak, I think they put themselves on the map pretty well. Unfortunately, I don't see this next game going well for them. I think this might be the final game of the series here, Jam. I'm not just saying that because I predicted 3-1. I'm saying that because in that last game, it really did look like Bim Bam were coming back into their own. You know, it did look like that they were just all over the shot. They were ready for whatever their opponents had to throw at them. Swedish Musikak couldn't keep up at the very last second, so that's where I'm thinking this one's going to go. I'm thinking it's all Bim Bam Police, although a great start from Meaty, just denied by Vano. And that's what I'm talking about, you know, good kickoffs recovered on the Bim Bam Police side as they try and play around the offensive line, return it to the offensive of their own accord. As Mug controls, misses his shot, as does an opposing player from Bim Bam Police. Now Meaty trying to control it, but Vanna with a great 50-50 chance, putting it over to the orange corner, going to keep that pressure rolling for Bim Bam Police, at least for the initial part of the 30 seconds, but Swedish Musikak again going to try and strike back. Trademark aggression from these boys has worked out relatively well so far, but not going to amount to a goal this time.
The reset of the new game to shake off that lot of nerves that we were playing with, and right now they're trying to get back to the basics. But that is really balancing the aggressive play style as to where they can pop out on the field from at any moment, with a pretty passive and defensive play, allowing them to sort of wait for their opponent's mistake. Unfortunately for them, Bim Bam Police is not that prone in making any mistakes anywhere on the field, so they really will need to press if they want to get a win in this game.
Ball clear coming in from Meaty. Bram controls it, keeps it in the midfield. We are still zeroed up for the opening minutes of the game. Next passes the Mug, going to try and see if he can outposition Lethal Kale, but Lethal Kale will beat him, and Vanon's going to get that one close towards the box. It will actually go inside the box temporarily, but Mug's going to take it away. Outposition Bram, cannot outposition on the second touch, however. Vanon's going to read that relatively well. Pass back inside the box. Meaty misses entirely, though. And Swedish Muzzycock continue to crumble in the back line. It's Bim Bam Police with the opening goal.
Small, tiny mistakes. This time, another attempt by me to go forward just a little too hard. And by the time he tries to recover, the ball is already in the net. Unfortunate, but at this level, you are not allowed to make mistakes like that. This is a perfect opportunity. Lethal kill in time. Swedish Muzzycock just find them out of nowhere. It's almost like by magic. Bim Bam plays sprinkle a little bit of own magic on that field and make safe.
But again, it's all Bim Bam Police able to recover those terrible situations. Now, that was an out-of-nowhere goal, but Lethal Kale still read it, still rotated in time, still defended and kept this at a 1-0. You know, Bim Bam Police may have been equalized against. Ooh, although they are starting to bump each other out of play. And this is one of the concerns I had with Bim Bam Police coming into this series. You know, we saw them in their first match against Here We Go. But that one went a 3-2. Again, to Bim Bam Police's favor, and it was all because of those issues of bumping each other in the back line and making some major positional misplays, small mistakes on the Bim Bam side that threw a little bit of doubt on my prediction for this one here, Jam. I'm starting to see some of those small problems start to come to fruition. Could this be the turnaround for Swedish Muzzycock is the real question.
Bim Bam Police really do not want to give up so deep into the run, and they really need to outforce themselves to be a little bit more careful when it comes to those plays. You already saw them getting caught in the rotations a little bit too much on the same flank, just coming in again, not really covering the whole net, which would allow Swedish Muzzycock to get some chances of their own. But alas, still no shots for Swedish Muzzycock, and the ball just refuses to stick on the side of Bim Bam Police for long.
Vano's demo, or Mug, I should say, is going to put that ball over to the blue half, however, so they will be able to hold down for the moment. Meaty, another good challenge against his part of things by Bim Bam Police, denying the shot opportunities, and now the clear will come through. No one's at the midfield for Bim Bam Police to try and receive it, but that's fine. Again, they can play in the defense, and they have been doing so far. Pass back in, over to the mid play from Vano's side. Good challenge as well. He's going to put that inside the box, but not for very much longer. Good clears coming through. Lethal Kale will still keep that on track as it goes back off the backboard. No second man there, the challenge on Meaty, but Bram will still get it over to the other side of the court, keeping it inside that orange half. That's all really Bim Bam Police need to do. Apply the pressure, get the time down low, and win at a 1-0. Lethal Kale will still try for a second goal, however, try and secure that lead for his side, but will not be successful this time as Meaty goes back into the mid-play. Touches out, Vano missing, as will Mug touch it very, very lightly. So nothing gained by either side just yet. The Bim Bam Police continue to slow the pace down to a crawl in the last 60 seconds, try and maintain their lead of just 1-0 in Game 4.
And you can see that in the attack, even when they're getting their chances, they are not taking any risks. They better just leave the attack and not get a goal rather than put themselves in the position when they all overextend and open themselves up for a counterattack. Passes finally clicking up for Swedish Muzzycock. Really weren't able to muster anything previously. Right now, this is looking crucial. They were previously setting up a couple of great intermingles in between each other. Bim Bam Police does the same on the other side of the field, but it's still that one goal is all the difference. This might be the lowest scoring and the lowest shooting game of the whole day so far.
Ball inside the box, 19 seconds left. Vano will get fed away by Meaty's part, will still manage to maintain control. Mug's going to try and play back in towards Nix's part. Good pass, but denied by one of the defending players. Now Mug gets to Meaty, now pass back into the corner. It bounces off the corner, but fed away by other defenders from the Bim Bam Police side. Now return to the orange half. Meaty with one last chance. Nix to try to keep it alive, but Lethal Kale challenges it. And there we go, Jam. 3-1 for Bim Bam Police. Swedish Muzzycock threw up a hell of a fight throughout those 4 games, though, even taking one away. You know, it was a very good performance, the expected result, but certainly not the expected level of play that I was expecting from this side.
Yeah, you wouldn't say that they confidently got their games against Swedish Muzzycock. Really, the only one that was strong was the game number 3, where a 5-2 scoreline with a lot happening on the field really showed the power of Bim Bam Police. But Swedish Muzzycock, it would hurt for them to go out of the winner's side of the bracket with basically by one goal, by one small mistake over the whole game. But since they didn't get anything done on the other side of the field, I think it's only deserved that the Bim Bam Police didn't get all the control after that solid win 5-2. they still knew exactly how to close out the game that they have been leading by just 1 goal. And just for that reason alone, I think they're deserving to be moving on to the top 16.
Yeah, and obviously they were moving on to the top 16 on the Inman Police side. Swedish Buzzcocks will have to go through Godallions, I think it's called. I was calling it God Alliance last week, but whatever. They're going to have to face up against them in the losers finals. We won't be bringing you that match. Instead, we're going to be bringing you, I think, Going Forward Gaming next. But before any of that, it's back over to Fuzz and Daniel on the desk to break down that 3-1 victory for the Bim Bam Police.
3-1 to Bim Bam Police. They bim bammed their way into top 16.
They did. Unfortunately for me.
Yeah, unfortunately for you, but another first seed securing the spot at top 16.
There was.
You did, unfortunately for you, because you did predict 3-1 to the Swedish Muzzicocks.
No, I was misquoted. No, yeah. This time I'm gonna accept the defeat. I was having too much faith apparently in my friends.
Yeah. So did the Swedish Muzzicock, did they disappoint you with their performance, or was it just Bim Bam Police playing better than you anticipated?
Bim Bam Police definitely surprised me with how well they played. I didn't think they were gonna be able to withstand the offensive from especially Nix and Meaty, but they did. That was one of the things that they did very well. They kept Swedish from scoring. And, you know, they had a lot of goals themselves, but they were also really good at keeping them from scoring. And that is ultimately what secured them the win, I think. They just kept them from scoring.
They scored more goals than their opponents.
They scored more goals, and that's
easy.
Ultimately what gave them. No, but like you saw,
Great
like
defense.
they had a game 2 that was 5-2 for them. It was only in the end that Swedish really broke through and got some goals, and that was just too late. And you saw in the last game they didn't score at all. So you know it was just they kept them way too well from scoring, and that was well played.
Yeah, so again, Bim Bam Police on to top 16. Swedish Muzzicocks not out of the competition yet. We'll be watching them later on stream, actually. We can maybe even get the schedule up for you guys, because so far we've had the first 4 games, which were the upper bracket. So the winners are through to top 16. We had 1 upset in terms of the seedings. The Snoozers were the first seed, 1 over I Got the Part. I Got the Pot did make it through, though, in the decider match. They're also through to top 16.
Yep.
Same story in the next group. We then Bros take it 2-0, but Team Echo Zulu also through. And then we have Team GFG took a loss to ARC, and Bim Bam Police just beat out the Swedish Muzzicocks. But that means that we will be watching Team GFG next versus Glacier Esports.
Yes.
I'm not actually sure if we did get the predictions in for this one. We did, I'm being told. So yeah, I guess we can just already look at the predictions.
Sure.
And then we'll talk a little bit more about the teams. But you guys are pretty, well, you're in agreement right now. We can also take a look at the points. Just a correction, we were a bit too generous before. You guys all had 4 points. That was a mistake. You did actually only have 3. So that means on the day, so far, you're 2 behind, and you're not going to make any, you're not going to catch up with this prediction, because you guys are all in agreement. But let's look at the teams. Let's start out with Team GFG that you guys have predicted as the winners of this series. Can you tell us a little bit more about them?
Yeah, well, GFG, we just saw them play. It was even though you can't see it on paper, it was still a 3-0 to ARG. But, yeah, that was a 3-0, right? Yeah, that was 3 overtimes.
Yeah.
But it was an insanely close match. They played really well, Team GFG. And I think, you know, this game we're going into now is the 1st seed versus the 4th seed.
Yep.
We saw Glacier last week.
This is a rematch then?
No, it's not a rematch.
Are they not 4th seed or?
Yes, I don't believe it's a rematch though. Is it?
1st versus 4th seed always played each other in the first round, right?
That's actually no.
So maybe
we might have switched. Yeah.
So it might be the 3rd seed actually then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway,
but yeah,
they GFG. I think the level of play we saw from them is not something that Glacier is going to match easily. I am looking forward to see if they can surprise us all, but it is going to be a huge surprise if they take that, because they are the clear underdogs coming into this match.
Yeah.
So I don't personally think it's going to happen. But I'm hoping that we're gonna see some big surprises from Glacier.
Do you have any like inside information? Do you know anything on these players from Glacier, or is one of the reasons why you have them as
not a lot from Glacier? No, 2 of them are Finnish, and then the last guy is from UK. You have TK and Doggo coming in from Finland, and then King JS from UK. But I don't know a lot about them. I gotta say I don't. it's only, I don't think either they've really established themselves or their name that much on the bubble scene. That's more GFG coming in this game. That's more established name on the scene.
This is the first lower bracket final that we're seeing on stream. Of course, we are playing the GSL group format, which means that both of these teams are 1-1 currently. We did have GFG winning the first one, then losing the second one, which means they're now knocked into the second bracket. We can also see it here on your screens. Group C is what we're going to be watching here. GFG won their first match, then they were paired with ARC, lost now into the lower bracket final, where Glacier Esports lost their first game, but now they won their second one. And now, of course, we are playing for a spot in top 16. The winner here will be moving on, while the loser is out of the tournament.
So it's make or break.
It is make or break, and as a player and also as a coach and manager for teams, you've been in these make or break kind of situations. Again, is there anything like do you think that's going to impact some of the players perhaps in their mindset and the pressure heading into this series?
Definitely, it always does. You want to go in and you want the win. Obviously, you want the win, but a problem is, especially if you lose the first match. If you go in and you lose the first match, that might take away some morale really quickly, and you're like, oh, we can't do this. We're gonna lose the rest of them. So a tip I would give my players is like, we're gonna keep up the spirit all the game long. If we lose the first one, throw it away. It doesn't matter. Let's go in with the second game full speed, still keeping it up. Like even push more. Like get your morale even higher in the second game, even though you lost in the first, because obviously that means you need to push more. So you want to give it your everything, even if you lose the first match, because you don't want to let your nerves get to you.
Do you think there's a bigger chance then for upsets if because in these high pressure situations, if the underdog just gets the first game, do the chances then increase so much, or is it more about experience than into these situations, which a lot of time the favorites will have?
I think in this particular matchup, you know, it's a game on paper that GFG should go and take, and I think they definitely are capable of taking it. So I think if they are gonna go and lose the first match, that is in their case just gonna fire them more up and make them play even better, and that's hopefully in their case what's gonna give them the win, even if they lose the first one. Yeah,
it is 3-0 predictions all around, but to give you a little bit more information about the game and of course take you through the action, we're gonna send it over to Switchblade J and Jar of Jam.
Thanks again, gentlemen. This one's not... I think this is the only time we're going to agree tonight, Jam. Like, all three of us have agreed this is going to be a GFG match. And yeah, I don't even know what else we can add to that. Like, it's going to be GFG. Like, I can't see a way out for Glacier in this one. It sucks to be the negative naysayer because I'm always a pessimist anyway in real life. So, I don't know, man. Like, I just... Yeah, this has got to be a simple series.
3-0. I absolutely agree with you. Absolutely agree with Fuzz. And
I love that's your entire analysis. Just 3-0. Just there you go.
3-0. That's it. I mean, what else needed to be said? Enough said with a 3-0. Glacier Esports had their brilliant moments, I suppose, against ARG, but it's also ARG who shot themselves in the foot against the Glacier Esports in the series that we've seen last week. Here, though, with the GFG on fire, the format which we've seen them today previously against their opponents, I think we should bring them pretty through. Yes, ARG won that series, but Team GFG, I don't think there will be the one to be defeated by that loss, especially knowing how it went. 3 overtimes, yes, all 3 games went to ARG. But now Team GFG, I think, are pretty set on that victory. They should be coming out of this losers bracket with a victory, and not just that, but also with a move into the top 16. While Glacier Esports really shouldn't be taking it that much. It's, yes, King JS, TK, and Doggo. You immediately see that they are not the most known players on the field. You really, before the series, you haven't really heard about them at all. But they will have to do, but not against Team GFG. That's why 3-0 to the blue side.
Oh, this is GFG's chance to make their way in alongside ARG, who they lost to earlier, and Lindo is going to prove why we all predicted 3-0. 10 seconds in, dribble all the way from the blue box, past the first and past the second. Not even getting a chance to let TK come in and be the third line defense. It's 1-0 for GFG.
He didn't even see the player jumping on forward to him. 3-0. I mean, every single time the Team GFG will score, I'm just going to repeat 3-0. Just the proof. The proof is there. The proof is in the pudding of how GFG just scored the first goal. I'm pretty sure this will be the proof. It will be the proof of how they will score the other goals as well. GFG are on fire, and all these losses just want to get back one, and this seemingly is their little platform to speak on. That stump to be stumping on, and just that 3 games to win in a convincing fashion.
Let's see what Glacier can do right here, back on the blue, on the orange offensive, I should say, in the blue half of the court. King JS going to try to put that ball inside the box. Poland's going to be able to take it away. Doggo can't quite make it forward far enough. CKS past the Lindo, good shot on target, going to be defended by King JS. So, fortunately enough for Glacier, the defensive is holding his face for the moment, but Poland should be able to break that. I imagine that GFG will be able to break that with enough shots on target. CKS takes it towards the corner. It's Doggo there to receive it. Gets it out and over to the blue half where TK is ready and wait. King JS is going to be challenged by Polar back in. Doggo with a great chance to dribble it in, but TKS challenges and again defends the backline defense, denying any shots to come through from Glacier to the blue backboard, to the blue net, and Polar will return fire to the orange net instead.
Glacier Esports try to set up an aerial play of their own. It basically falls apart. They kill the ball. It goes nowhere. And as a result, they overstayed their welcome in the attack. And even if they had more players in the defense with a shot that Polar made, I don't think they had many chances either. Team GFG is showing how it is done, and Glacier Esports is really struggling to keep up with it.
Ball into the midfield. Doggo controlling it once again, but CKS going to be allowed a lot of breathing room to take control. Actually, King JS is going to be the man who wins out overall control, get a shot on target for the Glacier side, but Lindo saves it. TK with a doink over to the orange half will allow Polo a great chance to set up the backboard. No one's there to clear it. CKS is beaten by Doggo, so the defensive again, signs of life being shown by Glacier, but vice versa, that's all sorts of life being shown all the time by GFG. Yeah, it just isn't even a comparison point right there, but let's see whether they can try to do something back here. CKS with the shot, trying to get out-faked by his teammate, but TK reads it perfectly, defends once again. Lindo with a chance, beaten to the ball by King JS in the midfield. Doggo returns back over to the center, where Polar's going to be missing awkward balls, so a small mistake coming through from GFG, but no one from Glacier is in position to punish.
Excuse me, and so far GFG are also respecting their opponent, allowing the Glacier Esports to maybe take some space, but then they do something like this whenever they see the opportunity, and really that opportunity appeared out of nowhere. CKS just had the quick control, but since Doggo was too late for a challenge, since King JS out of boost had the boost, he wasn't going for a net. I'm not even sure what happened to King JS in that situation. Since he needed to be over there, nobody else. TK out. And Team BFG find themselves an unlikely goal, but a third one that they will be pretty darn happy with. Another opportunity in front of the net. Oh, Team GFG is just finding out more. It's not looking nice for Glacier.
Absolutely not, as they have their backboard peppered one more time, trying to get it clear out from King JS's side. No boost, but we'll still get it over to the blue half. Follow through shot coming in from his team. Maybe it's not going to happen. Doggo actually gets it close towards the box. Polar's going to have to rotate in. Doggo will continue to challenge, pick up the 100 boost in the corner. So Lindo over to another in Polar. TK going to miss out his chances, pushed away once again. Ooh, that's going to be a bit of an own goal. So fair play, fair play. 3-1 on the board. Glacier going to strike back.
I do believe that was King JS pretty much all the way. He got the touch over on Lindo. Didn't have enough speed to get back into the net. One way or the other, Glacier Esports find an unlikely goal of their own on the flank. And that's really pretty much the closest they've got to even getting anything on target. From that one goal, they can start building up. But against a team like GFG, they seem to be finding things everywhere. Uh-oh, but GFG is starting to show some cracks of their own. That was a poor rotation, and they know it.
King JS tries to go for a dunk down here play. 1 minute and 30 left on the clock. TK going to try and follow it through. Good defense from CKS. Doggo comes in with a nice chip away, but again, Polar's going to be in the defensive line. And now returns for a shot of his own. The overcommitment is actually going to be a little bit too far wide. So not quite from Polar, but again, getting close enough to the point where now GFG can set up the counter-attack, set up the pressure. As Polar goes in for a solo play, once again gets close to the mark, but no cigar for him. Ball goes out towards the midfield as Polar with control, passing over and in. Doggo pushes it back over to CKS's position, where he should be able to clear back over to Lindo's position. Ball back into the box, cannot quite get the shot as TK comes in with another save. So again, Glacier just holding down the line, but that might be as far as they can go. Again, 50 seconds left, 2 goals to score, and with the way that GFG are looking, they're not going to give Glacier any chances.
I mean, if they would just continue holding the line, that would not net them any goals. And with the way they're struggling to get out of their own half or figure out a passing play up front, so far, any all attempts to bring the ball to the other side of the field end up with them immediately donating it to their opponent's team GFG. And as a result, you can't create anything if you don't have the players up front. While GFG are setting up a variety of plays. I love really the amount of various setups that they have in their playbook, and really Glacier Esports is being tested. This game is out of their reach, but for the next one, well, perhaps if they try to move with the speed other than the speed of the Glacier, they might get one over Team GFG.
Well, 0 seconds on the board. Polar trying to set up CKS for one more goal. It's not going to quite happen there, but GFG will be able to claim the game regardless. Relatively confident from them. It certainly started off that way, 3-0, plus a little bit of an awkward play. The game put Glacier just 1 goal in that game. And again, I don't have the most amount of faith here, Jam. I feel like this is going to be the only main sign of life for Glacier. Maybe they might score a couple goals later on down the line, but you know, I think that certainly set the pace for the rest of this series. I think you probably agree with me as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a 3-0 still all the way. You see how well Team GFG plays, even if it's not the highest caliber. It is their plans, their ideas on the field still outmatch whatever Glacier Esports are putting on. That 1 goal that they got, props to them. They aggressed pretty well to snag that off Lindo and put it on target. But other than that, really no moments of brilliance from Glacier Esports. Well, Team GFG were really improvising with their play quite a lot, and like that I saw from them a variety of approaches to the net, and right now they might even get one straight off the kickoff. Didn't work out in their favor, still that allows them to experiment on the field just a little.
CKS and then they're taking the brunt of the aggressive forces, trying to get that opening goal in for the GFG side. Polar's also going to be back in towards the midfield, going to try and maintain that presence. CK getting off the ceiling, will pass down to Lindo's position, who will actually get beaten to the ball by Doggo. Doesn't quite get enough momentum to put it into the blue half for Polar's sake, but Lindo with a challenge will keep it over on the clear. Doggo with another good touch. Lindo's going to out-challenge him, put it over towards the corner. Follow through is going to be denied by TK all the same. CKS back off the corner into Polar's position. Keeps it back in the midfield alongside CKS, who actually gets beaten by King JS. We're all getting dangerously close towards that blue half. A pass back in. Great stuff coming through. Lindo couldn't quite recover it, though. Couldn't quite get the shot that he wanted. So no goals to be scored by GFG, at least for the moment. Polar with a last chance. CKS and Lindo, however, rotating back for boost. So no goal in the opening 60 seconds.
I'm having flashbacks to the second game between ARG and Glacier Esports. That was the one that where the game ended 0-0 and ARG barely got a win in the overtime with 1 goal. And I'm getting flashbacks to it because it seems like the same way Team GFG are getting stuck in the defense of Glacier Esports, and those setups are no longer working. Seemingly Glacier Esports, they can't really do much themselves, but they sure know how to freeze their opponents. And right now, Team GFG, even with all of those shots, is not looking as confident and as controlling as they were in game number 1.
Glacier able to hold the line, you know, similar to what they were doing in that last matchup. But again, they need to try and get a goal on the board. They need to try and score some more against the opposing force of GFG, because you know that their pressure is going to get to them at some point. Polar back off the backboard. CKS a little bit too far wide to the right-hand side, so no chance on that one, but a nice boomer from Lindo. Goes again a bit wide. Certainly looked like that was on target, though. Polar back over the CKS. Good dunk down underneath King JS. And that's not the best way to concede the opening goal.
Yeah, especially in the situation like this where everyone misreads the play. Everyone on Glacier, that is. Team GFG had it pretty much really drawn out in their mind. Polar with a hit on the wall, which wasn't exactly going anywhere. But CKS still was in the right position to at least get an attempt. And the one attempt was a bouncer up from the ground. Pretty hard to save, especially when you use up all the other defenders and still get nothing in return.
All out CKS, putting it down low. Polar, good challenge with King JS to keep it inside the orange jar, but it's not on target. Followed up by Lindo, and CKS actually will get forced back by the sheer momentum that bounced off that corner. Doggo with control, no boost on his side. Still going to put it inside that box and set up his teammates, but Polar takes it away, puts it back in. King JS with a good shot on target, a little bit too high. And Lindo will push it away. TK to push it even further out, trying to see if he can disrupt the play and the positions that GFG are going to take. King JS gets aggressive, picks up the 100 boost on the back line. TK comes through and CKS be able to get that clear in. Lindo also out-positioned by players from the Glacier defensive. Still second touch in for him. King JS going to push that out to the right-hand side, however. And Glacier doing a good job at playing keep-aways from GFG. You know, they're not going to allow them to take an easy 3-0 start in the game. You know, they're not going to allow them to take quite the confident scoreline that they did in the last matchup. But it's still a 1-0 lead for GFG as we approach the final minutes of the matchup. Glacier need to find a way to step things up if they want to try a chance.
Yeah, Glacier proving themselves to be a really uncomfortable opponent. Wow, what a pinch! If only that was on target, and Glacier Esports almost trying to put it on target themselves. But it's like quicksand. Glacier Esports are just drawing the teams in, holding on strong. But what they're lacking is a moment of their own. Still, they are forcing their opponents to really work for their goals. And Team GFG right now are just stuck there, unable to progress much further. Putting some pot shots on the target still, and Glacier Esports need to react to all of them, just to know how quickly they can turn around.
Ooh, oh no! Well, Lindo, that's not the way you wanted that to go. But for TK, that's perfect. Obviously, King JS setting that one up and going right down in front of the net. Finally, an equal scoreline for Glacier since the match was 0-0. So, back on the board, back in contention for the last 60 seconds here. It ticks by King JS. Will try to see if he can get another shot off the backboard. It will be taken away by Polar's side. So, ball in, TK out, CKS into the corner. Follow through by CKS. Will try and dribble the ball all the way back forward, but King JS will be again there in the back line to defend it. Follow through from Polar. TK back off the wall into the center where King JS is ready and waiting. Doggo with the demo on Polar will try and take out some of the midfield and possibly some of the defense, but GFG will still be able to clear it. Lindo with a follow through over to the right hand side. CKS going to try and receive it. Polar goes high. Tries to dunk it down off the backboard. Second touch in for Lindo's position. Shot on target. The lead's been taken again by GFG.
And while Glacier Esports waited for their chance and really worked in defense to get something opportunity on the other side of the field, Team GFG just needs a moment to recuperate and get back into the action with the perfect setups for their plays. Especially despite those two first shots looking as if they weren't getting anywhere through the Glacier Esports defense, still in the end, it's when you just continue on booming these shots, making your opponents predict where it's going. So you can finally shake out the defense of Glacier Esports just enough, but an answer is as quick as the goal itself. Glacier Esports, wow, all of a sudden speed in the midfield as that pass finds its addressee. King JS reads and reacts to this perfectly.
Okay. All right, this is starting to spool up a little bit here, Jam. I'm actually having my doubts. Okay. TK almost found a boomer off the kickoff. That would have gotten very dangerous for GFG if that went that far, but Lindo's still put into the midfield. 3 seconds left. It looks like we'll be on for overtime. Not something I was expecting to say in this series, Jam, but that is where we're at. Glacier finding a bit of life here against the GFG side. Again, they've got a chance as Doggo takes it off the backboard. This one's completely open. CKS is going to put that out of play, and he will be able to do so. Now following through to try and enable Polar's position, but King JS in the end going to work off TK's demo. Lindo's going to put that out to the right-hand side, and he will be successful in doing so. CKS continues to follow it through over in the corner, directly in front, but 2 players missed on the point-blank shot from the GFG side. Allows Doggo to return. King JS to follow through, dribble the ball right back in. Doggo trying for the demo, trying for the bump, but nothing will come through for him.
Great ideas from Glacier Esports, really putting the players up front, not only with the shots, but also with the bumps. And it required the effort of 2 GFG players just to get it out. That was with a series of pinches. Glacier Esports, where are they coming on from? Were these plays real? There were no attackers previously, and now for the second time in a row, they get someone up front, and the pace, the jumpiness, the springiness of TK nets Glacier Esports their win. Goodbye 3-0. Hello, Glacier Esports. I don't believe we have really properly met, but wow.
I think that's the least to be said right there. Wow. What a turnaround. I don't think we were expecting this one, but Glacier 3-2 above the GFG side have somehow managed to bring themselves a game here, Jam. We actually have a series on our hands. This is unexpected, to say the least. But as I was saying, you know, they were holding the line. They were starting to show a few signs of life. And eventually they found some gaps in GFG's defensive, which they can exploit. And there you go. 3-2 on the board. Great shots coming through. Great saves coming through from Glacier. This might actually be a bit of an upset.
And if Team GFG would have kept their mistakes in defense to a lower amount, then this might have been a completely different game. But Glacier Esports, big props to them. They have waited out-defended Team GFG. And then when the moment came, they just turned the whole game around. 3 surgical strikes made sure that Team GFG is now tied in the series, and nobody predicted that. And yet here we are in this situation. It's game number 2, just like against ARG. Glacier Esports wakes up, and if against ARG it wasn't enough, it was still 3-0, but a strong performance for Glacier in game number 2 and game number 3. Here, it's even better for them. Team GFG, they need to do much better than this. CKS, Lindo, and Polar, you had those perfect plays previously against ARG themselves. You can show a little bit of that magic, maybe a little bit of that Spanish aggressiveness has rubbed on you as well. So why not show it against Glacier Esports?
Glacier with a good kickoff control start, trying to they can dribble it inside that blue net, but in the end, it's CKS to take control back into the box itself. Doggo to clear it away from the orange half. Polar missing his touch, will try and push it back over to the orange half. Lindo with a good shot opportunity, he's going to miss out on his chance. CKS going through off the backboard, but Polar's got to go back for boost, so no shot opportunity for the GFG side. As CKS demos out, King Jess trying to find an opportunity. Still TK going to follow through with a shot on target. Goes inside the box before CKS clears it out of the way. Well, King J in on CKS's part. Doggo going to miss out his part, so TK controls it. Gets it past Polar for the first. Not quite the second as CKS though. Got close to the marker again. Glacier looking much, much better and looking like a team to be contended with, but the ball almost ended up going out right there. But Polar is credited with the goal, the opener for GFG.
The slowest goal you see all tournaments, since that was stopped on the goal line by the stray car, one of the Glacier Esports players. But Team GFG already at that moment overloaded Glacier Esports, bringing 2 of their cars straight into the net for getting their chance. But speed from Glacier Esports, I am in awe and shocked, partly, of how quickly Glacier Esports started playing in this game, in the previous game as well. They are keeping up with Team GFG, while previously I don't think they were really as fast. Their playstyle was defense and not this mind-numbingly fast offense.
Yeah, and it's starting to catch up with GFG as well. CKS and Polar trying their best to get the offensive play together, trying to keep the pace going for their side as well. But Glacier keeping control. Thanks for a few mistakes coming in from GFG on the offensive, admittedly. Glacier back in the back line. As soon as they get that clear, though, that's where things start to get dangerous for GFG, in particular TK out to Doggo. Good dunk down, second touch to come through. It goes wide instead. So not quite 100% coming in from the Glacier offense. CKS will clear back over to the box where TK is able to receive. Pass back is actually going to be avoided. TK will just take control of it of his own right. Lindo back into the center. King JS away. CKS to follow through. Back off the backboard. He will go. The Doggo controls in. CKS leaving it for Polar. Pass back in. Good shot opportunity. A little bit high. Polar to dunk it down. That one's in the back of the net. They still get back into time for the defensive line. And Lindo just can't seem to control it. It's a very slow ball, and Doggo will be able to clear it. A nice chance again for GFG, but they just can't get the job done, even when they're right inside that box. One last chance of CKS. Goes for the shot opportunity, but it's not taken at the halftime marker.
There's just so many players in Glacier Esports who can get in their way to just make the life of Team GFG as hard as possible, with all the possible opportunities just to block, to stop. This one's obviously gets stopped. CKS has been honing that left flank throughout the whole game, trying to chip it in, trying to do Doomsday Dish. In the end, it's just a simple dribble as QJS really gets in on that challenge. Hook, line, and sinker. While CKS just slowly dribbles it in, says, it's easy peasy for me. Team GFG up by 2, but the Glacier Esports, they're still on the field. They're still a strong contender to get 1 goal, maybe even 2 goals to tie this whole thing up back again.
CKS trying to maintain control. King JS puts it over towards the danger box. And Polo will get that clear. CKS will pass the Polo, try to control it in towards the corner, pick up the 100 boost. DK is going to miss entirely. CKS with a good shot. King JS able to save it, so they maintain pressure out here on the Glacier side. TK in, Doggo out, over to the corner it will go. And Polo and Lindo seeing out their shot. CKS trying to see if he can get that clear back in for the GFG side, but it's not going to happen. Good touches coming through as Glacier have the offensive pressure. TK tips it up, sets it up for Doggo. Not going to happen in this case. Doggo over to the right-hand side again, going to try to put it into the corner. The ball goes out to the midfield instead. It's Polo to take control. Over to one more. CKS with a shot and CKS with a goal. 3-0 GFG. Once again starting to manhandle the Glacier side as they deny themselves any opportunities.
Yeah, they were trying to put as many players up front as possible just to make sure that they are outnumbered defensive Team GFG. In the end, well, that proved to be a little bit of a futile plan as Team GFG were already to any amount of players that Glacier Esports can put on and then start an attack of their own, especially with those crucial misses with the last players. Glacier Esports, they unfortunately gave away that control of the game that they had previously. That game number 2 was a solid start for them. Unfortunately, now they'll be going even deeper. CKS follows that ball with TK putting it to the side. He can only find CKS where he's finding his hat.
And there we go. Looking much more like game 1 from GFG. 4-0 now on the board. Glacier at this point, it's almost a formality this last minute, so 60 seconds remaining. Let's see whether they can put at least a goal on the board, if not hold themselves in a bit more dignity, other than a 4-0 scoreless scoreline for them. CKS goes in over towards the box. This is dangerous ball once again. Doggo's going to try and maintain some presence, gets it past CKS and past Lindo temporarily. Lindo will be able to get back, however. Passes back in towards CKS to look for the clear. Being into the ball by King JS as he passes back over to the corner into the center. It will go. And then they're going to go over to CKS in front of Polar. Good shot opportunity. That's directly on target. Doggo will be able to take that away. Pass back over to King JS, who clears it over to the left-hand side of the corner. Doggo into TK's angle. Polar and Lindo are trying to look for a way back out, and they will be able to pinch it off the sidewall to get it there. King JS and Doggo also out of position. Doggo trying to disrupt the ball's path, trying to put it out of play for Team GFG. They will be successful to keep this at a 4-0, but 10 seconds left again, as is predicted. Going to be all a game for GFG. As the ball's cleared one last time, Lindo's just going to let it touch the floor, though. Flick it up once, allow a little bit of control. But, yeah, this game is over. It's GFG, 2-1 in the series. Match point now to their favor. Glacier showing some, again, they're showing some signs of life, Jam. You know, they're not quite out of it just yet. It's not like GFG are completely taking control of this one. The game was much more confident than in game 2, but they are on match point on the GFG side, so Glacier still have a little bit of work to do if they want to try and take this series.
Yeah, Team GFG basically didn't give Glacier Esports any weaknesses to exploit in this game, and as a result, Glacier Esports themselves couldn't figure out anything up on the attack. Those 3 shots that they only had. Yes, TK was the top goal scorer for Glacier in the previous game. This time, getting one at the end, I'm really glad I waited until the very last possible moment to write that score down. But it just wasn't working out for Glacier Esports since Team GFG tightened up their defense, but also really put it on in the offense. As CKS, he was booming one after the other, find themselves only fantastic opportunities, dribbles, off the passing plays. It's Team GFG, how we expected it to be playing, with the playstyle that outwits their opponents, and Glacier Esports this time just weren't able to keep up. Unfortunately, all that promise and potential, as I looked at it at the very beginning of this game, just went somewhere. Glacier Esports, as you said, had one last chance, but really need to give it 120% if they want to get anywhere in the series.
Yeah, and you know, it's not like 120% wouldn't be sufficient. It might actually be good enough in this case. You know, GFG are mortal, as has been proven in game 2. So there's a chance for Glacier to mini reverse sweep the series. So I'm not counting them out just yet. Let's see whether they can actually do it. Of course, for GFG, however, this is match point to try and make it into the top 16. For Glacier, this is tournament survival. They go out here, they go out for good, and they will not be making it to the playoffs, and there'll be no second chances anymore. This is their second chance, basically, and their last chance at that. It's match point for GFG. They try and kick things off on the right foot. It's Doggo with control off the kickoff, though. King JS couldn't quite beat him to the ball. CKS goes for a shot that bounces off the post. Not the best situation for GFG as they look for that opening matchup, opening goal, I should say. I keep getting those two confused. Why do I keep doing that, Jam? Like, I'm a terrible commentator. I'm a terrible commentator,
please,
you know.
Please, you are absolutely not. You're the opposite of that. But words sometimes can be hard. I can tell you that for sure. Had my own share of dealing with the words, but Team GFG don't get that first opening going, but still, like, these Glacier Esports are not exactly looking that they are straight into the control of this one. There'll be a lot of tossing and turning and exchanging of little slaps across the face. Team GFG and Glacier Esports will be looking for that one. Ooh, and an own goal. Well, I mean, they'll take that. And Team GFG would like to forget that and say, nope, this didn't happen. Scoreboard will tell them otherwise, as Polar just couldn't reach it on a well thought of and put out shot by Doggo.
Glacier in with the opening goal. And this is how things started off in game 2 as well, Jam. I was saying they only need to give, if they give 120%, that would be enough to get them past the line against GFG, and they have taken the opening goal. So ball in towards that corner. It's TK over to the box, pushing it out. CKS challenging all the same. And we go out to the clear positions. Polo over to CKS, however, going to continue the pressure going in for GFG. Cannot quite get the single man play, however. Lindo will try and feed it past the first man. TK in with the defense. King JS demoed out. Doggo's got to try and clear this away, and we'll be able to defend it initially. Give it to TK instead for the overall clear. CK still coming through with a quick off the backboard. King J's going to get demoed out by Lindo as GFG really want to make short work of this series. They want to try and put this one to bed. The Glacier are not going to go down without a fight as they continue to play around the blue side offensive. They have all the pressure against the backboard.
And Glacier Esports can right now go back to that playstyle that they've shown in previous games, which is solid stone defense, not allowing Team GFG to break it down or maybe even approach the net. They've shown how well they can play that in previous games, and right now, killing the game still with 3 minutes remaining, it's a pretty ambitious task. But if anyone can do that, seemingly it's Glacier Esports, as already a couple of teams almost fell to that in the duration of the Ember Series.
Ball out, good shot in. Oh, it's a little bit wide again. The accuracy going to continue to hurt the GFG side as they had so many great opportunities to put that one in the back of the net, but they're just not going to be able to land any of them. Polar pinched away off the corner. There's no one in the backline defensive. Lindo's got to follow all the way through. Generally up high off the backboard. King JF to try and challenge for it, and Polar will re-challenge him all the same. Redouble their efforts to maintain midfield presence. This Doggo with the overall control. Challenged by one. TK with a chance to bounce it off into the center from the corner. King JF with a stellar boomer shot right down inside the net. And there you go. 2-0 on the board for the boys in the orange core.
As Team GFG can't put it out of their own half in their round, they aren't able to win against Glacier Esports. All of a sudden, got themselves a pair of wings and now are striking from above on Team GFG. Well, there's a little bit of twist and a turn of fates, as Team GFG really didn't expect this from Glacier Esports. This should have been their game through and through, and yet it's Glacier who went to bring in this to game number 5, which none of us seem to have predicted. And they're not really sitting back either. They're taking their chances up front. Now only if they can keep their defense empty from mistakes. Against someone like CKS, who had an eye for goals throughout the whole series, it would be pretty darn hard.
There we go. GFG going to get their own back, if you will. 2-1 on the board. Still one goal to make up for the GFG side as Glacier try and play around the kickoff control once again, try and maintain that control at the 1-goal lead. Awkward bounces coming through. This is a great chance for Polar, but he puts it to the right-hand side. And again, the accuracy for GFG is the main problem for this side. They had so many chances where they could have equalized right there and then. They just can't get the job done as Lindo controls it, keeps the pressure rolling for GFG. It's Glacier. Follow through with TK. CKS challenged and outbeaten by TK. Now Lindo goes over towards the corner and King JS will follow it upside the wall onto the ceiling. Doggo in with control. Dribbles it up wide. Up high, I should say. Pushed away by Polar at the challenge, so no chance for Doggo to score that one goal. Still King JS will try for his opportunities back into the mid-center where Lindo is able to deny. And TK following through also for the Glacier side, keeping that pressure rolling. Finally a breakaway chance, and King JS will try and see if he can push it over to the corner, but not going to happen. A little bit light. Doggo with a touch. Lindo's trying to receive it over the midfield. There's 60 seconds remaining. Polar just bumped out by Doggo. Great play from him to deny the goal for GFG.
And for Glacier Esports, it's working out pretty well. And also they're recognizing the plays that the Team GFG are making and stopping them pretty early. Previously, Team GFG, there's an opportunity. CKS down. Done it. Previously, Team GFG were just they were winning because even with their mistakes, even with their misses, the volume of shots were just enough to beat their opponents. And still with CKS on the forefront of that team, Glacier Esports will now have to find the third one to get back into the lead. Otherwise, this game might slip away from them as GFG are relentless.
Doggo, and try and set something up, however, for the Glacier side. Going to try and give them a chance. Back over here, TK. Control into the box. Good touch. Okay, that got a bit dangerous, but it bounced off the post instead and goes wide. So Doggo with a chance on target. CKS can be able to take it away now. Follow through from Lindo's going to get beaten to the ball by TK, however. It's still a chance right now for one of the players from Glacier to come forward, but it's going to get pushed out by Polo instead. 10 seconds remains with it to go to another overtime here, Jam. King JS centered up. Lindo to push it away. And the countdown goes to 0. Last chance for Polar, however. He pushes it over to the right-hand side. King JS going to try and control it in and up here. He kills it on the floor, and there we go. Overtime for Glacier to try and stay alive. They need this game to push us to game 5. The CKS moves up into the corner. Tucked back in. Lindo out here. King JS to receive. Polar out to the other hand side, however. Going to hold the defensive down to the GFG half the pitch.
And a quick reminder, Glacier have won the previous overtime, so this is an opportunity for them to steal that second game off Team GFG. And with the way they have been solidly playing in the defense, bar those 2 goals from CKS, obviously, with that CKS machine. It's absolutely crazy on the field. Glacier Esports also came out strong with their own plays on the other side of the field. So, still, perfect opportunity for Glacier Esports to put another one on the board and bring it to the game number 5, unexpected game number 5. They certainly have all the means. Can they combine them in just right proportions to give them that? That's the question that will be answered throughout the duration of this overtime.
All out inside Polar. Oh, what a touch! Polar with a stellar way to end off the game. That is absolutely nuts from him. As it's 3-2 on the board, a 3-1 series. GFG are moving forward to the top 16, and Glacier are out.
I'll take 2 of those, please. Wrap them up. No, yeah. Oh, wow. To get that cherry pick going, that is impossible. And, well, commiserations to Glacier Esports because that was great. I'm pretty sure they're sitting there and applauding their opponents for scoring something like that. Polar, bravo. Really, the player that's got on the side of Team WLF previously, now obviously going forward gaming, and he's proving himself to be a pretty good pickup. Not Italian, and yet, well, look at him play. Look at the flair, the style, the pizzazz he's showing. Absolutely brilliant. Team GFG finally stumped the foot down and said, enough's enough. But Glacier Esports, it's a completely different Glacier Esports that we expected before the series, Jay. It's a Glacier Esports that can definitely fight back. They're not without their faults, and really a lot of work needed to be done. But I'm actually looking forward to how this team will perform further on. I'm really hoping they will stick together because they got the result in the Thunderdome back in November. Now they're getting a pretty good result. Unfortunately, they're out of the tournament, but whatever the next tournament or league that they'll be a part of, I think they can leave Code Mark as well, at least get their name over there. For Team GFG, though, they live up to their name. I like when the teams sort of live up to their name or do something related to their name. Team GFG are going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a well-deserved victory, but as you say, I'm actually looking forward to see what Glacier have to offer because we ripped them off from the word go. We were like, yeah, this is a 3-0, no chance for them, and then they took a game. Well, they took a close game, and then they took another game actually off the GFG side. So they ruined half of all of our predictions at the very least. But there's a lot of potential in that squad. I absolutely agree with you, Jan. But to talk more about that potential and talk more about that match, is back over to Daniel and Fuzz over on the desk to break down that best of 5.
Well, we can look forward to see Go Forward Gaming in the top 16, as they did take this one. As the cast has mentioned, a bit closer than what you guys predicted.
Definitely, yeah.
Well, you guys predicted 3-0. It was a 3-1, but the last game had to go into overtime.
Yeah.
So fairly close. And again, I'm going to ask you a question I've asked you before today. Was this GFG underperforming, or was it Glacier Esports overperforming?
Well, I'm gonna have to agree with Jar and Switch here. I think we were seeing a Glacier that we didn't expect to see. I know we had a lot of Glacier fans in the chat as well that was telling me that I may be underestimating them, and I was underestimating them. They were showing a much higher level than I expected. And they did really well. They had pressure. It's like they woke up and they really played their hearts out, and they did better than I expected.
And then GFG going forward in this tournament into the top 16. They did only, quote unquote, of course, still a feat, take the second place in the group. How do you think their chances will be moving forward?
Well, they took the lower bracket win here in the lower final, but they're gonna have to go forward also as a team, and they're gonna have to progress a bit more and show some even higher level if they wanna compete at the very top here. I think they were looking good, but they can look better. It wasn't very one-sided. It was they have to step up their game still a bit, but they still had their basics going for them.
Yeah, because heading into the top 16, they will have to face a first seed coming out of the group, so a team that went 2-0 in group stages.
Yeah.
Do you think they have what it takes to challenge at that level?
I think they're gonna hopefully take away from this game they just played now. They did get the win, but it wasn't as easy as they might have expected. And I think they're gonna have to use it as a wake-up call to really start strengthening your skills, strengthening the team plays if they want a chance to move forward against the first seed. But they can do it, but they're gonna have to work for it.
Yeah. And well, let's close down this game then, and then look forward. We can pull up the schedule for today. We do only have one game left.
Last game of today.
On stream. Yeah, as you can see, we did start out with 4 games in the upper bracket. So we did find 4 teams going through that way. That was the Snows, Sweden Bros, ARC, and Bim Bam Police. Then Team GFG just took the win in the decider match. And then the last game we have is also a decider match, so the losers will be out of the tournament and the winner will be moving forward into the top 16. Swedish Musikok taking on God Alliance. Maybe we can even bring up the big overview of the group standings, because we did also have a couple of games being played off stream today.
Yeah.
Well, 6 games actually in total, I believe. Yeah. So you can see overall so far through the top 16 is Bim Bam Police, it's Sweden Bros, Team Echo Zulu, ARC, Team GFG, the Snoses, and I Got the Part. And now we need to figure out, well, we actually got Alliance. They did take 1 win as well, because they're now here in the lower bracket final.
Yeah.
So it is going to be Swedish Musikok versus God Alliance. We did see one of the teams earlier today on stream, Swedish Musikoks.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit more about them.
Well, they were falling a bit through against Bim Bam Police. They didn't quite find the rhythm, which I had expected them to. I expected them to take that win. That was my first real mistake in my predictions, I'm gonna say, but they might have underestimated Bim Bam Police a bit there. They
were the first seed though, Bim Bam.
Yeah, they were, but yeah, well, I still think that they could have won if they had played better. Obviously, that's you can always say that, but it wasn't as equal as I had hoped. They didn't quite find the rhythm. But I still think they can take the win here against Godalians. Yeah. But they're gonna have to play better than they did last game.
You talked about before the last game that you saw Nix as this like highlight player, and then you saw Media as more of the rock on the team. Did you feel like that was also how it played out in this series? And do you think that was the same?
Yeah. And I didn't quite mention Mark, the Irish player. He's from Ireland. Yeah, I didn't quite mention him because I don't know him as well, and it also seems like they didn't quite find the rhythm all 3 together. It looked like Mark had some trouble finding his place in the team, and they're gonna have to work that out, at least if they are to have a chance later on.
Yeah. If we then turn our attention to Godalians, how do you think their chances would be in this game?
It's an open question because I don't know that much about them. I know 2 of the 3 players here. I think it's Jordy Unknown, then we have Crimsic and Neko Mimi. 2 from the UK and 1 from the Netherlands. I've heard of Jordy and Crimsic. I've seen them in ranked. Neko Mimi, I don't know as much about that player as I know about the others, but it's kind of a surprise for me to see how they're gonna do. I don't expect them to take the win because I don't see them as established as Swedish, but it might be surprise. They might upset. I'm not gonna say for sure.
Okay. Well, let's take a look at the predictions from our three experts, Fuss, and our casters, Jar, Jam, and Switchblade J. You're saying that they do maybe have a chance of upsetting, but a 3-0 prediction.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I'm kind of covering my back here. Like, I think that Swedish is gonna take it, but the point I'm trying to get across is that I don't know enough about Godalians to say if they're gonna fall completely through or they're gonna bust off completely. And right now I only know enough about Swedish Mosi to say that they're gonna take the win definitely. That's how much I know about this matchup.
Yeah, but you're on the 3-0 train. Jar Jam and Switchblade J 3-1. They have a bit more faith in Godalians, but for the last time today, we're gonna send it over to our two casters, Switchblade J and Jar of Jam, for the final series.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Obviously, we've seen a lot of the potential for the Swedish side, but the truth of the matter is that they've already faced off in the opening matches, which actually ended up 3-1, which is where most of my prediction came from. I think it's just going to go the same as history has gone. I'm not sure about you, Jam. Have you gone down the same sort of thought train as I have, or have you gone somewhere completely different?
Yeah, the fact that they've already had a game in between them and they've got themselves the same result, basically. And also the fact that Swedish Musikak are currently coming off the game against Bim Bam Police, which they really weren't looking that comfortable in. I get a slight feeling that the little bit of salt, not even the salt, but really a little bit of a sediment from that game will be still left and brought to this one. This is how they can indeed lose against Godlines. And Godlines are not a weak team. They really have some great players on it, and especially against the an unknown factor that was previously Swedish Musikak. They could definitely take one game. They already did it once. Here they could do it one more time. Still thinking that Swedish Musikak should take it, but this is a perfect opportunity for Godlines to completely break our predictions and steal the whole series of the Swedish Musikak, who might not be feeling that too well after their loss in the winners' finals.
Well, I'm expecting less or so of sort of like they'll be tilted, because at the end of the day, they did take a game off of Bim Bam Police, and they are up against Bim Bam Police. So they had a couple of they had a couple of like outpoints. They had a couple of positions where it was like, okay, well, do you know what? They are going to be the underdogs in that particular series anyway, so it's expected for them to lose, but they're up against an opponent they've already beaten before, so now this should be a cakewalk. So you could also flip that on the other side, saying that they also would be very confident coming into this series, in my opinion, Jam. But only time will tell whether that will end up being the reality, which reality we will end up having. Of course, it's best of 5, our final best of 5 of the night tonight. And this is, again, an elimination match. The winner moves forward to the round of 16, the round of 16 bracket. The loser is out with no chance to make it into the playoffs. So let's see who is going to come out on top, as Swedish Musikak will start things off in the blue side, getting close to the net to start off on the kickoff. It's got Lions, however, with that control to follow back on the counter attack, and it looks like they're going to try and go for the opening shoots right here. Opening shots, I should say. Back over to my words have been all over the place today, Jam. I'm not even sure what to make of this anymore, but Mug in to the orange half, pushed away by the defense. Has got Lions try and hold down the defense.
I mean, I completely went for you over there, Jay. Just by the end of the day, you put a little bit of a flair on the words, just naming things in a funny, weird ways. It's completely understandable. But for Swedish Musikak and Godlines, well, there's no messing up the words. Another sort of thing to go against Godlines is the fact that they didn't have a single game today. Their opponents in the losers round 1 was Here We Go, who unfortunately had to forfeit. So really, Godlines, this is their first game of the tournament today. And altogether, they only played 2 in the whole thing, so they might be just a little bit rusty. I'm pretty sure Sloth, Jordy, and Nico were using their time well to make sure that when they come into this game, not cold, but really ready up for their opponents. But it still might not work for them that well as for the Swedish Musikak, who played here. Ooh. There's a little bit of a smoke and mirrors thrown in there as Godlines magically put it past Nyx, who couldn't react to it quickly enough, even with the quickest possible halfway.
All right, that was a nice pass. I can't even deny it. Like it was a very, very nice pass there from the God Alliance side, or the Godalians side. I'm not even sure how you call them anymore. But either way, Geordie Unknown in with the opening goal of the game. That is a hell of a way to get yourself back in. And he's going to go for a secondary shot as well as Nyx part of things. Sloth will be on the left-hand side to try and support it and try and keep that pressure going alongside a third player that moves forward. And Geordie again set up for a good shot on target that he's going to take directly high and directly down. It's a 2-0 for Godalians.
And we are finally seeing Godalians in their prime. This is the first time for them on stream since their previous game wasn't over here. And seemingly, they really know how to play. I've seen Geordie Unknown previously way over in the UK College League, and he was impressing even there. Here he has another set of players and is still playing like a solid Grand Champion. He is currently carrying Godlines. The Swedish Musica can't exactly find their answer to this opponent, which is a little bit surprising since they really did outwit Bim Bam Police in their series. Not all the time, but just enough times to make it threatening.
Ball in for Nyx. He tried to push it further away over towards the corner. It's Sloth out and away for the clear. God Alliance, I don't even know. We'll have another shot back off the backboard. One more time from Sloth. Meaty will push it over to the midfield. Nyx will follow through, finally getting a counter-attack together for the Swedish Muzzlecock side, but they're not going to be allowed that one. The defensive will come through above the post itself. And Nekamimi and Geordie Unknown playing around that midfield defensive. Although that being said, Geordie's going to get demoed out by Nyx. So a little bit of breathing room bought now. Mug back into Nyx's position. Going to go for a shot on target. That Sloth should be able to push out to the right-hand side, thanks to the very slow shot coming in from that midfield line. So one of the best performs coming in from Swedish Muzzlecock. They are struggling against the defensive side. And now Geordie's got a nice open net that he can try and score with back into his teammate, but they cannot get the shot. The defense holds true for Swedish Muzzlecock.
Yeah, and you can see that Swedish Muzzlecock are struggling. They're trying to create something on the other side of the field, but they're not getting the angles. They're not getting enough time on the other side of the field. And the moment their attack stops, all of a sudden it's Godlines rushing to the other side of the field and setting up a dangerous moment of their own. Could have scored a third one there, but they will be content with those two that they have already. Geordie Unknown pretty often at the forefront of those attacks. The Swedish Muzzlecock just don't know what to do with it.
Don't know how to bet this whole first goal in. There we go. Finally, Meaty finds the chance he needed to put that one off the backboard. Nyx is challenged, and he managed to open up just as wide enough a gap past two defenders, a third man rotating around for boost, and Meaty with a nice open net to get that get that first on the ball for Swedish Muzzlecock. Finally back within one of the 2-goal lead the God Lions did have.
Swedish Muzzlecock really didn't need to risk anything on there. Meaty was the solo player there. He could take all the risks possible, and God Lions really didn't have to, but with two players committing pretty hard on it, and with third rotating, as you said, it's just an open season for Meaty to put one for Swedish Muzzlecock to get back within one. And so that's where the chase starts. And well, Swedish Muzzlecock weren't really impressing so far, but then on the other hand, Godlines, despite all of the scoreline on the field right now, their chances were far in between. Really, they're getting by with the amounts of opportunities they had on the other side of the field. What a miss! That wasn't on target, though. This wasn't on target either. And really, Godlines need to get herself together because these shots are getting past them way too often.
40 seconds left as Meaty's shot is missed, and it's going to get returned by the Godalian side. Meaty will try and follow through over towards the corner, try to get it off the backboard. Second touch is going to get denied by Nekamimi. Next coming through, Mug there in the back line, going to try and support them. But we'll have to get forced on the rotations. The Godalians now return fire. Sloth all the way into the corner, tries to dribble it inside the box. Return back over to the net. This is very dangerous, but Nekamimi able to push it out of position. Now Mug over in the midfield, pushed away by another player, but 10 seconds left as Nyx goes off the backboard. One last chance available for Swedish Muzzlecock as Meaty controls it in, passes to Mug. Good shot's going to be a little bit wide, but second touch could go right in. No! It goes back to the blue half of the pitch and touches the floor, and there you go. Godalians in with game one of the series.
Well, the Swedish Muzzlecock just needed an extra minute to find that second goal, but it wasn't to be. And with all their brilliant setups, the ones that they had, really putting God Lions on such a back foot, couldn't find it. As a result, this seemingly is that one game that God Lions can take off Swedish Muzzlecock, because if the Swedes keep the control, I think it's impossible for them to lose. They've shown how well they can play It's just that Godline struck first, struck hard, and then held on tight as good possibly can to that lead. Swedish Musikak, seemingly with their playstyle, should be able to just outplay, outstay, out-stamina their opponents, but only if the same pressure can continue into the next games.
Yeah, and I think that the same pressure could potentially keep up from Godalians. I mean, Swedish Musikak aren't really going in this 60-second pause trying to take the whole thing. They've already up immediately, so they're ready to go. So that's going to be confusing for me personally. If you're Swedish Musikak, you are coming into this one with a bit of an advantage in terms of just being the favourites. But if I was in their position right now, I'd be taking that pause to figure it out. Like, okay, well, they kind of manhandled us a little bit. It wasn't quite as one-sided as it could have been. But, 2-1 on the board. They had control for most of the game. And now we are on the back foot with a game against us. Swedish Musikak will have to try and return this here in game 2. It's Mug. Start things off on the kickoff, try and control it here in the midfield. Jordy is going to back pass over towards the net. That certainly could have been a dangerous ball if Sloth didn't clear it away, but fortunately he will be able to do so. Now Nekamimi in the chance. Mug going to take it away. Can't get that clear, so Sloth back in for a good pass away, pushed away by Nekamimi once again, but pass in from Meaty, going to get challenged onto Mug's position, trying to go for a shot on target, but it's not going to happen. Nekamimi into the open, it's Jordy, passing to Sloth, missing out on Nix's part of things. We'll go back off the side wall, pushed away by Meaty, and Nekamimi will rotate back in. Good positions being taken by Godalians to try and hold the face together. Next will demo out Sloth. Jordy's going to get demoed out as well, so a chance now opening up, but 3 seconds have gone by and they haven't taken a shot. Meaty will try go for this, but Jordy holds the line so well as a solo player, and there's no goals to be scored against the Italians so far.
You can still see Swedish Musikak sustain in the attack. They are not letting the ball cross the midline just because the pressure is immense, even with those demolitions, making sure that the Godline's defenses get completely tested. So far, holding on, but for how long is the question, because Swedish Musikak just took what they had in game number 1 and just running with it. Meaty. That was, again, living up to the name, that was a pretty meaty double touch off the wall, setting up all by himself while Nix is chasing off the defenders. Nekamimi forced to think both about the defending and also avoiding the challenge. And Swedish Musikak just finally drive one in home. Godline's defense had to break at some point.
And break it did with a bump play that works up so well for them. But look at Nekamimi, a nice open net. Mug's just going to get back in challenge. Could not quite get the speed going. But that could have been a hell of a way for Godalians to strike right back against the Swedish Musikak side. As it stands, we're going to remain at 1-0 favour to the blue side of the pitch. But the pressure continues, and Nekamimi going to go for a back shot. The Mug still defends. How does he keep that going? Jordy misses his chance. What a defensive play from Swedish Musikak. And they return right back to the orange half and get their second on the board. Jan be shocked, I be shocked, everyone be shocked at Swedish Musikak.
Nekamimi on the first one, really blame Nekamimi only the blame. On the second one, robbed, absolutely robbed. This was a goal. This was a definite goal to actually get a touch on it, and not only that, to actually have all the required players to go on the attack and quickly go 1-2 and into the net. Swedish Musikak are, wow. Well, they're putting up some style, and that style is absolutely working. Godlions, well, it's not as easy as the game number 1 anymore, Dorothy. You're not in Kansas anymore.
No, you're in DFH Stadium, and the weight of the world must be pushing down on you as you're up for elimination. Next is Jordy unknown. Meeting and try to see if he can get aggressive. Going to leave it to Mug to try to go back for the boost. Nix is completely out of it, so Sloth's going to have a nice opportunity. Unless Mug can get the defense. Nekamimi actually pushes that out towards the corner instead. That allows Mug and Meaty a little bit of room to breathe, but Jordy's still going to go off the backboard. Nix has to put that out to the side, otherwise that would have been a nice goal in for Jordy. The Sloth challenges. They're going to help out for Nekamimi, who passes back into Jordy's position. Sloth with a bump, Jordy in with a taunt, but no, Mug and Nix are going to be able to hold it down. Keep control. Even if the ball's staying in that box for a little longer than I'd like it to, it's still going to get set up for several different shots coming in from the Godalian side as they continue to pressure. 2 minutes to go, and they are looking for a goal to try and set up the equalizer. It will be returned back over, however, as Mug tries to go for a shot. It's going to be a little bit too wide of the left-hand side of the orange net, but that's fine because they still have 1 minute and 45 to burn and 2-goal lead.
And a pretty good opportunity still. The defenders of Godlines were beat. If only that was slightly lower and perhaps slightly to right, would have had this chance. But Godlines are putting up a great attack. Again, they are now sustaining on the other side of the field, not allowing Swedish Musikak to clear it, putting them in an awkward position, making sure that they have to really think about what their next move is going to be. But it's just not working enough, and I think part of that is that they are not exactly clicking in between each other. I'll perhaps speak about it just a little bit more in between the games. Right now, Godlines need a much more simpler plan that they're currently trying to put on the field.
60 seconds left for them to try and put that plan into effect. It's Mug. Find a way back into the midfield, will control the ball, set it up, tee it up. Instead, it's Nekamimi to take control alongside Stoff. The shot opportunity, back off the backboard. Mug just comes in and saves it. But Nekamimi, a nice open chance right there. Now Nick's pass over to Mimi. That Stoff will actually be able to defend, but Mug follows through over to the corner. Keeps control of the Swedish Musikak. As Miti comes forward, gets the shot on target. Nekamimi will be able to save. Follow through from Miti back inside the box. Will keep it there. And Sloth just have to push it out of the way, but 11 points of boost. Is going to get beaten to the ball by anyone attacking that wants to come out of the blue half. Mug goes off the backboard. Nick's for a shot opportunity. That's going in. 3-0 of a deficit to overcome for God Alliance. Get Aliens, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. 26 seconds on the board. Very, very difficult for them.
You could see that the Swedish Musikak, at some point, they were in an awkward position where they almost had no turning back. Too many players up front trying to push that ball in. But Godlines didn't use their opportunities. Instead, they sort of got caught and lost and allowed Swedish Musikak to set up a play off the backboard, which they would score, well, 9 out of 10 times, I would say. Well, on the other side of the field, it's theoretically the right ideas, but the execution is really flawed, and Swedish Musikak have stepped it up on the defensive game. 1 goal. Pretty sure that's everything that Godlines will be able to get in this game. And now they will have to looking for the next one. Really, it seemed to me, looking at the scoreboard, that's even worse. Jordi Unknown, Nekomimi, and Sloth were not on the same wave. Jordi Unknown was trying to set up his teammates with plays here and there, but he was also always giving them a task of a little bit higher difficulty they were expecting. And perhaps it's better for Sloth and Nekomimi to set up Jordi Unknown with passes and shots. Otherwise, I think the lack of chemistry on the field is currently really hurting them, as they might have the control, but they aren't exactly unable to finish it in style, as they are not exactly sure how each other is playing.
Yeah, it certainly feels like there's a lack of chemistry on that part. So for God Alliance, it's starting to really hurt them. Swedish Musikak are happy to exploit all those open positions, all those essentially what are solo standard players right now inside the orange half. And 3-1 is a much more like it scoreline for the Swedish Musikak side as they look to take the lead away from the God Lions side. And the series now throws itself up for a lot of control, a lot of potential for Swedish Musikak to take this one again. We are going to have a bit of a small delay though. Again, Sonic servers being as great as they are, they're going to kick us out of the lobby so we can reset it all again. But that's fine, of course. It gives a little bit extra time for the God Alliance side to just rethink their strategy a little bit, Jam.
Yeah, I mean, right now it seems like their biggest point is indeed how they approach the game tactically. And it's hard things to fix in 60 or how many seconds. Now with the extra time, they at least have a little bit of moment to speak. I do believe Jordi is the captain for that team, and he really should be striking in strong, inspiring his team right now to make sure the changes come in as long as he sees what changes needed to be made, because in his aim for the game, he might decide slightly wrong. We'll see how strong Alliance can come up in game number 3, because despite all the misgivings, seeming that Musikak did finally find the number of their opponents and were in control of game number 2.
Yeah, and Swedish Musikak certainly seem to maintain that control. If they can maintain that control for the rest of this game, I imagine they will be in contention for that series. So let's see whether they can do anything here in our next matchup here. Again, it will still be the orange side for Good Alliance, good old God Alliance. Swedish Musikak in the blue side as they play on for this next matchup here. It's Nick to start things up against Nekamimi as Mug plays out over in the corner, missing out his chance. The Swedish Musikak to try and control the opening goal of what could potentially be their match point if they can win this one out. Miti against Nekamimi. Nix comes through out towards the corner. It's Sloth out into the midfield. Follows it all the way around to try to set up something for God Alliance. Geordie Unknown also in the midfield. Meaty will challenge for him. Sloth back over, pass back in. Meaty there to block it off and intercept. Now Mug with control dribbles it, trying to get it past the first defender, but Sloth will be able to read and connect the quick challenge.
Well, Swedish Mazikak will just continue their old play style, and look at that, how well they're getting. Mug need small, tiny touch to the left to bring it on to the net. Swedish Mazikak want to win this on the speed alone, just quickly get the job done. And Meaty, well, he does pound one after the other as a great follow-up, since nobody from Godlines were, well, they were challenging, but look at that. Who was in the better position, Godlines or Meaty? Well, certainly Meaty, who pushed it through.
4:11 on the clock. It's an opener for Swedish Mazikak. They continue to try and apply that pressure, although they have overcommitted a little bit, and Geordie Unknown has a little bit of control trying to set it up for Nekamimi. Meaty off the backboard, however, controls it away. Leaves it for Mug to follow it all the way alongside the sidewall. Sloth going to pick up the 100 boost, try and hold that down for the defensive, and Nekamimi push it out away. Geordie Unknown in and away. Meaty challenging Nekamimi. All the same. Good challenges from Meaty, however, going to keep that one going towards the backboard and try to see if he can keep that one rolling inside. Next out over to the left-hand corner instead. It's Geordie, intercepted by Mug. Meaty comes through with a nice shot that Nekamimi will just get back in time to save. So close positions coming through, and again some close shots. The Swedish Mazikak are just about being defended against by the God Alliance side. Will combine as well to try and get that defensive back together, and the blue half of the pitch is returned over. Meaty there to try and return it back at the midfield line. Will not be able to return it directly to the backboard. Instead, Geordie Unknown intercepts, connects it to the corner, tries to set up his teammates directly in the mid-centre. Sloth trying to go for a shot, but Meaty returns, and that's a nice wide open net for Mug to take, but couldn't quite get forward in time.
Swedish Mazikak are not keeping it down, really, after that one. Come on, you can see that in their play. They're rotating immediately. They're not going full on. They're always reacting to the shot leading over rebounds they can jump on. And as a result, they're putting up pressure with the shots in their opponent's net. And even if they're not always as dangerous, look at that open net opportunity. No save possible for Swedish Mazikak. This time, Sloth won't be robbed straight at the gunpoint. But you can see Swedish Mazikak, almost every single player behind the player of Godlines on the field. They got caught with their pants down, and they don't.
And trying to commit straight to the offensive line, looking to try and put this game to bed. Oh, close positions being taken on the kickoff, however. Nick's a little bit too late to the marker, however. Couldn't quite get the ball in the back of the net. Couldn't quite get the shot that he wanted, but... So equal scoreline going into the half-time marker here. 2 minutes and 30. Geordie going to go for another good shot on target that Meaty will be able to take control of. Mug also off the sidewall as Meaty controls it down. Nekamimi into the midfield, and Sloth there to feed it back over to Neko's position in the blue half. Geordie there to support it, and we'll push it out Discord, but Nix is going to get far forward enough that he can get it back off the orange backboard, go for a shot, and Nekamimi's not saving that one. Too far back of the line. Swedish, but they can't take the lead back away from God Alliance.
Sloth didn't rotate quickly enough out of his position, which meant that really Geordie committed himself for that second attempt. Sloth didn't rotate back, which meant that Nekamimi were also caught nowhere. And Nekamimi couldn't even return back to that shot. As Swedish Mazikak just find themselves a perfect opportunity to strike on the Godlines, who really overstayed their welcome on the other side of the field.
Ball in, Meaty off the backboard, looking for his second touch. Sloth will be able to challenge for that one. Into the midfield, it's Mug off the backboard, looking for a second dunk down into Meaty's position. He goes high. Light touch, couldn't quite get all the shot he wanted, and trying to go for the second touch of his own right against Nekamimi. Nekamimi will be able to read it and feed it, however. Mug follows through. Next back into the midfield where Meaty is ready for the shot opportunity. He takes it and almost gets it on target. Nekamimi able to defend it and keep it at a 1-goal game here, Jam. But it is still a 1-goal game to the favour of Swedish Mazikak. They're trying to turn it around as two players whiff their shots. Now Nick's going to take control, allow Mug instead to go for the shot opportunity. Off the crossbar, leaves it completely open in the midfield, and no one was there to continue the offensive play from Swedish Mazikak. That could have been a 3-1 that sealed on the game right there, but as it stands, they're still in contention with 1 minute and 10 on the clock. Still a single goal could turn the tide of this game.
With two players attacking, it's a hard position to be in. You can really commit, and with a third player taking the risk, he might be left with no players in defense whatsoever. But the bump wasn't taken, and Swedish Mazikak just returned to their side of the field saying, oh, one more thing, which is obviously the one more goal, as Godlines try to return back to their own half, but being bumped out of the way and really being out of resources to get back. Swedish Muzikok try once again. Not the first time they have hit their opponents on the counterattack such as this one. And they know that the Godlands need to attack, and they're using those opportunities perfectly. Oh, what a pass straight down to the midfield. Meaty is on fire. He finds the pass from his teammate and nicks 1, 2, 3. Well, Mug just watches as his teammates finish up a perfect kickoff that he has started.
What a pass. What a pass play. 1-2-1, as you say, and there he is. 4-1 on the board is overall. Swedish Muzikok look to try and take control of this game. Oh, Meaty! Save the style for game 4. You've still got another one going. It's only match point. But hat trick for him, 5-1 on the board. 47 seconds left. It's all a formality here. It looks like it's going to be a 2-1 series for Swedish Muzikok. Can they get that match point under their control? I think we'll have to find out in the next game, Jam. But for the moment, I think it's a loss for God Lions. As once again, the kickoff goes so well for Swedish Muzikok. Just to rotate back in and control the ball.
Yeah, this is all over for God Lions in this game. One small opportunity, but it seemed like it has a down spiral for them, really, from game number 1, which they won in some surprising fashion, but in a close one. They really didn't have many opportunities. They just used the ones that they had, and Jordi Unknown was that star player. Right now, already for the second game in a row, Jordi Unknown has been quiet. That last goal was scored on top of him, and I wouldn't really expect Meaty to beat Jordi Unknown, but those losses are weighing heavily on them. Speak of a devil, who is it? It's Jordi Unknown. He needs to take this goal and he needs to run with it onto the next game because his team needs him. Without Jordi Unknown, Godlines are not Godlines. But again, that downward spiral, it might be a little bit too of not a downfall, but basically a flat spin down that Godlines won't be able to get up from. Well, they have one chance to prove me wrong. Otherwise, it's Swedish Muzika who has been putting shot after shot.
Oh,
another shot.
One more for the road.
It's Meaty. He just likes to get more numbers next to his name. Another explosion. All 6 players in front of that.
What is that? Single, double, triple, quadruple, penta.
Sextuple commit, indeed. Yeah.
Sextuple commit. Oh my god. A sextuple commit. I don't think I've ever seen that in all of Rocket League. That's fantastic.
I'll wait until we play ranked in bronze leagues. That's exactly what we see. Something like that. Wow. That even had some fireworks to it, which was a perfect ending. But yeah, now I see it all. Sextuple commit. Swedish Muzikok with 6 goals to their name, and Meaty finding himself opportunities all over the field. He is really feeling. He's really being playing on with a great feeling. And when you're feeling like this, just goals are coming your way. You know that you can just play, go with the flow basically. And Meaty is currently doing just that, and goals one better than the other. Swedish Muzikok, they want this. This is their chance, match point. While Godlines, one last opportunity, and really, not really much to show to their name. Yes, there are 5 goals in the hole in the series, but Swedish Muzika have so many more to their name, and with the prowess for scoring that Meaty Muck and Knicks have, it will be a hard task for Godlines.
Wow. In case you're just joining us, in case you're not aware, this is an elimination match. Godlines 1 game away from losing their tournament lives. The Swedish Muzikok look to try and take control back here into the orange half. It's actually Nekamimi's fed in with a pass out from Sloth's side of things, and we'll get a shot on target. Meaty's there to defend it. Jordi Unknown coming in with a shot of his own right, but will not be able to get the on-target position. That will be returned back over to the midfield when Knicks are going to be rotating back to pick up the 100 boost in the corner field. Meaty now high, going to get challenged by Jordi, who wins out the fight overall. Back in from Mug's side, pass back into the center. It's Nekamimi, over to Meaty. Over to the corner, trying to see if they can pinch it back into the center where someone can try and get the shot or clear from whichever side at this point. Mug's going to try and dribble the ball back in, try to go for the shot. It's a little bit off angle, so we'll not be able to make it work. Swedish Muzikok have a lot of the offensive pressure so far in this game, however. They're looking to try and close out this series here.
Yeah, well, that's the same pressure that we've seen in the previous game out in their favor. Not with goal, but they know how well this playstyle can work against Godlines, and eventually the Godlines do break down. Right now they're put against the wall, and really they don't have the best track record for it. They do have some of those weird goals that they get out of nowhere, but you don't really want to rely on them. But if the Sloth and the rest of Godlines will be playing with that fire in their hearts, well, there still might be hope for Godlines.
Nakamura trying to get on the defensive line, gets it outside the box. Meaty pinching off the crease. Meaty following through for the flip reset, trying to give it up to one of his teammates. It's in the middle. Mug. So out of the same position all the same. Nick's going to have to go back over to the corner. Follow it from Mug's position, going to miss out his chance. Door pinch it back away and follow all the way around towards the orange half. It's Meaty picking up the 100 boots, going to leave it out in the open, leave it for whoever wants to take control. It's Nakamura that wins it out overall. Meaty comes in over to the orange corner. Nick's completely kills any momentum on the ball, unintentionally, but it is still there for control. Nakamura going for the shot on target that Meaty's just going to get back in time to save. So holding it down for the underground and the blue side defense, and now they return back fire. No one's in the orange side defensive. No one in the net. A nice opening goal for Swedish Muzzikok to open things up in game 4.
Funnily enough, Sloth actually, if only had a little bit more time, he would be able to defend as he was on the other side of the field, but was luckily teleported. Still wouldn't help because Swedish Muzzikok are still sticking to that playstyle and also to those kickoffs. Nix. He just returning back with his old classic dish, which is just winning off the kickoff solo, all by his lonesome. Godlines were not expecting something this quick after the first one. 9 seconds. That's almost the shortest amount of time I've seen in between the goals. And Swedish Muzzikok, well, time is on their side and really the playstyle as well.
2 minutes and 10. Meaty into the corner, trying to receive away as Nekamimi goes down into the center field, into the midfield, where Mog is there to receive it. Keep it high, tee it high. Meaty with the second follow-up, also going to bounce it off and into the box setup. It's Sloth over, put away, good dunk down. Geordie set up perfectly, but no, Nick's able to outread his opponent. So now Meaty going for the dribble over to the orange half. He's going to get defended against, but it doesn't matter. Again, that time is ticking away, and they need a goal on the part of the God Lions to keep themselves alive. It's 3-0 for Swedish Muzzikok as they look to try and continue to run away with this game.
You can see the Godlines just don't know where to put themselves. Well, Swedish Muzzikok are given the opportunities. Challenges are not coming quickly enough for Godlines, which allows Swedish Muzzikok to complete their passing plays. And as a result, they're just continue to do the same. Look at that, they're just feeling. They know that the passes will be there, that the players will be there for the passes. That's a perfect feeling. I would like to rent the whole Swedish Muzzikok squad for my ranked games, please. Threes, I don't know who exactly I would like to draw from that squad because Nick's, Meaty, and Mug, all of them great players. Well, maybe someone. We'll figure it out later on because right now, Swedish Muzzikok and Meaty, he wants 15 goals for the whole series, seemingly like that, padding out his stats. That's because his opponents are allowing him and because he's feeling so well on the field right now.
It's looking like it's all coming up Swedish Muzzikok. And God Lions are left without a chance. 1 minute and 10 on the clock. So the ball goes out to the corner on the shot target, and Sloth will be able to take it away. So fortunate enough that they will be able to hold on to at least a little bit of decency at 60 seconds on the clock instead of 4-0 scoreline, however. And again, God Lions need to turn out 4 goals in such a short amount of time. It's so impossible. It's so undoable here. You got to imagine this must be a game here, Jam, but we'll play on, see if they find at least another lifeline as Mug goes to the backboard, goes into the mid-center. Nick's going to control it past the first. Meaty trying to get it past the second, puts that ball still inside the box and finally chipped away from Geordie. Still, that's wasted enough time as the 30-second countdown, the 30-second gong sounds, reminding us exactly where we stand at 4-0 with no time on the board. It's Mug in alongside Meaty. Demos out on Sloth's side of things. As Nick controls it in towards one more shot for Meaty's side of things, pushed away by Sloth. Now Mug controls it. Nick's going to get out of the way, pushed away by Geordie, but Mug passing back into the mid-center. Meaty looking for his shot opportunity. Sloth with one last chance, but it's all for naught here as the time ticks low. The ball is on the floor, and Swedish Muzzikok will win out the series in 3-1 fashion. The God Lions could not get it done this time around, and history repeats itself for the second time in this group. Swedish Muzzikok are looking forward to the round of 16. God Lions are looking out. 30 seconds.
Deja vu, absolute deja vu. Both were Swedish Musikak and Godlines. Scorelines might be different, but the eventual series score is absolutely the same. Still, though, you could see the difference between the teams, and the best showing of how this series has gone is the way Swedish Musikak basically run circles around Godlines at the end. Their passes all of a sudden ascended to some godlike quality. They were pulling up some in-between plays that I never even seen from our CS teams, I think. And just the way they have been really driving in between godlines as if they weren't players in cars, as if they were just cones on the ground, show how much Swedish Musikak were enjoying this and how much they were really on the wave of this positivity they've been getting from all of these wins. Wow. But Jay, this has been a fantastic day, both for all of the teams that have qualified, also for us as well. It's the first time.
I was going to say something about those points. You know, that's a good point actually. It's been a great day for us individually, Jam. But I have to ask, Fuzz, how's things been going for you over on the desk with those points?
Well, I'm glad you're happy, guys. Now I'm happy as well. It wasn't my day and the predictions. I'll admit it. You guys did better than I did. Tomorrow is gonna be my day. I can feel it.
New day, new fuss tomorrow.
New day, new fuss.
But let's break down this series a little bit. You did, of course, predict the winner correctly. You did expect the Swedish Musikaks to win this one. You also predicted them to win the last one. So you do have a lot of faith in this team, and I think I should ask you, of course, did they live up to your expectations in this series?
They did. It seemed like they got the wake-up call, they took the hint, and they rose to the occasion, and they stepped their game up, and they took the win.
Yeah, and again, they took the second seed. They will be going up against the first seed in the round of 16 whenever we get to that.
Yeah.
Do you think they have what it takes to battle out with these first seed teams?
I think so. It looked like, I mentioned before the game that it didn't look like Mug really had found his place on the team. They were looking much more confident now. They were looking like a team that knows how to get these passing plays rolling, knows how to find each other on the field. That's what you need. You need all three players working together. It didn't quite look like that earlier when we saw them, but that seemed to work now. So even though that Godalians, they did their best, they showed up. I think they had a great game, great showing. Fortunately, they're out now, but I think they had a great game. But Swedish, they really woke up and got their plays working for them.
Yeah, for sure. And if you were to highlight one player of this winning lineup?
Well, I gotta say, Meaty, he was everywhere. He got a lot of nice passes from Nix, but he always turned them into goals. Meaty was just everywhere. He had a beautiful double tap off the backboard, and he was just putting the passes in the net.
Yeah, and as soon as we have the group standings ready for you guys, we'll put them up on your screens, and we can see who made it through from today. And here you have it. The teams that are through to the round of 16, top 16, will be Bim Bam Police, it will be Swedish Musikak, William Bros, Team Echo Solo, ARC, Team GFG, The Snoses, and I Got the Part. Of course, there's only 8 teams. We'll have to find 8 more tomorrow, and that's going to be from Group E through H. We can also get those groups up on your screens. Again, of course, we'll be starting out with watching the winners brackets. But again, every single team here in this group still have the chance to make it through.
Definitely.
The teams with 1 win are, of course, in the upper bracket, and teams with 1 loss will be in the lower bracket. We have tomorrow's schedule as well for you guys. The games that we'll be bringing for you. And that will be, to start out, we're going to have Savage versus Challenge Camp Bim Bam. We have To Be Honest versus Shivers, the Bricks versus the Bus Drivers, and we do also have 1 more game that is confirmed. But yeah. But then game 5 and 6, we will have the games, the decider games between the lower bracket finals. So that is not decided until we've seen the games tomorrow.
Yeah.
But we'll be watching all of the upper bracket finals in the games tomorrow.
Yes.
Any teams that you're particularly excited for next week?
Next week? Tomorrow, I mean?
Tomorrow.
Yeah, well, right now I'm looking forward to watching Savage again because they're just an awesome team. They're a really good team. And right now I have a feeling I want to watch a game with some really nice mechanical plays and some really nice aerial team plays and stuff like that. That's
maybe an easier prediction.
Maybe I didn't say it. You said that. No, I don't know. that's the team right now. That if we were to watch one more game right now, I would pick Savage because I just want to see some insane stuff from them.
Definitely a great team. One thing that we do need to check is the prediction score so far. And this is the total one. It is from today and also Thursday last week. So we do have a Jar of Jam in front on 17 points, Switchblade J with 16, and Fuzz with 14, which means Twitch chat, we're looking for a new analyst desk, so you can hit me up on Twitter if you think you can do a better job. No. But of course, there is a lot more days left. We have 5 days left to make it up. These are, of course, only 2 of the days in total that we will be bringing to you guys. But Toronto Day, any final thoughts? Or
I'll come back stronger. I'll come back stronger in the prediction. I like the game we got going here. It's actually pretty funny. So no, but what a great day today. Great day today. It went as we thought. The games were closer. The games were more exciting. It seemed like there was more nerve from the teams, and that was just some overall great games. Always love having some more teams on the stream to watch, so we can get a feel of how they're looking, and it was really exciting.
Yeah, make sure that you tune in tomorrow as well at 7 p.m. Central European time. We'll be finding the last 8 teams that will be making it into top 16. But for today, thank you from me, production, Fuzz, the casters, and I hope we see you tomorrow.